Hello, good morning and welcome to Elections Online, the show which is brought to you by 5 independent news organizations, the News Minute, Newslaundry, The Wire, Scroll and The Caravan. Joining me in the studio is Seema Chishti from The Wire, Supriya Sharma from The Scroll, Hartosh from The Caravan and Sudipto Mondal from the News Minute, who will be joining us from the studio in Bengaluru. This is the third time that 5 independent organizations are coming together for Elections Online. We experimented this for the first time during Karnataka elections in May last year. We repeated it when 5 states went to elections later, and this is the third time today when India gets to know the results after a long drawn election, a really long drawn one, right? One that we haven't seen perhaps before. So before we get to chatting with all the panelists, let me tell you that this is an ad-free, non-sponsored show. What does it mean? We do not have any advertisers. We do not have any sponsors, named or unnamed, because we strongly believe that news and media organizations should be weaned away from influence of corporates and governments, which means we are not taking any government ads or from corporations, but we are completely depending on you, our viewers, our readers, our subscribers. So click the link below. You can still continue supporting us. Now we look first at the numbers. Most of the exit polls, of course, are saying that Narendra Modi and the BJP government are all set for a comeback. We will look at the 2019 numbers and how it looked for the BJP and the Congress. Then remember, a lot of things have changed. People have left alliances, people have joined alliances. Let's look at the numbers there on your screen. The national seat share in 2019, it was 303 for the BJP alone. They had 49 for the BJP allies. Indian National Congress had just 52 seats. So the question now really is, can the Congress better this tally? Will the BJP's tally come down, or will it be more than 400 as the Prime Minister has been saying? My first question to you, Seema, how has 2019 been different from 2024, or any of the past elections been different from this one?
On the ground?
Yes, on the ground, off the ground too.
So I think this is a very important election, irrespective of the results at 7:35. I can say conclusively that this is a very significant election because we've never seen the electoral field so skewed. So if football fields are meant to be a bit like this went like that. And I think that angle of skew will probably come out. So it's not as if there is something fundamentally wrong with the counting that's going to happen, nothing. But a series of events that have been in play since 2019, and particularly in the past year, 2 years, with ED arrests, with the way institutions which are meant to be independent have been behaving, with the way there have been tax kind of halts on opposition parties, with the way the carrot, the stick, the lure and fear has been used. So at every stage of the electoral pipeline, from a person's opinion to how the vote is cast, it has been thwarted, whether it's polling agents of opposition parties, whether it's the kind of environment created by Godi media and big large numbers of big scale thing. So I think in that moment to have an election, I think this is a very significant one.
Do you agree with that, Supriya? You've also been traveling across the states. What did you think was very different from what you saw on the ground, like in 2014 where people said, "Achhe din aayenge," to now?
Right. If I may just add to what Seema said, we have to first take note of the fact that this was not a normal election. Whatever the outcome, and we'll know very soon, it's clear that Indian democracy has seen a loss. It's seen a loss of credibility. It's seen an erosion of trust. Voter mistrust is at a record high. A CSTS pre-poll survey found that 28%, only 28% of respondents actually trust the Election Commission. And you know, this really doesn't have to do with like hidden, unseen forces like possible EVM manipulation, turnout manipulation. Those things are still contested. But what is starkly clear is that the body that is supposed to conduct elections this time has been, you know, sort of falling short in significant ways. Yesterday, for the first time, there was a press conference of the Election Commission. Remember, tradition has it that they address journalists, they take questions after every phase of polling. But this time in 10 weeks, we only had one press conference. They took a few questions, but not enough, and they walked away. And my colleague Ayush Tiwari went after them and he asked them about the Prime Minister's speeches. Prime Minister Narendra Modi again broke all records with divisive hate speeches, anti-Muslim speeches. And the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar's response was, "We deliberated upon this, but we chose not to touch the two top leaders of the major parties. And when he was asked why, he said, because they need to know their responsibility. Now, the Election Commission is not meant to be some kind of spiritual guide that makes parties and leaders introspect. It's supposed to ensure that the rules are followed. And this is an admission that they allowed the Prime Minister a free pass. To go back to what you were asking me about, what we saw in the field, then I found this a very confusing election. That's because 2014 and 2019, it was clear as day what the public's mood was. No matter where you traveled in 2014, you heard Achhe Din. It was clear then that people were fed up of the Congress. They saw it as a corrupt, nepotistic regime. Modi appeared on the scene as a challenger. He came with this really appealing story of a self-made man born in a humble family from a backward caste. It's a story that people fell for. In 2019, again, there was a national catchphrase, at least in the Hindi belt. Wherever you went, you heard "Ghus ghus ke mara," which is Modi's boast about sending fighter planes into Pakistani territory and taking down terrorist camps, for which evidence is still scant. But again, it spread like wildfire. Wherever we went, we heard that. So it was clear that both 2014 and 2019, there were wave elections. The Prime Minister was very popular. People were talking about Modi. In 2019, I went to Bhandara, Gondia in Vidarbha in eastern Maharashtra. I was trying to talk to women voters. You know, we often fail to do that. So it's sort of making a conscious attempt to go and seek out their views. And there were women working in a field. It was paddy transplantation season. And, you know, I had to holler out to them saying, which party are you voting for? And this woman who was, you know, sort of working the fields looked up and said, which party does Modi belong to? So that was the kind of popularity of the Prime Minister. This time around as well, it seemed to us that the Prime Minister is immensely popular. In January, we had the Ram temple inauguration. And that month when, you know, editors at Scroll sat down to discuss what our election coverage should be like, one of the ideas that we discussed was a series called No Achhe Din But Modi. Because we anticipated that in this election as well, people will endorse the Prime Minister. They will be willing to overlook economic distress, inflation, unemployment, that the Modi Bhakti will still be around. In April, when we started traveling, we all came back, those who had set out for in the first week of April, and we had to revise the idea because we realized that it's not the case this time. In fact, for the first time in a decade, traveling in the Hindi heartland, we could hear voters directly criticize the Prime Minister. I think that was the big change, that this time they weren't just expressing dissatisfaction with the BJP or with the sitting MP or MLA. This time they were actually saying things about Modi. They were saying that he's a dhongi, bhashan karte hain, he gives speeches but he doesn't do anything. There's a young voter in Bihar who I met and he said, Pehla chunav chai ke naam pe jeeta. The first election was won in the name of selling tea. Dusra chunav surgical strike ke naam pe. Surgical strike is what won the 2019 election for them. He said this time they're trying to win it in the name of Ram Mandir. लेकिन जो धर्म के नाम की राजनीति करता है वो सबसे बड़ा अधर्मी है, which is a man who does politics in the name of religion is a traitor to the faith. Now these are very strong words, and this is and he isn't from a sort of social group that you would think is traditionally aligned with the opposition. He was not Yadav, he was not Muslim, he was Maurya, sort of another dominant OBC. So just to say that was for us the stark difference this time. One, that people were criticizing the Prime Minister. Having said it, it wasn't the case that everybody was saying that. There were much more mixed opinions, and that's what made it harder to gauge where this election is going.
Hartosh, do you agree with that? It was an election that was difficult to gauge, confusing to some extent, because there are voters who are feeling disillusioned, but there are also the supporters.
Look, and whatever I say is the sum total of what I've gathered from my wonderful set of reporters who actually traveled through. You know, this is too big an election to actually get a sense just by individual travel. It's compiled through what other people feed back into you. And my sense is, of course, we are all that Seema and Supriya have said, we take that as the background, that the field is skewed. Faith in the electoral process, including the machines, is at an all-time low. Forget the reality. The question of faith is at all-time low. Against this background, when you look at what the voters were doing, if you were to ask this question in January or February, I would have easily and confidently said that they are coming back with a majority as large as what they already have. By the time our reporters are back from the field, they have started compiling what has happened. You are seeing a pushback on the ground that we haven't anticipated. This pushback is not uniform. And I'm speaking largely of my experience north of the Vindhyas. I do not, and we don't have enough of a spread to speak about what happens in Bengal, Odisha, and Karnataka. Other people will be better informed to tell you that. But certainly, the things we heard, Rajasthan, there will be a pushback. UP, and I think the exit poll numbers are still up for question as we go along, and in UP you are hearing a lot of noise. So at this point of time, we were all inclined to scale down our numbers till the exit polls came. And we have skepticism about the exit poll process. In light of all this, there is something I always like to keep in the back of my mind. It's a story I repeat often enough. When I was in the years when the Akalis were dominant in Punjab, when I was reporting there, you would go before the elections and hear the voters and they say, "Eh, ji bade maade bande hage, inna ne eh nahi chakya, oh nahi kita, te na koi jogge nahi hai, they are useless, they are worth nothing, they haven't done anything for us, things are at a bad place." And you'd suddenly find Akalis getting all the vote, and I'd go back to the same people and ask them, vote kisko diya hai? Vote kithe paya ji? Vote te asi panth nu paya. That means we voted for the faith. I think we are also at the moment, whether people foreground it or not, in an identity election. Caste and faith are of huge dominant influences, because you can see economic factors are not working out uniformly. If economics was the predominant force, MP Rajasthan should not be voting differently from UP or Bihar. So I think this whole question of how faith has played out, whether we can actually ascertain by questions where faith is, what it communicates, what is happening with significantly the EBC vote in UP and in Bihar, where it is switching, I think these are very important questions for the Hindu belt. The last thing I will also say, because we shirk away from this, you know, all the skewed battlefield, all the problems that we have, it's true of us as media organizations. We face that. We do our work. We know what is required to do our work. I don't think I can say that for the opposition, particularly the Congress party. Across major parts of the Hindi belt, wherever the Congress is in a one-on-one fight with the BJP, they have again, I mean, how many elections can you repeatedly shirk the same responsibility of not being able to set up an organization? You point to the person who should set up the organization. Oh, Rahul is not important, Kharge has to do it. You ask Kharge, Kharge has no power in his hand. This is a party in a mess, and we must recognize this. So you have this disproportionately powerful party with a skewed battlefield, and against it an opposition that can't get its act together because of its strange liberal PLU kind of fascination with Rahul Gandhi, where we can't call out the problems that he has. So I think this is the battlefield we are going into.
I just want to add one thing.
We'll go to Sudeep, though. Can we also have the vote shares on the screen? Yes, Seema.
No, just a very quick point about why this is tough to gauge. Of course, the results will make it clear whether there was a wave or not. So you know, waves are rarely known before, they're known after. I think the big thing, what we talk about Godi media, it's not as if media was perfect earlier, but you had random 100 channels, newspapers, sites, you could arrive at some kind of conclusion. What Hartosh is saying, our reporters, others, you did your own number, you had some sense. Right now, with Godi completely doing this lapdog, and not doing the watchdog number, you have a situation where that is absent. With the center falling, that has an impact on us also. And on other very extreme channels that are saying a completely different thing. So, you know, are we just all looping off into different bubbles without even a sense of the reality? And that's a disturbing question Indian media has to answer on the 5th of June. And what will be the shape of this beast? And that's concerning.
For those joining us, the counting will start at 8 in the morning. Postal votes will be counted first. We'll get to know the first leads around 8:30, 8:45. But remember, those are only the postal votes. Only after that round is over, the normal counting will start. I'll go to Sudeep, though, who's joining us from Bengaluru. Sudeep, though, something which Hartosh said, this is an identity election. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, beyond what, you know, identity is, of course, the central issue in these elections. But Hartosh said another thing. You know, he talked about the organizational failure of the Congress. And if I can pick off of that, you know, because that actually is the case with most of the opposition parties, the fact that they do not have any mass organizations on the ground. And that's one standout feature I felt in these elections, which I think, you know, we haven't focused enough on, which is the way people's movements have come together as, you know, in different states. to be the legs of the opposition parties, to be the mass movements. And I also dare say that the entire counter narrative, I mean, of course, there is this huge amplification that every Hindutva message gets from the Brody media and all of that. But the counter narrative really came from the people's movements, left organizations, Ambedkarite organizations, there are different caste groups which came together in progressive formations which were organizing alongside the mainstream political parties, be it the BRS in Telangana or the different, in Andhra it's become one khichdi. But in different states, if you look at who is setting the progressive agenda, who is setting the counter narrative, this election I thought I saw a coming together of a very wide cross section of people's movements. And I think that's also something to take as a positive perhaps from this election, because going forward, whichever way this result goes, these movements are what are going to keep the so-called secular or the progressive agenda. And besides a Kharge or a Rahul Gandhi who might have some, nice kind of messaging and all of that, the rank and file of the Congress or the rank and file of many other similar parties is still on the wall when it comes to crucial issues such as caste census, such as communalism, Hindutva. So, yeah, the people's movements is what I'm looking at. And also, yeah, by the way, this entire counter narrative created by online, what do you call them, influencers, that was a big thing in this election. Not just a Dhruv Rathi, but, if I look at the anti-caste space, and if you look at someone like a Dilip Mandal who kind of completely went towards the BJP, there was such a strong counter-narrative to him, wherein people like Sumit Chauhan and so many other Ambedkarite or Dalit YouTubers came and took him on point for point. So these are the things which I found interesting in this election, the narrative building.
Okay, since you mentioned the Andhra Pradesh khichdi, we'll quickly go to the numbers from Andhra Pradesh. Remember, Andhra Pradesh Assembly election results will also be out now. 2 days ago, Hyderabad ceased to be the capital of Andhra Pradesh. The biggest question really on ground in Andhra Pradesh when I visited, other than of course the daily stuff, people are also bothered about what will be the capital. This was the seat share last time. The TDP was just 23 seats and the YSRCP, Jagan Mohan Reddy's party, with 151 seats. But this time there's a huge alliance, which is the TDP, the Janasena and the BJP. The Janasena of course brought them together. It was Pawan Kalyan who went outside the jail when Chandrababu Naidu was inside jail and stitched together this one. So let's see how Andhra Pradesh elections go. According to exit polls, most exit polls have said that Andhra Pradesh will be swept by the TDP, JSP and BJP alliance. There's, I think, one poll which says otherwise. We'll also quickly go to exit polls now. I mean, it's not like we're very excited to discuss exit polls, but I have a very important question regarding exit polls. I'll come to Seema with that. If you have the numbers of exit polls, of course, everybody knows this by now, because I feel more than elections, exit polls are discussed in this country. And most exit polls have said Narendra Modi is set for a comeback. The BJP and NDA are set for a comeback. In fact, most of them have said that it will be a stronger comeback. My question really is not about exit polls. Why do we have exit polls? How did this begin?
You're like into totally speculative fiction now. When you say you will not discuss exit poll, but exit polls. No, I think it's very important to look at the exit polls and the origin of exit polls.
Exactly, yeah.
Very interestingly, I've read up a bit because you told me that you'd be asking me a little bit about exit polls, which I usually try and sidestep irrespective of what the results would be. But it started as a very useful tool for academics and people who wanted to understand the issues and mood of the people to actually contact voters at a slightly calmer time when they've stepped out and done their thing, rather than hounding people and saying, who are you voting for, kind of nonsensical questions, which people don't want to answer. It's meant to be secret ballot. But you ask them that after they've finished. And apparently it has its origins in the 60s in America, etc. And I read a very interesting instance of why exit polls aren't allowed to be commented upon till the polling process is over, because there was a congressional hearing on a particular network in the US which put out that Carter had lost to Reagan before the electioneering was over there. And this led to a huge furor. And after that, it was decided that exit polls have an influence on opinion and you need to sort of calm down on them and not allow them to be aired before it happens. In India also, the CSDS, the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, which Sanjay Kumar heads right now and Yogendra Yadav was part of, started doing exit polls in the 60s for purely academic purposes. So it was like not even a survey, it was like to delve slightly deeper into things, a form of almost reportage meets survey after elections. But after that, it was really, I think, David Butler, Prannoy Roy with their, their great psephology era that starts in the 80s with liberalization, new channels, and let's find out what voters of India are saying, that exit polls really became a thing. And they're very prone to errors. They are also sample surveys. They also suffer from same situations because people, even after they voted, have the same prashasan, the same administration they have to deal with, and similar inhibitions. And essentially, when you're coming out of a polling station, you're asked who you're voting for. So it's riddled with all kinds of issues. Exit polls have got things wrong. There are certain kind of voters they do not use in their sample sets. Those they do, they kind of overrepresent sometimes. We know that exit pollsters do a lot of adjustments later, which is crazy. They say that, polls are telling us this.
Yes, because
but let's adjust it a bit.
Yeah.
Adjust it by what? You either go by numbers purely, or you do an analysis, or you marry the two later. You can't use your own flawed and incomplete analysis for numbers which are meant to provide objectivity. So exit polls, exit maybe, and just wait for the polls would be my
But a lot
thing.
of discussion, right, Supriya? This time, more than any other time, I feel. Normally, it's the opposition parties or whichever party is losing which will say that the exit polls are not right. But today, I see the public, so many people either staunchly saying that this exit poll is going to be right and another side saying, no, not at all.
Yeah, because there were very obvious errors this time. I think for Tamil Nadu, one of the exit polls gave Congress 11 to 13 seats, while Congress only contested 9. And so those errors are so glaring that people are noticing them, and we're also living through the age of social media where this spreads fairly rapidly. And so people have already made screenshots of various errors in the exit polls, and that's why there are more questions being asked this time of them.
Is this is this also a bit like this whole gamification of elections about sports type? So it's like, reality TV. So you like this vote audience poll type thing? I mean,
well, some of that is happening, and there are two things actually. See, what people forget when they look at exit polls is that most people don't know the mechanism of how exit polls work. First thing is that you have to realize that the only thing exit polls are measuring is voting percentage. They retrofit to number of seats with some formula, which is, there is no science to it, this guesswork. If you look at exit polls, look at the margins of error and look at voting percentages, most of them are never right on voting percentage, which is where we should be focusing. So through a series of 3 errors, if you arrive at the right number and claim credit, I mean, that's pretty stupid. The second thing is, as compared to the whole science of exit polls was based on whether a representative sampling represents the whole. That if you pick up 100 people, do they represent 100,000 people? It evolved in areas with far less diversity than India. The question of caste doesn't exist. You may have black voters, white voters, Hispanic voters, at most 3, 4. You have 2 parties. That's the complexity you're dealing with. Here, a sample of 100 for 100,000, but is it representative of the 5,000 Kashyap's in that 100,000? Is it representative of the 2,000 Parsis in that? Is it representative of the Banya OBCs in that? How do you sample a population which is this diverse and come anywhere close to the truth? Our errors, just by the very nature of Indian society, are much larger, and it shows up in our exit poll. So we should treat it as a game, as a good joke before the elections, as entertainment, something to talk about, discuss before we go into the elections. They actually have no realistic basis. You go through every exit poll, look at their voting percentages. They have been wrong 90% of the times. They'll claim credit because they've cancelled out errors in 5 different places and come somewhere near the ballpark figure. I might as well have guessed that figure 10 times over and be more accurate than them. That's what exit polls are worth today.
And is 2004 also something that we should recall here? There's a lot of people saying that recall 2004, right?
2004, 2009, in 2019, they underestimated the extent of even the BJP sort of. So BJP may get 542 seats, you see. So
Yeah, you never. So now, no matter what the exit poll results are, we will not be having a dance in the studio because we don't do exit polls, at least as of now, and hopefully never. But let me go to Sudipto. Sudipto, just the last question on exit polls, I promise. But there is Edina, the organization based out of Karnataka, right? There's a lot of interest about what Edina has said about southern India. In fact, I was surprised myself. I thought they do only Karnataka numbers, but they gave South India numbers yesterday, and their numbers differ quite a bit from the other exit polls.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers they gave out for South India, I don't have the exact complete details, but I mean, broadly, the exit polls that came out the other day, they were shocking, right? I mean, in terms of the kind of results they were projecting for Kerala and Tamil Nadu. But I mean, while on the topic of exit polls and while we're bashing them, I mean, we should also look at where the story starts, right? Like in the 90s, you had CSDS, and I think if anything, we should go back and do this investigative story on how CSDS really election after election, what methodology they used. Today, I mean, I was looking at this interview of Prashant Kishore the other day. So Karan interviewed Prashant, and Prashant got very angry about this accusation that most of his predictions have gone all over the place. But we should go a little further back in time to see where all this started, because a Ford Foundation funded research organization, what methodology it used, I don't know. It's just one small provocation I'm throwing in there.
Okay, so how did exit polls start? But Sudipta, I want to ask one thing. One of the things which most exit polls said is that in Karnataka, the Congress will not do as well as they thought they would. In fact, the exit poll numbers gave them less than 10. Now, if that was to happen, let's say in Karnataka itself, the numbers of the Congress don't do well, and all India, some of the blame would obviously go to Mallikarjun Kharge, right? You wrote a profile about Mallikarjun Kharge. Tell us more, what does the party think, and how did Kharge stand out in this election?
Yeah, no, about Kharge, I suppose, if things go well, the credit will go to Rahul Gandhi, right? And if things go bad, of course, Kharge didn't do it.
Like JP Nadda's photo appears and disappears. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but also do consider what kind of state Karnataka has been, at least since the 90s. If, let's say, they get anywhere close to 10, it will be a great performance compared to the fact that since 1999, Pooja and Nandini will know better. I don't think they've reached double digits since 1999. So if they hit that figure of 10, that's a great number. And but besides that, I mean, Kharge and his control over the party in Karnataka is also, I mean, of course, in this election, we saw him exerting a lot more control. But Karnataka is 4 states in one, as you know. It has completely different dynamics in different regions. And one leader cannot possibly define or, micromanage every region. So, yeah. I don't think the credit should go to him or the blame, because each region has its own dynamics.
Okay, so thank you. Anyway, I was just looking at the leads and I realized, oh, it's not yet 8 o'clock. I have to keep speaking for another 1 hour and then the leads will start coming. So I want to ask Hartosh, this election actually started out with Rahul Gandhi speaking about caste census, right? One of the first big things that the Congress spoke about was the caste census. But we saw a lot of things being said and perhaps not projected enough. So were things not emphasized enough by the opposition?
It's not a question of emphasis. I think Sudipta already indicated this, and this is actually to the point. You can't have messaging from the top which your own organization does not echo or even understand. If your organization doesn't understand, then that messaging is actually the voters are not going to catch on to. What is it that you want to do through the caste census? Are you going to UP and Bihar and tell people you'll do the caste census? What is it you are conveying to them? They understand what caste census is. You have to come up with a program of why the caste census is being done. What does it mean for me in my life? What is it on the basis of the caste system, the caste census that you are going to implement? There is no clarity of thought. It is like this slogan that's thrown at you and you expect people suddenly to fall over their face and vote for you because you've spoken of the caste census. In places like other places like Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and again, I'm sticking to the north of the Vindhyas where I will know some idea of what I'm saying rather than just speaking in generalities, is that here you need to communicate even more, because even the idea of the caste census is not ingrained in the same way it would be in Bihar and UP, where the awareness over a period of time of OBC movements has created a particularly strong sense of rights. You've got a Lalu, you've got a Mulayam. You don't have that in Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan. There has been no such movement on the ground. There's no sense of OBC mobilization, organization. So what are you actually talking about? Do you even know what you are talking about? Do you even know what you are promising? How can something like that work in the absence of such messaging? And why is it not the case that people around you can't sit and ask you these questions? Okay, so you are saying these things. What do you mean by it? Can you explain it to us? If you can't explain it to us, how will you explain it to an electorate? These questions don't get asked. So I think these are real problems in terms of what happens with communication.
But Supriya, on the ground, you, in fact, in one of your stories, you had written about how the whole dialogue about the constitution was still very much there on the ground, right? Is that a messaging which the opposition was able to drive in, or like Sudipta was saying, is it also because of civil society?
I think to a great extent because of civil society, because of Ambedkarite groups. As I was saying, I couldn't really find, a catchphrase this time in the way that Achhe Din was for 2014 and surgical strike for 2019. Again, I'm talking about the Hindi-speaking part of this country. But if there was a catchphrase, it was Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai. That the constitution is under threat, and that is something that was of great concern to Dalit voters. Dalit voters were talking about it, especially educated Dalit youth. They were watching YouTube videos. They said it's all over social media. A young Dalit woman said, ये संविधान को बदल के मनु का विधान लाना चाह रहे हैं. And that actually made me think about संविधान.
Vidhan,
Some. That some means equal. It means same for all. And she was saying that they're going to change the order of things, where currently we live in a country where, we all have equal rights. And they want to change that, and they want to bring back old hierarchies, because this is how they expressed it. She was sitting with a group of other women, some of them were middle-aged, and they went on to say, they want to bring back an order where Pandits and Thakurs will come and rule over us. So it was, very interesting to see that this is something that's spreading over social media. It's not necessarily coming from the top, from the political leaders. A young Dalit man, again, he reminded me that he said, the Prime Minister's advisor has said that the country needs a new constitution in 2047. And I was for a minute thrown off. I said, who? He said, Bibek Debroy. I didn't expect to hear, Bibek Debroy mentioned in a village in Barabanki in Uttar Pradesh. There's that level of name recall. That's how closely people are following this. And I didn't personally travel to Chhattisgarh, but there is a report in the Hindu from Janjgir Champa, which is a reserved constituency. It's a very important constituency. Kanshi Ram won his first election in 1984 from Janjgir Champa. There's an old presence of the Bahujan Samaj Party. Again, the Hindu report says in virtually every village, people were talking about the constitution. There's a report from North Karnataka, I think in Indian Express, about Madiga voters talking about the constitution being under threat. So it's so interesting that across these very varied states, there's a similar concern being expressed, and largely by Dalit voters. So it's a little hard to trace where it sort of originated from, but what gave it added fuel to the fire was the fact that BJP leaders, several of them this time said, give us an overwhelming majority. The whole Ab Ki Baar 400 Paar, they connected it to the fact that we need an overwhelming majority. We need a 2/3 majority to change the constitution. And this is stuff that basically these are viral videos. Lallu Singh, the Faizabad MP, said that in Uttar Pradesh. Jyoti Mirda, who's moved from the Congress to BJP in Nagaur in Rajasthan. Anant Hegde said it in Karnataka. So that really seemed to become kind of a national catchphrase this time.
So before I want to ask two related questions. Before I go to the questions, the counting has begun, and I've been told that Surat there is has been given to the BJP.
Yeah, that's really old news.
Yeah, but
you must clarify that.
It has to be announced, right? Sudipta, something that Supriya spoke about, the Madiga vote, the Madigas, right? She said that in North Karnataka there was a sort of program by the Madigas to save the constitution. Surprisingly, in Telangana, we have seen the Madigas come with the BJP. That is from the assembly election this time and previously. The biggest Madiga organization there came with the BJP, and they shared a stage with Narendra Modi.
Right. No, I mean, speak of Telangana, I was looking at Andhra yesterday, and I heard very interesting things about the Madiga population over there. See, one thing about both Telangana and Andhra is this massive unofficial Christian population, and the Madiga population particularly is there's a very large Christian population among the Madigas, particularly in Andhra, which has completely ignored this call that there is an organization there called the MRPS, which is the Madiga Reservation Porata Samiti, which basically focuses on the question of subcategorization or internal reservation within the SC category. So, this is a legitimate demand that other Dalit groups have traditionally opposed. There are certain groups which have, in a sense, had a certain advantage within the SC grouping. And to offset that advantage, there's this demand for internal classification, which is where the legitimacy of a group like the MRPS comes from. Now, taking that to beyond a certain point is something that I think has received a pushback. Because Mandakrishna Madiga, the person who you mentioned, he openly expressed support for the BJP and NDA, saying that we get this internal classification. The pushback for me was very, very interesting to see, because across social media and grassroots movements, there were individual Madiga groups which came and criticized these positions. In fact, I want to go to another state, not just Madiga, to look at what happened in Maharashtra. So you had a Prakash Ambedkar doing this entire lone wolf strategy, and it's not like he had illegitimate concerns. For example, one of the things he said is, what is secular about the secular alliance, which cannot even put up a single Muslim candidate in the whole of Maharashtra. So in terms of some of the things he was saying, it was important, but I think a counter mobilization also happened to the line that someone like a Prakash Ambedkar took, because some 14-15 factions of the Republican Party of India came together, put out a joint declaration saying that, hey, this is not that kind of an election where there might be concerns, but we have to put those aside and kind of vote decisively against the BJP. In Andhra, again, we saw this with Dalit and Muslim groups came together and said that there should be a decisive vote against the TDP and the Janasena. So these kind of things are, for me, interesting in terms of the anti-caste space. Yeah.
Seema, about what Supriya said about people on the ground saying that this is a time to save the constitution, was that really there in all the states? Did you? In fact, I remember Wire wrote a story that it had been so widespread, this notion that something will be done to the constitution, that the BJP was forced to not use the slogan 400 par too much.
Yes, I think that is the case, because they kind of got into their own trap and they had to retract from the hyperbole till they started saying it again in the later phases. There's a very, a comment I remember distinctly coming from a fairly lower middle class kind of Dalit village in Balia. And this man sitting there just told me, he says, it's so funny that 10 years ago, Hindu Rashtra Khatre mein tha, now the Samvidhan is in Khatra. So you know how it works. And just his framing of the whole thing, that he used to go on about Hindu Khatre mein hai, now the Samvidhan itself is in danger. And what a young man who had taken this police constable exam, which got leaked and completely destroyed things, how economics got into their thinking that this is being done to thwart our kind of ideas of social mobility. And he said, a woman, and he looked at me, I was the only woman there amongst several people, that a woman you can't be a mullah or a pandit, but you can be CM, DM, PM. Wow. So who has given that right? It's only the constitution in India which talks about equality. Equality is not an Indian thing particularly. We like our hierarchies, somebody up and somebody down, and we'll do everything in our powers to defend that inequality. So the right to equality itself is given by the Samvidhan, and you saw that in extraordinary comments, in very instinctive, natural things from party people and those who weren't in the parties. And while on this question of the Madigas, etc., there is one political national party which is for the Dalits plus beyond, which is the BSP. And tracking what its voters and supporters have been saying, like it's bigger than anything that the VBA can be currently. That's the state. They very clearly, so they have no emotional thing with the cycle or the Panja a little more than the cycle. There's deep resentment because of the social dynamics in villages. The Panja, I beg your pardon, is a hand, the Congress's hand, the 5 fingers.
Sorry to the audience. I will
my apologies.
No, difficult.
This is an English show. Yeah. So we should. Yeah. So the hand, if you like. So they have no love lost for particularly the cycle, which is the Samajwadi parties, which is seen as a dominant parties, the Yadavs. They may not even have much truck with the Muslims, but they say very clearly, slightly hesitatingly, without spelling it out, that we are with the Lakshya or the target of change or Badlav. So we want that because we want to protect the constitution. So we have and they respect Mayawati. They don't say anything. They recognize Kanshiram, Mayawati, what they've done to their consciousness. But they very clearly for this time say this, that they're with change.
Okay, so despite what both Supriya and Seema were saying and Sudeep was pointing, and I've also seen in Karnataka we have had so many groups really talking about the constitution. It was one of those groups, Bahutva Karnataka, and others who started, they started distributing the copy of the constitution in schools, colleges. Then the Congress government took over the initiative. But across, there was this incident where the Hanuman flag was brought down in Mandya. I'd gone there 2 or 3 days later and I saw how these progressive groups have suddenly come to tell people that, look, the sentiments should not be flared up. Let's all work together. And they were distributing poems of Kuvempu in Mandya. He's a poet. So my question is, despite all this awakening about the importance of the constitution. If the BJP goes and wins a huge mandate today, does that mean that all those concerns were kept aside, or that only a minority were concerned about this?
Look, let me point out again that we are such a huge country that we tend to take 1, 2 or 3 states. For whatever we say UP or Karnataka, these are still 2 states in a huge number. You are not getting a uniform pattern. And I think we need to focus especially on what I would call the periphery. You go down to Tamil Nadu and Kerala and look at Punjab, you're seeing probably, forget the numbers, you are going to see an increase in BJP vote share in all 3 states. That's pretty dramatic. In Punjab, why is it happening? It is that percentage of the Sikh Dalit vote may actually move towards the BJP. They worked hard on it. So this idea of popular movements that we've glorified, actually in some cases the farm movement has had a pushback from Sikh Dalits on the ground who felt marginalized by the movement, pushed out of the process, and they may well end up supporting in some percentage the BJP today in Punjab. And we must remember, in terms of sheer percentage, Punjab has the largest Dalit population. This is where Kanshi Ram comes from. Often in the focus on Maharashtra and the South, the central sort of process through which Punjab has given rise to a certain kind of different Dalit consciousness led to the formation of the BSP, etc., is often forgotten. And here there's a different narrative at play because of local pressure. So I think we have to factor all this in when we look at an election.
We have the numbers of Punjab from 2019 on the screen. I want to quickly go to Supriya and Sudipto here because you mentioned Tamil Nadu. I'm looking for key phrases from what people are speaking and going to the next topic. Sudipto, you had been to Tamil Nadu and done a series called The Hindutva Push in the State. And Supriya, in her train journey, one of her stops were in Tamil Nadu. So I want to ask Sudipto first. All the exit polls are saying that Tamil Nadu, there's going to be a huge surge for the BJP's vote share. While I do strongly believe that the BJP's vote share will go up, I'm not sure it will go up as much as the predictions are. But what does that boil down to? Does it boil down to a leader like Annamalai, or does it boil down to a lot many other factors? What did you find on the ground?
See, I suppose people. I have come under a lot of attack, as you know. Some other reporters of ours also, for pointing out the contradictions of the so-called Dravidian model. And it is along those fault lines that the BJP has really built its presence in that state. Because of the contradictions of the Dravidian party, because of the fact that. I mean, how do I put it? If you're Hindu, you can be Hindutva, and they have nothing. Now there may be an outlying statement by Udaynithi Stalin about Sanatana Dharma, but let's not forget that Sanatana Dharma came to Tamil Nadu and that particular part of peninsular India for a revival. And I'm not talking about now. We're talking about the influence of the main Kote Mathas, the Madurai Matha, and all of that. So that has a huge cultural, social influence on Tamil life. And I don't think that they are these atheistic, materialistic people who they claim to, and that is where I think the BJP is making inroads. Also, just this thing about where do we go from here on if, let's say, the exit polls come true. One thing I picked up from the people's movements, there was this meeting of Yedenu Karnataka, this federation of groups in Bangalore, where even Tista Setalva will come. One of the things that they're saying is, consistently saying is the point about stolen elections, that they are already casting aspersions on things that have gone into the ballot box. So I don't know, after the results, one of the things you might see is in a lot of places is the results being challenged. So that's one thing to look out for. The second thing also, of course, I suppose is, like I was saying, that I was asking Vasu, how there's a criticism from some ultra, progressives or ultra-left people who say that, hey, the movements have become handmaidens of the political parties. But Vasu said an interesting thing, which is he said that the opposite can also be true, which is that we could be using the political parties to set our agenda as well. Look at the Congress; its manifesto is the most radical since I suppose Indira Gandhi proposed the 10-point program. Since then, this is the most radical Congress manifesto. So I think these are the trends politically that we keep an eye on going forward, irrespective of the results.
What were your impressions, Supriya, from a quick visit to Tamil Nadu?
Yeah, it was peak parachute reporting. I spent 3 days in the Kongu region. I went to Coimbatore, and from there I travelled to Erode, Tirupur.
Just 1 minute. The Vasu that Sudipta was talking about is Idina's Vasu. So basically he's saying there's a lot of criticism that perhaps these groups are putting their agenda. Political parties are making the groups their puppets, but Vasu's saying, what if it's the opposite? Yes, continue.
Yeah, so to go back to Tamil Nadu, before I traveled, I spoke to a lot of people on phone, and this is something one has heard several times over, that basically there is no space for the BJP, that the Dravidian parties are holding strong, that the Dravidian model does not allow room for Hindutva to do very well. And I actually found that it was startling to see that there were that many people supporting the BJP, endorsing Hindutva. Again, this is not just Coimbatore city. I know that Coimbatore has a particular history because of the bomb blast of 1998, but even in the villages, I found, I sort of ran into an RSS man, and it's clear that they have been working hard in that region, and they have managed to move the needle a bit. You hear, especially among the dominant caste, the Gaundars, the Kongu Velalar community, quite a lot of enthusiasm for the BJP and for Hindutva, far greater than I expected, far greater than what most media reporting tells me. And I know the News Minute actually did a series on Hindutva in Tamil Nadu, and I went back and I looked at it, because that's really not the perception that is built in most spaces. And again, I think the fact that the AIA-DMK after Jayalalitha does not have that kind of a charismatic leader. I went to a Modi rally, and I found, and again, I don't have the language, I can't have long conversations. But basically,
what was the Tamil phrase that you, eppadi irukeenga, saaptingla, what did you ask them?
I'm not going to embarrass myself and the rest of you. But basically, I asked women voters, who did you vote for the last time? And everyone did this, which is the two-leaf symbol of AIA-DMK. I'm not saying the women who came for the Modi rally were necessarily going to vote for BJP, but it was clear that the AIA-DMK organizational network, a part of it,
and a vacuum, both exist.
Is sort of now being hijacked by the BJP. The other thing that personally I found very surprising, and I don't think it's again written about enough, or at least I haven't come across reporting on that, is NTK, Siman's party. It was hugely popular among young people.
It has always been. In fact, they do walk away with a considerable chunk of votes, around I think 7 to 8% or whatever.
Yes, about 7%.
Yeah.
So I could sense that there is a vacuum. People are fatigued with the Dravidian parties, that this is a state which is sort of ripe for a challenge, and BJP is trying to sort of be that sort of third force, and NTK, at the moment, it's hard to say where it's going to go, but I did feel that things are not as pat as they're made out to be.
And I do feel that some of the regional parties are taking this quite lightly. For example, the BRS thought it's invincible at some point, right? Look at what happened to the I'm still not used to calling it BRS. I'm very used to calling it Telangana Rashtra Samiti. I don't even know why they themselves are not too sure whether they should have changed the name of the party. But the point is, look at the election. In the assembly election, they are wiped out almost. The Congress comes to power. But in the Lok Sabha election, BRS leaders themselves tell us that they may end up winning just one seat. And the rest of the seats they are going to concede to the BJP, not even to the Congress, because they continuously undermined the BJP in these states. And that's the danger, I think, which perhaps even Dravidian parties are not. AIDMK, of course, allowed this to happen.
Yes,
now, let's see how the DMK takes on. I want to move to a state which is really far away. Your train journey, perhaps the last stop, Kashmir. What does this election mean for the people of Kashmir? And how do you think they look on to?
Just before Kashmir, just to point what she said, that in case the so-called exit polls figures match out on Tamil Nadu, I think this Hindutva, Gounder, OBC push needs to be looked at. Because while it's appealing to a largely Brahminical sentiment, this kind of what Supriya noticed and saw with this vacuum, with Jayalalitha's absence, and this Gounder push is something which I'm sure News Minute and all will study more in detail later. I think Kashmir is really important. It is the first election in Kashmir after it was stripped of its statehood in an unprecedented manner. It was being stripped of its statehood and split into two union territories. It's really a moment we should not forget, despite the Supreme Court kind of endorsing the process and the very suddenness with which it happened in August 2019. Kashmir is yet to have an assembly election. It's nearly 10 years since an assembly election was held there. It has voted this time and in huge numbers. So I think that there are multiple analyses of why those people have come out, but to a large extent it's the the safety valve, if you like, or the easers of tension in a place which is fraught with political issues and which has basic problems, which elections would allow in some way to come out, but you'd have militants who'd come in or people who support the Hurriyat saying you should not vote. But this time they've stepped out to vote to make themselves be heard. So, and that's a state where the BJP is not, that's a union territory rather, where the BJP has decided to not put up a candidate, which is so significant because they're going out in the rest of the country talking about 370, Article 370 and the reading down of that as a key aim, as a key Hindutva ideological goal, but they've not been able to put up a single candidate. And I think that is something that we should not forget, this election for Kashmir and how those seats speak.
You want to add something to that, Hartosh?
Then two things. One is, of course, I mean, everything on Kashmir has been spoken, but Kashmir, if you look at the elections, every which way has been divided into two. There is the Jammu region and there's the Kashmir, the Hindu and Muslim. It's supposed the only Muslim majority region in the country. And I mean, I just want to take that cue into Punjab because I think to forget Punjab today and not dwell on it is a big mistake. We are speaking on 4th June 2024. It's 40 years after Operation Blue Star, the biggest disaster that the Indian Army ever managed. At least 500 to 700, maybe more civilians were gunned down in cold blood by the army. The army got massacred inside the temple. The consequences of that lived on for decades in terms of, if the rise of Hindutva actually starts, it starts with the 84 elections in some senses. And we are seeing today in Punjab, thanks to largely the BJP, but the failure again of the Congress and the AAP, and especially the Akali Dal, that the divisions between the Sikhs and Hindus of Punjab are back to the heightened era of the late 70s or when the statehood of Punjab took place. You are going to see a complete division in votes. There is a Hindu consolidation behind the BJP and Modi that is happening, and among the vast majority of Sikhs, a complete dislike for it. This division will also see somebody like an Amritpal probably win from Khadur Sahib. Sitting in jail, he's fighting this election. Radical figure, rise in BJP percentages. This is a recipe for disaster at a time when the Sikh moderate leadership has collapsed. And when the state gets out of hand, all the high talk of the BJP does not have the ability to hold it together. We've seen that happen before. We've seen what it did to the country and what it did to the Congress in some ways. And these elections are going to be crucial. So despite the fact it's only 10 or 12 or 13 seats, in the context of where we are placed today, these seats and the numbers and the vote percentages will have a pretty critical outcome irrespective of what these results are.
It's a pretty critical election. So on our screen, you cannot see the leads now because we'll mostly be following what the Election Commission of India is putting. But I've been told that most channels are putting out leads and they're all widely different. Some are giving, just for the other panelists know, some of them are giving the NDA 45, India 38 and others 5. But I don't know from which states these numbers are. And remember, these are postal vote results. Till 8:30 postal votes will be counted. You know, I'm going to ask one final question to Sudipto and let him go. Also tell our viewers that in some time from now, this Dr. Vasu that we have been speaking about so much from E-Dina will be joining us. Remember, E-Dina is a lot in conversation because they were the only ones who got the Karnataka election exit polls right. That is why people are going back to them to see what E-Dina has been saying. And E-Dina surprisingly has given numbers to the BRS and not to the BJP as much, which is very different, widely different from the exit polls of the other parties. Sudipto, final question I want to ask you, what are the trends that you will be watching out keenly from the 5 southern states this election? Can you hear me, Sudipto?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go on.
Yeah. No, I suppose for us all, the most interesting state is going to be Andhra because of, so many factors over there, to see, because see, Andhra is not entirely it has not seen some great communal conflagration like you've seen in Telangana. Telangana, I suppose, is a more contested polity over there. There's this entire, two sides of the Razakar wall, right? That's how the politics over there is defined. But it's in Andhra that really we have not seen communal politics so far until this election, I believe. The BJP RSS has supposedly worked a lot to create some fissure over there. But even its allies, which is the TDP and the Janasena, there was talk about how they started seeing the BJP as a bit of a burden to carry, and these are factors that I am very interested in seeing. Kerala is interesting for its own reasons because, we always thought of it as a secular fight between Congress and the left. But because of perhaps some confusing messaging from the Congress over there may be some gains we may see, not in terms of seats, but definitely in terms of percentages. These are all interesting things for us to say. Of course, we've already discussed Tamil Nadu. So, yeah, I mean, one last point about Andhra, I think the fact that several people's movements and particularly Dalit and Christian and Muslim groups came together and gave joint statements in the last few days leading up to the elections, I think that played a significant role in kind of shoring up all of which is non-BJP, and I think that will accrue to a great extent to the YSRCP. This is just some talk that I have picked up. It's not a prediction.
Okay, so Deep, as you're speaking, the first leads in Andhra Pradesh are on the screen. Telugu Desam party is leading in just one seat. Let's see what happens. Thank you, Sudipto. We'll see you in the next hour. I want to quickly go to our next topic, which perhaps you may not see a lot of discussion in other media outlets, but you will definitely see it here. That's about voter suppression. And the Scroll has done a lot of reporting on voter suppression, right? What is it that you saw on the ground?
So, Danya, when the election started, I did a trip to Western UP, to Rampur and Moradabad. Now, these are constituencies with nearly half of the population is Muslim. There was high levels of mistrust in the electoral process, particularly because Rampur had seen both an assembly by-election and a parliamentary by-election in 2022, where the voter turnout was abysmally low, and there was a huge difference between voter turnout in Muslim areas and Hindu areas. And even now, voters vividly recall what had happened then. They said that, Muslim voters said that they just stepped out of their home and the entire neighborhood was a garrison. It was filled with police and paramilitary, and they weren't allowed to go to the booth. They were intimidated. Even women were not spared, the elderly were not spared, and they were not able to cast their vote. So there was sort of serious allegations of vote suppression. So we are already kind of alert to the fact that this is something that voters say has already happened in the 2022 by-polls. And across the board, there is, as we discussed earlier, a great amount of mistrust now in EVMs. The term being used is dhandle bazi in Western UP.
Machiniya and dhandle bazi.
Yeah, it's rigged. But while EVMs are still sort of, as I said, a contested matter, vote suppression, I feel like you don't even need to really tinker with EVMs because there's so many other ways in which the ruling party can use the official machinery to tilt the election in its favor. And we saw that happen in a few constituencies. I'm not claiming that this is widespread, but what is concerning is that in the few instances where journalists have gone and reported in considerable detail, Sambhal, a constituency again in Western UP, Bihar in Maharashtra, in the Marathwada region, two places where we've reported from, where there's serious allegations of Muslim voters in Western UP not being allowed to cast their vote. There are videos that surfaced from there of, Uttar Pradesh policemen swarming the voting area. Voters said that the police personnel came in to the booths, that they beat up Muslim voters, that they did not allow them to cast votes. Despite those kind of serious allegations, no repoll has been ordered. Similarly, in Bihar, this is not just the opposition's claim, but several voters told us they went into the booth, their finger was inked, but they were not allowed to cast their vote. There were men standing there who were not election officials, and they were asked to leave. And again, there is video footage. In fact, a lot of that, at least half the booths, the district collector told us there was a webcast, but the district collector has not viewed the webcast and is citing some obscure rule saying that Election Commission rules, guidelines do not allow her to view this webcast, while there is no such thing. So it's the Election Commission's response in these instances of, very serious allegations of vote suppression through physical intimidation. And then, of course, there's another kind of vote suppression, which is in many places Muslim voters especially found that their names are not on the voter list.
This we saw in Karnataka during the assembly polls too, that there would be a complaint filed with the Election Commission. This is the modus operandi we saw. A complaint would be filed with the Election Commission saying this many fake voters are there, and then the Election Commission will do its due diligence, and And
Knock them off.
many of these voters told us that they did not get any notices. They were not aware that their vote was under suspicion. And they were like in one constituency in Bengaluru, Shivajinagar, I think the complaint was for around 23,000 voters, Muslims, and around 7,000 were eventually deleted. We saw a lot of people who said that I never got an intimation, I continue to live here and my vote has been taken away from me. I want to just tell everyone that the leads will start coming in on the screen when the Election Commission of India puts it, but channels have now they've gone to 150 for the NDA, 90 to 100 for the India Alliance. So I'm just telling you the numbers so that.
So
the
I
exit
just have the
polls
Election Commission
Yeah.
website,
Yes.
and the first lead has appeared.
Okay.
In the last 1 minute, I saw this.
What is the first lead?
BJP.
BJP for which seat?
I'll have to go and look.
Okay.
No, that's the Surat
That's
seat.
Surat,
The second
which is
was
already
the
been
Zoram
elected.
people.
That's not done.
Movement,
That's
the
a second
second
seat.
seat.
I want to
But why is there a pie chart?
I just need to go to
That's what I was
Ayush. Ayush, are you
Yes,
there? Ayush Tiwari from the Scroll is joining us. I think Ayush is one of the few reporters. In fact, Ayush is the reporter who has travelled quite a bit to write about voter suppression. This is such a strange election counting day, right? Last night we had Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge writing to all bureaucrats saying, remember the Constitution, abide by the Constitution, do not be scared of threats, etc. We also had former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel saying that there were some problems with the EVMs, but the Election Commission has, of course, denied that there was any problem. Ayush, what did you find on the ground, and do you believe that this will have an impact on the election, at least in a few seats?
Well, as Supriya mentioned, a part of it, in Sambal, voter suppression took, I think, the ugliest form, where it was police officials who faced allegations of storming booths, snatching away voter information slips and beating up the voters who were there to vote. I compared the sort of the booth-wise data of, I could get some numbers because in every village you have usually one polling center, and it's the villagers who double up as election agents for different parties. So from what I could tell, and when I compared the data from this time to the 2022 elections in Sambal or the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, was that in these villages the vote had been cast mostly to the opposition parties. In Sambal, that is the Samajwadi Party, and that in all the 4 villages that I traveled to and I spoke to, the turnout had fallen. Now, it could be that the turnout has fallen because generally there's a trend of falling turnout in this election. But I also met voters who said that they were there to vote. The police came and beat them up, so they went home and then they could not go back to vote, which is as I think real voter suppression as it gets. Of course, the district magistrate at Sambal, he released a statement, and in one of the videos he said that the police was only making sure that there are queues inside the polling centers, which because there were disorder and a lot of people had accumulated inside, and the Election Commission then used that statement to sort of hold its position and say, yes, this is what has happened, there is no voter suppression, which was, at least on the ground, people said absolutely not true. A little more subtle form of voter suppression, we can say, is what I saw in Mathura, where in one locality, Muslim voters said that they went to the booth and a lot of them did not find their names. So that is the other form it took.
So there were a lot of videos, right?
If I may add to what Ayush was saying, he went to Mathura. And again, when we say that Muslim voters are saying that their names have been struck off voter lists, the question is, maybe that's a widespread phenomenon, maybe that's a sign of incompetence, and maybe, across the board, voter names have been wrongly struck off lists. But Ayush did something interesting. He went to neighborhoods in Mathura, sort of nearby neighborhoods, one Hindu, another Muslim, and there were consistent complaints in the Muslim neighborhoods, and in the Hindu neighborhoods, there was almost no one complaining. So again, this would require very careful reporting, and I think even after the election results are out, we're going to try and do that.
Not drop the ball on this.
Yes, because again, yesterday at the press conference, the Chief Election Commissioner was sort of, talking about how there are patterns, and
this is a pattern.
Yeah, he said there is a pattern, there is a design. I'm not talking about a toolkit. Those are his words.
Let's call a spade a spade. No? Basically, look what is going on. Voter suppression is not new in Indian elections. Dominant castes always kept the EBCs out, Dalits out before, but all that has changed to one simple fact: what the BJP. And we know the BJP's track record knows that all it has to do is keep Muslim voters away from the poll booth. keep them away, you won't get votes. In Sambal, the police officer who was in charge of Sambal, I think Sunil, our reporter, had reported, was the same police officer in Rampur for the by-election in which the same thing had happened with Muslim voters.
With success for the
with
BJP.
success for the BJP. So what we are seeing is a repeated pattern of suppression of Muslim voters by a bigoted party with a bigoted agenda who knows Muslims won't vote for it. The Election Commission has to be utterly stupid, deliberately stupid or deliberately malleable to let this happen over and over again without acting. It can't act after the elections. It should have happened during the elections. It should have come down on the ruling party over and over again. It failed to do its job. There are 3 monkeys sitting on the commission.
If I may just quickly add to that, this is of course just pure physical violence and intimidation that we've seen in some places, but the other kind of vote suppression, which is to strike off names from the voter list, and the Election Commission is indeed responsible for it. But I also wonder, what is the opposition doing? These are voter lists that are published well before the election takes place. If they actually had an organizational network on the ground at the booth level, then they would be taking printouts. And they would
This is something I found very baffling in Karnataka, where the Congress has good cadre
And they're in
leaders.
government in the state.
They could not figure out how this entire thing works. Votes were just getting deleted, and they, except for a few protests here and there, they could really not figure out what's happening or counter it. I want to quickly go to Ayush and take the question from what Hartosh said. Ayush, when you reported on the ground, did you also feel that there were times the Election Commission should have immediately intervened, but they did not do that?
Absolutely. In fact, yesterday I met the Chief Election Commissioner and the other 2 election commissioners, and I asked Ganesh Kumar whether he had seen reports of what happened in Sambal, which had been reported now also in the international press, and he just sheepishly smiled at me. He did not give me an answer, and he walked off. Of course, there are not just one but multiple videos that have surfaced since then, which shows police personnel entering booths in many white cars, all of which have private numbers. These are not government cars, and then wielding sticks and voters going out. This should have happened. On the opposition point, I just want to add that in Mathura, for instance, in the locality I reported on, the Muslim localities, a lot of these voters in these localities voted for the RLD till the last election, when the RLD was not part of the NDA. Of course, this time that has changed. And I think there is a possibility that the RLD did not really go about doing its, the basic task of any party among its voters, of making sure that everyone's names were on the electoral roll and all the rest. Of course, this again comes back to the Election Commission as well, where you have the booth level officers who are supposed to make sure that the electoral rolls are up to date, or make sure that the voter information slips reach the voter before election day. In Mathura, at that level, the system seemed completely broken. So these lot of neighborhoods, the BLOs had not come, people had not received their voter information slips, and people who did apply for voter IDs before the election, when this process happens, usually in December or January, did not get a voter ID by the time the polling day arrived.
So before I go to Seema, the leads are coming in. The BJP is leading in 17 seats. That's what I can see from the sheet for me here. And there are some results coming in, some leads coming in from Nagaland. The Naga People's Front is leading in 1 seat. Like I said, only leads which have coming in are for the BJP, nothing for the Congress yet. Yes, Seema.
No, I just wanted to say on this voter suppression thing, we had also Madhvi Lata, the Hyderabad BJP candidate, going up to burqa-clad women and kind of lifting their burqas. I mean, what can be more, because anyway, this whole women in burqa is an old trope that, line up our women, your women, that women is chattel, therefore should be rallied to vote syndrome. But the other thing I want to say, and I point out to a two-parter story which the Wire put out yesterday, on how the so-called Panna Pramukh of other parties as well, the BJP and others are using the same app to track, to kind of keep their own kind of, as you said,
What are all the parties which were using this app?
They're all using the same app to track people. So you had all these reports of the voter slips being printed out with the BJP lotus and the name and Mr. Modi's photo there. Well, that's all been made possible by one app, which actually goes by many brand names. And you have the Congress, the All India, the meme party, Asaduddin Owaisi's party, and the Congress using the same app. So and there is no, and they also have mobile numbers of voters. It has a facility of WhatsApping voters and also judging who's neutral, who's not, and therefore doing things which may even suppress them digitally to send discouraging messages, the kind of thing we've seen with black voters taking place in the United States. So the fact that we don't have a personal data protection policy, or these are not explicitly illegal apps, is something which is so puzzling in a country like ours, where symbols matter, where we know the kind of role that cheap data, WhatsApp, social media, dark social media is playing. So the EC's kind of abdication of its role, and beyond abdication, I think incompetence would be a tribute to them. This is not incompetence. The whole thing is structuring to be another wheel in the BJP vehicle. So it's like a 5 or 6 wheeled vehicle which is kind of walking. So any campaign, anything that the opposition has been able to do, frankly, and this is where I think I probably differ from all of you all, is like a huge tribute to people's movements, to the opposition. I just want to throw in one number, as lots of numbers are coming. It's a good number. It's an interesting number to watch out for. It's 468 constituencies where there's a direct India versus NDA clash. So they've been able to kind of have in position these many seats where there is a bipolar choice. So it'll be interesting to see how that number also plays out.
So there are more numbers coming in. There's 17 leads for the BJP, 1 lead for the Congress, and I've been told that Kangana Ranaut is leading from Mandi seat. So those are the leads coming. Now, of course, the leads will start trickling in at a higher speed from now on, because the postal votes have been completed. The other rounds will begin now. Let me remind everyone watching, this is a completely ad-free, sponsor-free election coverage by 5 independent media organizations. We want to ensure that news media organizations are weaned away from the influence of governments and corporations, because that's the only time we will serve news that is of interest to you. So do not forget to support us. There is a link there. There is also a QR code. You can continue supporting all these organizations. Joining us from the Delhi studio is Shiv, a reporter with Newslaundry, who traveled to Rajasthan. Shiv, tell me, Rajasthan is one of those states where, according to exit polls, if we do believe them, the Congress may do slightly better in the Hindi heartland. One state where they can do slightly better. What did you see in Rajasthan?
Thanks, Dhanya. In Rajasthan, I traveled to a couple of districts. I was in Jaipur, and then I went to the tribal district of Banswara and Dungarpur. BJP has been winning all 25 seats in the past 2 Lok Sabha elections. So it's highly likely that Congress might open its account for the first time in 10 years. So there are, according to exit polls, Congress might get between 2 to 7 seats in Rajasthan. There are 3-4 constituencies where I saw a sort of fight between BJP and Congress. If Congress is fighting on 22 seats out of 25, rest of the 3 seats they are fighting in alliance with the regional partners. Bardmer is one of the constituencies where there is a fight. There is an independent candidate, Ravinder Singh Bhati, who is giving tough fight to Union Minister Kailash Chaudhary. And there is an indication that Kailash Chaudhary might be relegated to 3rd position. And the fight is between Congress and independent candidate. Then other constituency where there could be fight is Banswara Dungarpur constituency, where Bharat Adivasi Party's candidate Rajkumar Raut is giving challenge to Mahendrajit Malviya of BJP. Mahendrajit Malviya came to, joined BJP just before the elections, and before the elections he was with the Congress for long. Another seat is Nagaur seat, where Congress alliance partner RLP, led by Jat leader Hanuman Beniwal, he is up against BJP's Jyoti Mirda, who said that we need 400 seats to make changes in the constitution. Then there are seats of Jhunjhunu and Churu. So these are the seats where I could see some fight, but exit polls have predicted from 2 to 5 or 7 seats for Congress in Rajasthan.
Okay, I want to quickly go to Ayush once more, but I know that we have leads from Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. Once the numbers are on the screen, I will read them out. But the leads are coming in quicker. 20 seats, the BJP is leading in, Congress in 1 seat. Those are the leads from Uttar Pradesh now, just 1 seat showing for the BJP. That's a state that everyone's always watching on for Uttar Pradesh with 80 seats. The BJP is leading as of now in 1 seat. They won 62 last time. Can we have the Karnataka numbers, please, if it's there? Ayush, quickly, I want to ask you that while you were traveling and you saw all this, everybody's been talking about the Election Commission, right? Did you grasp from the ground that no matter what the results are, the trust in Election Commission of India has eroded, and that's quite dangerous for our democracy itself? Those are the leads from Karnataka. Bharatiya Janata Party in 2 seats, Indian National Congress in 1 seat, and Janata Dal Secular, which is JDS, in 1 seat. Prajwal Revanna, of course, I feel is going to win the Mandya seat, unfortunately. Yes, Ayush.
Yeah, definitely. And if we have to make a little more nuance there, this is mostly among the traditional voters, voters of the opposition in Uttar Pradesh, where you see this sort of doubt. However, it's not the election commission that they point to, it's the electoral process, or rather the EVM, which is, I think, the metaphor for the entire electoral system, which is sort of assumed to be rigged, or, if people say that if the results don't add up to sort of what they would like to see, it's very obvious to them that there's some sort of manipulation that has happened. So it's the EVM that is the symbol of this falling trust in the election commission.
The leads are actually quickly changing. I can see the BJP is leading in 30 seats, the Congress in 10 seats, the Naga People's Front, NPF, in 1 seat. Hartosh, is that really a fair, there is also a lot of pushback, right? That if the elections go one way or the other way, you can't just blame the EVMs immediately.
Look, I think the problem here is not that we are blaming the EVM. What we are talking about is the perception that has been created. This perception has been created by repeated incidents of lack of transparency, where the Election Commission has not been able to come and explain its decisions, whether it is over VVPATs, whether it's deployments over the EVMs, of allowing public exposure to experts over the EVM. You are actually voting into a black box that we really don't know how it works, what are the monitoring mechanisms that are being used. This itself was grounds in Germany for cancelling the EVM, that when a voter does not understand the voting procedure, it's not a transparent procedure. I think these are the grounds where people have, and then they are finding on occasion a mismatch between their expectations and the results. Now, that's always going to happen, but when you combine it with this lack of transparency, with a body that's clearly working for the government, you are going to create this perception, and this perception is so widespread that I've never come across this degree of disbelief in the electoral process ever before in India.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to read out the leads. That's NDA leading in 35, India in 13, the BJP is leading in 30 seats and the Congress in 10. The Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 2 seats. I want to just read out
where they are.
Yeah. So I'm going to read out some of the leads as of now. Sajjad Lone of Jammu is leading in Baramulla. JDS leader Mallesh Babu is leading in Kolar. Congress's first lead is Charanjit Singh Channi from Jalandhar. There is the Kiran Rijiju is leading in Arunachal Pradesh West. Scindia is leading from Guna, and Ravi Shankar Prasad is leading in Patna Sahib. BJP's Ravi Shankar Prasad. Vishweshwar Hegde Kagari is leading in Uttara Kannada of the BJP. So many leads coming in, but interestingly, the Delhi leads, there are 2 leads for the Aam Aadmi Party. Yes, Supriya?
No, I just looked at the leads for the Indian National Congress, and of course this is really early and this is obviously going to change, but very interesting. Banaskantha, Geni Ben Thakur, there's Mehsana. I mean, Gujarat is a state that we haven't spoken about at all. And you know, other than Surat.
Has it ever led in Gujarat, even in the postal votes? This is quite extraordinary. But anyway, we have
I did a brief trip to Gujarat, and I did not go to Banaskantha, but people were talking about Geni Ben, who is this, really firebrand, Congress leader. And, again, Shiv mentioned Banswara, Dungarpur. Banaskantha is in Gujarat, Banswara is in Rajasthan. But the Prime Minister some of the most divisive speeches were made in these two places. Banswara is where he
started, right?
Where he started, where
Yes.
he initially started by talking about Manmohan Singh
And the
saying
Mangal
Muslims
Sutra.
have first right to resources, and from there going on to say that they will snatch your Mangal Sutra. In Banaskantha, he made this very weird comment about if you have two buffaloes, Congress will take away one. So these are places where the BJP was clearly feeling threatened, and which is why Modi went on the overdrive and made these kind of speeches.
See, one of the things is that while it's too early, and I've always is that so far we can say is that whatever is trending is closer to our expectations than the exit poll. Whether this stays or not, we'll find out short enough, but I think within an hour or hour and a half, we can start talking about it clearly. Because the postal ballots usually favor the BJP, that's the normal trend so far. But let's see
No, but
what
like
happens.
Seema was pointing out, even in the postal ballots, you do see a Congress lead. But I
That's
think
what
these
I
are
mean by
beyond the
Gujarat.
postal ballots now. I want to read out one interesting lead which has come, which is from Bengaluru Rural. This is a seat which the Congress held last time. In fact, the only seat which Congress won, which was won by DK Suresh, DK Shivkumar's brother. But this time the leads coming in are for CN Manjunath, the JDS candidate, who's also Prajwal Revana's uncle. But then let's not define him like that. He is a doctor, a very well-known doctor in Bengaluru. Yes?
But you should tell us more about the Prajwal Revana constituency. What I'm confused about is that did those videos surface before polling happened or after? Because I've heard like conflicting
So the
stories.
videos appeared a day before polling. Perhaps 1.5 days before polling was when it started reaching people's phones. But the videos have a particular nature, right? If there are 17, 18 clips which a person gets together, the man is not seen in any of the videos. And to a lay person who does not understand power hierarchies in such in such relationships or whatever you can call it, they may think, okay, it looks consensual, right? The videos where the assault is very evident, I don't think they were circulated that much in the beginning. So it's only a day or perhaps on the day of the polling or the previous day that people start to slowly talk about the assault. But there was a Kannada channel who had interviewed 2 of the women. So there was definitely a talk about it, but despite that, if Prajwal Revana wins, then
this has consequences.
Yes, it does has consequences. I want to quickly go to Ayush and Shiv before we wrap up this session. Our next anchor, Shravasti, and her panelists will join us. Ayush and Shiv, we are seeing 2 leads for the Aam Aadmi Party from Delhi. I know it's an out-of-syllabus question, and you are all from Delhi.
I think
How
one
do
of
you-
them is from Punjab, from what I've checked from the Election Commission.
Oh, it is not from Delhi at all.
One from Delhi, one from Punjab.
Even if it's one from Delhi, how do you look at what's been happening in Delhi, Ayush? And if at all the Aam Aadmi Party does manage to win a few seats, what would you boil that down to?
I don't know. I haven't reported in Delhi, but what I can vouch for is that among the young urban voters, there is the penetration of certain kind of content, which is the anti-government, anti-establishment content, which is sort of taken off in the last few months. It has really penetrated among, especially English-speaking urban voters of Delhi, and I did notice this, that a lot of them articulated that they will be voting for AAP. Now that's a very, very small constituency. I don't think it's going to have much impact. And South Delhi, not at all, I think. But if anything, that's all I can offer for Delhi.
Shiv, your quick last words on what do you think will happen in Delhi?
Yeah, I just checked Election Commission website, and it shows in Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party is leading. In South Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party is leading. I haven't covered Delhi, but I think this election is also mandate for Arvind Kejriwal, where Aam Aadmi Party sought votes so that Arvind Kejriwal doesn't go to jail again. So it's interesting to see to what extent Aam Aadmi Party's cadre and Congress cadre, they combine forces and they try to take on BJP.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's a wrap for the first 1.5 hours. My God, we actually went on for 1.5 hours. Thank you, Seema, Supriya, and Hartosh.
Thank you.
Leads will be coming in at a faster pace. Now, we have an amazing team of people who are putting this together. Remember, we are not some huge TV channel or newspaper with a lot of resources, but all the 5 episodes have come together. We have a really busy PCR and people working on in the background from all the way from Bengaluru, Chennai, Bombay, wherever they are, putting in their all their time into this, that's only because of viewers, subscribers like you. Remember, this is a completely ad-free, sponsor-free. Why I keep saying that is because we've all been part of media organizations which have had their own interests because of who their sponsors are, who their advertisers are, and we are all happy to be free in that way, not to be bound by anybody's interest. So keep watching. Manisha Pandey, Smita Nair, Shravasti, and a lot many more guests lined up for you as the results coming in. Thank you very much.
उधर निकल रहा है, लेकिन अब वो उदासीनता से निकल रहा है। ठीक है, मोदी की सरकार है और मोदी ने जो योजना दी है उसका हमको लाभ मिला तो मोदी को वोट देंगे, हमसे साक्षी महाराज से कोई मतलब नहीं। ये वोटर कह रहा है।
अब इस बार जो है कि जनता बहुत खफा है जीतते रहे। पहले पड़ता था करीब 80-85%, अब उतना लगाव नहीं रहा लोगों के पास। एक तो ये छोटी ग्राम सभा है, यहाँ हर समस्या का समाधान भी नहीं हो पाता है, इसीलिए लोग वोट डालने नहीं आ रहे हैं।
पिछले 2 पंचवर्षीय में आपने जनता से वादा किया कि इस बार परिवर्तन करा दो, सरकार बनवा दो, अपना विधायक बनवा दो, सांसद बनवा दो, हम लोग काम कराएंगे। काम तो हुआ नहीं।
जो हमारी पार्टी के जो मूल कार्यकर्ता है, मूल कार्यकर्ताओं की एक अपेक्षा होती है, पार्टी से भी होती है। जब सरकार बन जाती है पार्टी की, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं की इच्छा होती है। महाराज इस सैटरडे शाम में आते हैं, सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग फिर निकल जाते हो। जनता दर्शन 3 घंटे के जनता दर्शन में क्या काम हम लोग अपनी शिकायत तक तो दे नहीं पाते हैं।
इसमें मान लो 200-400 आदमी है तो उनको देता है, देता अपन रहने दो, कहीं से काम आ जाएगा तो मिल जाएगा, नहीं तो अपना चलने दो।
वही बात है, केवल जो बाबा आए नहीं और उदासीनता है, वो जागरूकता नहीं है। ये 10 साल से सड़क बड़ी है, ये सड़क आज तक नहीं बनी, आज तक नहीं बनी।
हम लोगों ने सभी से संपर्क किया तो सभी लोग निराशा भाव से ही मतलब अपनी चीजें बोली, तो कोई खुल के नहीं बोल रहा था। कम्युनिटी महसूस होती है ना कि जो हम कुछ भाई, उन्होंने जैसे मुझसे कहा कि आपके लिए तो मैं कर रहा हूँ, बट हमको कोई काम होता तो आप लोग ध्यान नहीं देते, तो आप अब बताते जिलाध्यक्ष जी से बात कर लीजिए, जिला प्रभारी जी से बात कर लीजिए। तो जब आप लोगों की सुनवाई नहीं तो हम लोग कहाँ से सुनवाई अपने हक करा लेंगे। 2014 में भी उसी योजनाओं के आधार पे वोट मांगे। 2019 का चुनाव, 2017 का उत्तर प्रदेश का जो चुनाव हुआ हमारे स्टेट का, हम उसी योजनाओं के तहत उसमें भी वोट मांग रहे हैं। 2024 में भी हम लोग उसी बेस पे वोट मांग रहे हैं। तो ये बार बार अगर उन्हीं चीजों पे उस पे इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं हो रहा था, बस यही कारण है।
In the tribal districts of Banswara and Dungarpur in Rajasthan, women voter turnout has exceeded male voter turnout in the past few elections. And this is why we talk to women voters to understand why they come out to vote, what their issues are, and what they think of the current government.
एक टीचर 4 कलाक ड्यूटी करता है, इन्हें 50,000 लाख रुपया एम ही आम्ही जी मजदूरी करा, गरीब महिला आम्ही रोज करा, इन्हें आम्ही 200 रुपया देना पड़ता है। सरकार को बहुत बड़ा लगता है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि एक जो टीचर है वो 4 घंटे नौकरी करके 50 रुपये मिलता है, आप 8 घंटे काम करें आपको 200 रुपये मिल रहा है, और महंगाई बहुत बड़ी है।
हमारे गांव में यहाँ तो बहुत महिलाएं कम पढ़ी लिखी है, रोजगार भी कम मिलता है। वो पढ़े लिखे हैं, उनको ज्यादा सिलेक्शन भी नहीं हुआ है। यहाँ पे वैकेंसी निकलती है पर यहाँ पढ़ने की कोई व्यवस्था भी नहीं, इसलिए ज्यादा कंपटीशन में रहता है।
ये मेरे गांव में सड़क की बहुत समस्या है। अभी तो गर्मी का टाइम है, ऐसा कोई इशू नहीं है, पर बरसात के टाइम में चल के आना बहुत दिक्कत होती है। सड़क नहीं है और सड़क के लिए बहुत परेशान है।
यहाँ पर है ना, जैसे महिलाओं को पुरुष और महिला में ना भेदभाव भी करते हैं, बहुत जगह मैंने देखा है। इसलिए मैं चाहती हूँ कि यहाँ पर महिलाओं की सुरक्षा करें। और यहाँ पर जो मतलब कि गवर्नमेंट स्कूल है ना, छोटे बच्चे से 1 से 8वीं तक वहाँ पर है ना प्रॉपर शिक्षा नहीं देते बच्चों को। इंग्लिश पढ़ाना चाहिए, जो कि ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, तो बच्चे ना कमज़ोर रह जाते। फिर आगे बढ़ते ना तो फिर मतलब उनको ढंग से पढ़ाया नहीं जा सकता है।
Historically, the south of India has posed a strong challenge to BJP's expansion plans. Maybe it's because of the resistance to Hindutva or the dominance of regional parties, or simply because the Congress still has strong grassroots. But in the last decade, BJP has made strides in many pockets. Let's start with Karnataka. This is a state where the BJP has formed government thrice, including once in coalition with the JDS. Winning 25 out of 28 seats like in 2019 might be almost impossible for the BJP. But let's not forget, Karnataka is one state where Narendra Modi still has brand value and can still sway voters, and the party has cadre.
During last Assembly Parliament elections, nobody dreamt that BJP is going to win 25 seats. This time, Modi's popularity has gone to different heights. I mean, compared to last Lok Sabha election, Modi's popularity has gone to different heights because he has delivered what we have promised.
In Tamil Nadu, the BJP saw a revival of sorts with the appointment of former IPS officer K. Annamalai as the state president. With the AIADMK weakening steadily, the BJP quickly became the opposition to DMK, at least in terms of setting the narrative. But will that be enough to actually win votes? The BJP is not in alliance with AIADMK and it's trying to build its own base by wooing OBC communities and, of course, through cultural and religious outreach. The demography of Kerala poses a hurdle for the BJP. The state has a large percentage of minority population. But to overcome this, the BJP has dabbled in appeasement of a section of Christians using an anti-Islam rhetoric. This election season, the BJP has also fielded three big names, that is 2 sitting ministers, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and V. Muralidharan, and one popular actor, Suresh Gopi from Thrissur. Telangana is another state where the BJP has successfully increased its seat count and vote share independently. As the BRS loses ground, the BJP is gaining momentum. In Andhra, BJP has been forming strategic partnerships with the TDP and Janasena party and riding on the back of their cadre and popularity. The key to BJP's growth or even acceptance in Andhra Pradesh will depend on regional factors like the special category status to the state, water disputes and also farmer issues. But for now, the BJP will hope to leverage the bitter rivalry between Jagan Mohan Reddy and Chandrababu Naidu.
Hello and a very warm welcome. I'm Shravasti Dasgupta from The Wire and you're watching Elections Online, where 5 independent news organizations in India, The Wire, Scroll, Newslaundry, News Minute and The Caravan have come together to bring you the live election results of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Remember, this broadcast is non-sponsored, is completely ad-free, so we would really like your support, and if you want to contribute to our efforts, you can click on the description below and make a contribution of your choice. Joining me in the studio at this hour is Sushant Singh, consulting editor at The Caravan, M.K. Venu, founding editor at The Wire, and Sanjay Hegde. He's a senior advocate in the Supreme Court, and we'll also be joined by our reporters from all 5 organizations who are spread out across different parts of the country and will be giving you all the news and updates on what's happening in the elections at this very hour. Let's start off first by taking a look at where the numbers are stacked up at this moment. The numbers on your screen, as you can see, is with the NDA at 87, at 103 in fact. These are leads, these are not permanent figures, and the India is at 55. These are leads and trends that we are getting in at the moment. The NDA has now moved on to 105 and the India Alliance is at 55. Let's also get you a sense of some of the key states that we are tracking, starting off with Karnataka. Remember, the BJP had won most of the seats in 2019 and the Congress, which is in par in the state, is looking to gain on its assembly election results, and those numbers of the leads in Karnataka are on your screen at the moment, and the BJP there is leading on 8 seats, the Congress is on 4 and the JDU is on 2 seats. That's the leads that we are getting at the moment. Venu, I want to get you in on this Karnataka key state here for the elections, because the BJP obviously looking to maintain its lead from 2019, but the Congress also wanting to capitalize on its gains that it's made in the assembly elections. We've seen in the exit polls the fact that the BJP is managing to retain its seats, but some polls, on the other hand, are predicting otherwise. If you could give our viewers just a sense of where the numbers are in terms of these exit polls.
Well, I don't know how the numbers will pan out, but some exit polls had given a very skewed number to a very low number to Congress. And BJP was projected at 22 seats or thereabout in Lok Sabha out of 28, I think, right? 20. Yeah. So that to me seemed very skewed because after Congress came to power in the assembly, they made a lot of effort, and I can believe that many of the schemes that they implemented, which were very women-centric, and the women voters would have definitely, who voted for the Congress in assembly, would definitely, in my view, would stay with the Congress subsequently because of all the schemes that became very popular, even like the free bus rides, etc. So there was definitely a lot of enthusiasm among women voters, and I don't know whether women voters in the south, whether some of the exit polls have assessed the women voters in Karnataka properly. In the past also people have made such mistakes. In Tamil Nadu 2016, the women voters, their role was highly underestimated. To me, it seems that even in Karnataka, where the women voters are going, their shift, in my view, is being underestimated, and Congress would, in my view, do better than what many exit polls are saying. Yeah.
All right, let's go across to our reporter Nandini, who's joining us, who's covered Karnataka. She's from the News Minute. If we are through to Nandini, I want to go across to her on Karnataka. Thank you so much, Nandini, for joining us at this hour. So we were just speaking about the women voters in Karnataka. We've seen that the Congress government has wooed the women voters in a sense by the free bus travel, etc. So how do you see the women vote really playing out in this election?
Women voters are concerned, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So there are, at least in the first phase, 5 constituencies registered more women voters. The percentage is high. And even in the other constituencies where the women voters did not exceed the male voters, the margin was quite close. So more and more women have come out and voted in these elections. Of course, Congress attributes it to the popularity of its guarantee schemes. There is no doubt about it. It is definitely popular, especially the free bus ride, and the fact that the Congress has managed to keep the pace up. I mean, they have been giving money, the 2,000 for women from BPL households. So it has caught on. In the last year, there have been a steady progress on these. They haven't fallen back. So it is going quite well. So maybe that can be judged from the number of women voters who have responded. But we will see. But it's encouraging. The numbers are encouraging. The BJP also, though it says, it is because of the popularity of its Ujjwala scheme, and especially that is one of the popular schemes of BJP in the state. We don't really know until the results come out, of course. But it's quite an encouraging trend, because compared to 2019, there is definitely a surge in women voters. It could be because of the guarantees, but we'll know as the day goes on.
Just to remind our viewers there that in 2019, the BJP had won 25 out of the 28 seats, and the Congress and the JDS had won 1 each. But since we're talking about the women voters, Nandini, I also want to ask you about Prajwal Revanna. Now, of course, the BJP is in alliance with the JDS, and Prajwal Revanna's thousands of videos that of forced non-consensual sexual acts had gone viral. Now he's recently come back to India after he had fled on a diplomatic passport. Now he's been detained, and so how do you see the Prajwal Revanna factor playing out in the Karnataka elections?
For Hassan constituency itself, the videos came out a day prior to voting, and even then it was on a smaller scale. So to Prajwal Revanna's luck, or whatever you call it, a lot of people were unaware. And so there was no impact of voting, impact of the videos on voting in Hassan district itself, or the 14 constituencies that went to the polls on April 26th. As far as the next phase was concerned for the remaining 14 constituencies on May 7th, there does not seem to be, the issue was not so much of Prajwal Revanna as such. In there we had the BJP harping upon the, trying to maximize the impact of the death of a young girl, Neha, and this one took a back seat. So in Hassan, if you're looking at trends even now, there is a possibility, some news channels are right now saying that Prajwal has a lead. So even when we spoke to a lot of party workers in Hassan district, they were confident that Prajwal was going to win, though by a minor margin. So this was also there because the power of the Devegowda family is so strong. Even though he was not very popular as an MP, he was known as an absentee MP, he was still expected to win. And that there is a good possibility. So whatever the results are right now, the margin is going to be very less. So that support does stay in Hassan for him.
All right, we'll keep our eye on those developments. The BJP has, of course, made the women voters a big part of its campaign. Beti Bachao has been a big part of the Modi government's push over the last decade. But Sanjay, I want to bring you in on this. In Karnataka, how do you see things developing at the moment as we are seeing the leads that are coming in? 8 seats for the BJP, 4 for the Congress and 2 for the JDS. These are leads. Just want to reiterate to our viewers that these are only leads at the moment. How do you see this trend coming in at this hour?
The trend obviously is not in line with what the exit polls projected. But you must remember that Karnataka is the BJP bastion in the south. And the Karnataka voter often split, giving the BJP the vote as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned and voting elsewhere in the assembly. So it's not unknown for the BJP to have done well. Now, the Prajwal Revanna issue that you spoke of, it came in exactly after about half the seats in Karnataka had already voted. So the other half, were they affected, were they not affected? That is also a question. Yes, the Siddaramaiah government has been pretty popular, especially with the women, with the buses and with a lot of other things. So, but notwithstanding that, you must remember that in the last elections, I think again it was in 2014 also, with Siddaramaiah being in power, they couldn't do much in Karnataka. So if the Congress comes to double digits as it is claiming, that itself is a huge change in the voting pattern.
All right, and as we know that voters in India often vote very differently in assembly elections and in the Lok Sabha elections. And let's go across to Andhra Pradesh, where assembly elections is taking place. And here, of course, simultaneous in the sense that Lok Sabha as well as assembly elections are counting is underway for both of those at the same time. And if we could have the trends on our screen, we could just take a look at where things stand at the moment. The YSRCP, according to numbers that I'm seeing right now, in terms of leads, is ahead with 2, and the TDP is with 6. The Jana Sena is yet to open its account, and the BJP is leading on 2 seats. If you could please have the numbers on our screen, and we could go across to Shudipto, who's joining us on this. He's, of course, from the News Minute, to give us a sense of what really is playing out in the assembly elections in Andhra Pradesh. As we know that the Jagan government is seeking a second term, and the BJP looking to make inroads over there. And those numbers are on your screen at the moment. The TDP is leading on 4, the YSRCP on 2, and the Congress and the BJP are yet to open its account, and so are the Jana Sena party. So these are the latest trends that are coming in terms of vote share. The TDP has about 39.17, and the YSRCP, this is from 2019, and the YSRCP had 49.95. Venu, I just want to get you in on this before we connect to Shudipto. Andhra Pradesh, you've traveled there, if I'm not mistaken, in this election. How do you see the assembly versus Lok Sabha election factors playing out really? Is it going to be different factors that voters will be voting for in these 2 elections?
See, Andhra Pradesh is very interesting because in 2019, Jagan got 50%, nearly 50% vote share, and he swept both. So this time when we were traveling through Andhra, we got the impression that in Andhra Pradesh people were not differentiating, and especially in the rural belt, Jagan was still very strong, and Jagan's welfare delivery on various counts were probably better than what BJP at the center has delivered through various, direct benefit schemes. So Jagan has been very strong on that. So in rural areas, we felt people were still staying with Jagan, and quite vehemently. But as we moved towards urban centers, TDP became, a lot of people said that there should be change, and they saw TDP as a pro-development party. Jagan was seen as a welfare party, but because of rural distress, Jagan was still very strong. So this time, I don't know whether it's possible that because Modi went there and campaigned along with Chandrababu Naidu and Jansena, the chief, that actor, it's possible that they may differentiate. I still feel that Jagan might do well in assembly. Yeah, although the current leads show that BJP is doing better. NDA is doing better, which is mainly Telugu Desam. BJP is not opened its, not leading in any seat. So it's possible that TDP does slightly better in Lok Sabha and Jagan does. So we might see a divergence in this election. Otherwise, so far Andhra has shown that whoever votes for assembly also votes for. This issue is there in Orissa also. In Orissa, there's a lot of mature voting, and there's a 7 percentage point difference between people who vote, BJD gets in assembly versus what it gets in Lok Sabha. So Orissa voters are differentiating. They differentiated last time also, but in Andhra there was no differentiation last time. This time there might be some differentiation.
I'll just come to Sushant in just a moment because Sudipto is joining us. He's of course from the News Minute, and he's tracked the elections in Andhra Pradesh very closely. Thank you so much, Sudipto, for joining us at this hour. We're seeing that in Andhra Pradesh, the alliance between the BJP and the TDP and the Jan Sena was stitched just ahead of the elections. The alliance was, the TDP left the NDA earlier but rejoined before these elections. How do you see this playing out really, the alliance in this election?
Right. So, for starters, for those who are not from Andhra Pradesh, something pretty historic happened in the coming together of the TDP and the Janasena. Because, the one defining feature of Andhra Pradesh, which I suppose, makes it different definitely from Telangana, is that Andhra has not seen that kind of communal polarization in the past. And Telangana has an entire history of communal polarization, which goes back to the times of, the Razakars and the counter-mobilization by the Hindu right wing over there and all of that. But Andhra has not seen that kind of thing. So what it has seen, on the other hand, is this very, very strong caste mobilization. So you have the Kammas, you have the Kapus, you have the Reddys. Now, the Kamma population and the Kapu population have been at loggerheads for decades. And this is where I want to kind of urge people who are listening to the show to go and check out one of the stories that TNM did on this entire gang war, caste war between Kammas and Kapus in the 90s, in the 2000s. Until this point, where one of the most prominent Kamma caste leaders, which is Chandrababu Naidu, and I suppose, the most visible, I wouldn't say the most widely accepted, but the most visible Kapu leader, which is Pawan Kalyan from the Janasena, they came together. It was seen as historic. Now, in addition to that, the BJP came and, as you said, towards the last few days leading up to the elections, it came together in this alliance. And now one of the interesting things that we are picking up, of course, there'll be a separate segment focused on Andhra in the TNM very soon in a couple of hours. But the interesting thing over there is that people are saying that the BJP has become a bit of a burden for the TDP Janasena. And that was something I found interesting because really the Sangh or the BJP doesn't have legs on the ground in Andhra in the same way as they do in a Telangana, where they not only have legs on the ground and cadre, but also these very feral, very, very, aggressive Hindutva leaders. Everybody's heard about Raja Singh and the Goshamal, MLA. Now, the counter mobilization against this BJP, TDP and Janasena alliance has come actually from civil society groups. Now, the YSRCP, as you know, is not a party which takes, let's say, strident positions against Modi. It has been more than happy to work alongside or work with the union government. But in these elections, there's been a kind of a backlash against this BJP-led formation, where a lot of Dalit, Muslim, Christian groups have come publicly and endorsed the YSRCP campaign. That kind of thing I don't think has happened in the past. This kind of unanimous taking of positions by groups from the minorities and marginalized communities. I think that's pretty significant. And the Christian vote is very, very important in Andhra and Telangana, of course, but Andhra particularly because it has a very old history of missionary movement, where the missionaries actually played a very big role in the anti-caste struggle, in fact, over there. So Jagan's own family has roots in that movement going back to YSR and even before that. So all of these factors, I think, consolidating in favor of the YSRCP is what I find interesting. So which one of these two will come out on top, we'll know in a few hours. But these are the factors going into the Andhra elections.
All right, Sudipta, thank you so much for joining us. Let's just give our viewers a sense of what's happening in terms of leads at the moment. Those numbers are on your screen in terms of parties. The BJP leading on 143, the Congress leading on 53, the Samajwadi Party on 27 and the Aam Aadmi Party on 4. We'll also have the numbers of the NDA and the India Alliance. That's up on your screen at the moment. 168 for the NDA and 98 for the India Alliance. These are the leads that are coming in terms of alliances. Overall national picture. Let's move on to the north for a bit from the south, and let's talk about Punjab, another key state that's crucial for this election really, because here we are seeing a four-cornered fight. The Congress, BJP, Aam Aadmi Party, Shiromani Akali Dal all fighting separately. Sushant, I want to bring you in on this. The Punjab election over the years has of course been two-pronged in the sense the Congress and the SAD taking turns. This time the fight is wide open and all four parties are fighting separately. What are your first sense that you're getting as we just wait for the numbers to come up on our screen?
So as you rightly said, this is the first time in many years that it's not a bipolar fight between Akalis and BJP on one side and Congress on the other. The Aam Aadmi Party came to power last time in the assembly elections with a thumping majority. And then you have a couple of constituencies like Khadur Sahib where Amrit Pal, the guy who's imprisoned in Guwahati, is contesting election. Also, Beyant Singh, who assassinated Mrs. Indira Gandhi, her son is contesting from another seat. So there are, in some cases, there are even 5 cornered contests. But we should recognize that BJP has great limitations in Punjab. When it won seats like Gurdaspur, it won on the back of the Akali support. Only on the basis of Hindu vote or parts of the Hindu vote, it is going to be very difficult for BJP to really win seats in Punjab. Even opening their own account would be very difficult for them.
Just to tell our viewers, since we're talking about Punjab and you were just mentioning Amrit Pal Singh, he's in fact leading from Khadur Sahib at the moment, and we want to go across to our reporter Jatinder, who's from the Caravan, and if we can have her. And in the meantime, please take a look at the numbers that are on the screen at the moment. And Sushant, you were saying that how Khadur Sahib is quite important at the moment. Amrit Pal is of course fighting the elections from jail. So how do you see that factor?
Yeah. So Khadur Sahib used to be Taran Taran, and those of us who remember the militancy in Punjab in the 1980s would remember Taran Taran as a hotbed of militancy on the Pakistan border. Essentially Khadur Sahib or Taran Taran is to Punjab what Punjab is to the rest of India. It's a very Panthik seat. Panthik parties have always done very well in Khadur Sahib, in Taran Taran. And that is something which we are seeing consolidated in support of Amrit Pal. Jatinder is going to be here and Jatinder is going to tell us more about it. What is surprising is that this element, these pro-Khalistan elements, supposedly anti-national elements, are being essentially supported by the BJP and the RSS. Elements of the BJP and RSS are supporting candidates like Amrit Pal, promoting them. In fact, asking that they should be featured in a big way. These candidates winning, whether it is Simranjeet Singh Mann, whether it is Amrit Pal Singh, whether it is Beyant Singh's son, it does not augur well either for Punjab or for India. You do not want these kind of polarizing forces to be winning elections. Another interesting contest is in Amritsar. Amritsar used to be a BJP seat. If you remember, Navjot Singh Sidhu won that seat couple of times. Arun Jaitley lost from there. Hardeep Puri lost from there. And now they have put up the former Indian ambassador to the United States. Taranjit Singh Sandhu is contesting from there. The Congress seems to be the front runner there. Taranjit's grandfather was one of the founders of the SGPC and is the only person outside of the Sikh gurus who has a hall named after him in the Golden Temple. It would be interesting to see how well Taranjit Singh Sandhu performs, whether he's able to save his deposit, whether he's able to come second or third. It would be very interesting to see that.
We know, of course, in 2019 in Punjab, we saw that of the 13 seats, the Congress won 8, the Akalis won 2, the BJP won 2, and the Aam Aadmi Party won 1. But that MP is now part of the BJP. So how do you see all these factors that Sushant was just bringing in about these independent Sikh candidates who openly advocate the cause for a separate Khalistan? These candidates really coming to the fore in these elections, and the BJP will, of course, try to make a meal out of this, in the sense national security might become a huge factor. How do you see that playing out?
See, as Sushant said, BJP at the moment I would regard them as outsiders in Punjab. It's true that there are several other forces which are rearing their heads. Amritpal leading is not necessarily good for politics there, and being a border state in the context of national security. But I doubt whether BJP at this stage will be able to exploit that, because it has. I read some reports in the Tribune which said BJP candidates were not being allowed to come into the constituency. The hostility to BJP from the farm struggle onwards, has been of such magnitude that they are just non-players at the moment, and it has led to desperate moves by Prime Minister to say tell the world that that one of the Panj Pyaras came from Dwarka, Gujarat, building Gujarat connection. These are very desperate. It's not working. He's trying to build some connect, Prime Minister, but not working in Punjab. More or less, I think Congress is winning more or less similar number of seats. Yeah. What we have to see is whether how AAP performs. Maybe some of these other independents like Amritpal Singh are gaining at the expense of AAP. Possibly, one doesn't know. But here, I just want to, I forgot to add one thing. In Andhra, I forgot to mention that, very important. Many TDP candidates that we spoke to, they were unanimous that BJP and Modi should not win more than 260 seats. They should be dependent on allies to form the government, because there is a lack of trust. They do not. Everybody knows that this alliance was built with a gun on their head, TDP. So they are very, very suspicious of Mr. Modi and Shah, and they each one that we met, the candidates, they were saying that. In fact, one candidate said, I can name a Guntur candidate, on record he said that there is no choice at the moment but to trust Narendra Modi. Now you can interpret your no choice but to trust.
Two things about Andhra. Number one, it is the only state, and the only state in India where India Alliance actually doesn't exist. Even in Odisha, Congress exists. And the second thing is, it is the only state where BJP is a junior partner in an NDA alliance. It is not a junior partner in Bihar. It is not a junior partner in Maharashtra. Andhra Pradesh is the only state where BJP is a junior partner.
Junior means 0.3% vote share they had last time. It's like junior.
But no India alliance. So that's significant. And TDP is not a reliable NDA partner.
All right, we are just being told that Jatinder is joining us from Punjab. She's of course from the Caravan, and let's just return to our conversation about Punjab a little bit. Jatinder, thank you so much for joining us. We were just speaking about these independent candidates. Amritpal Singh, we know, is right now leading, and we've also seen the candidature of Lakha Sedana. So how do you see these playing out, especially because of the fact that this is the 40th anniversary of Operation Blue Star in Punjab? These candidates coming to the fore, how do you see that taking shape in Punjab politics?
Yeah, see, precisely, I'm sure, June 1 was not selected. It was not a date that has been selected randomly. To start with, June 1 being the date of polling in Punjab, it was bound to reopen the old wounds which have still not healed, which required closure. And see, basically, all those people are voting who witnessed Operation Blue Star, and even the generation which was born after 1984, they're also voting right now. So basically, it started on June 1st, and that was the polling date in Punjab also. So, somehow everything is being reconnected. Basically, the military action in the Golden Temple complex, which ultimately, basically, it increased the tensions between the state and the Congress-led center government then, and then it was followed with 1984's anti-Sikh riots. So even despite a lapse of 40 years, as you said, after that disastrous operation and the riots leaving thousands of Sikhs basically killed across the states, there has been no closure in terms of, even convictions of those who were responsible for those, and they were colluding with the then Congress leaders also. So, under these circumstances, these elections are going to decide the future of Punjab, if which direction the voters are moving, the youth is moving especially, and especially in the wake of the fact that Amritpal, since his arrival in Punjab, he has been posing as, he has been projecting as Bhindranwale 2.0 or something like that. So it gives those alarm signals that, those days are going to come back, as is, being desired, I would say, by BJP-led government in the center, right? That, Punjab is again in those, throes of Khalistan, and they are separatists. This is what is being projected of Sikhs and of Punjab.
And
now,
before we let you go, Jatinder, I just want to quickly get your view on, because we are also getting some interesting leads from other states, but I want to just get your view on the fact that in Punjab, as we were talking about earlier, these four parties are contesting separately for the first time. But there is a sense among the voters in Punjab that there is a sense of confusion. So why do you think this confusion is there among the voters?
Confused, but more than confused, they are also disillusioned. And they're so desperate for a change, So if we just start with the Congress, for a long time, it was being, synonymous with being anti-Sikhs, right? Starting with Operation Blue Star, then the anti-Sikh violence, and a lot of extrajudicial killings in Punjab during militancy. But then, people did give them a chance earlier also twice. And in 2017, it was a landslide victory for Captain Amrinder. They came back with the promise of, making this state free of drugs. So people, invested their faith in them, they selected, and, especially even despite the fact that Congress was basically instrumental in, I would say, supporting the previous farmers' protest. But despite that, people got, big time disillusioned with them. Similarly, in case of Akalis, they were disillusioned because of Ram Rahim, his acquittal, his pardon from Akal Takht, and the drugs, and a lot of other issues, like no development in the state. So then, for the first time, in a state that had witnessed basically the fight between only two parties. It used to be like alternate kinds, Akalis and Congress. State for the first time they gave, chance to AAP, I would say. And they won with a heavy margin of 92 seats out of 117 seats. But just imagine, the quick, basically the downslide, or, people got disillusioned with them within, I would say, like an year or two since they've come into power. It was barely 2 months, In June, there were these bypolls, because one of the seats was vacated by the sitting chief minister, who was an MP from Sangrur. And imagine Simranjit Singh Maan, who is again a very pro-Khalistani leader, and a supporter of Amritpal also. He had lost assembly elections this time, but he won that seat just barely 2 months, once the party came into power. And then once again, the government has been plagued by, a lot of controversies, the sexual misconducts and the corruption charges of their MLAs, the politicians and the ministers. To the extent, they had to field like so many MLAs for these elections as if they couldn't find a befitting candidate.
All right. So, Jatinder, I just want to pause you there because we're getting some interesting trends that are coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where Prime Minister Modi seems to be trailing behind Congress's Ajay Rai. These are according to trends that are coming from the Election Commission of India. These are interesting trends. Varanasi, of course, Modi is the biggest candidate and the star candidate over there, and Ajay Rai has contested in the past as well in 2019, 2014. This time, at this hour at least, he's leading. Venu, you want to come in on this interesting development in the early hours?
Yeah, in the sense, you could argue that BJP should be psychologically shattered at this moment, although they might be sure that Mr. Modi will, I mean, their claim is that he'll win by even bigger margin than last time. And let's see what happens, but this should be giving them some ABGBs, of course. Yeah.
So this is only the first round as far as the Election Commission data on Varanasi is concerned. But I think equally significant is what we are seeing in Rajasthan and Haryana. In Rajasthan, the India bloc is is ahead of the BJP. BJP is leading in 11 or 12 seats, whereas the India Alliance is actually leading on far greater seats. The CPM is leading, the Jat party, that Beniwal's party is leading, the tribal party is leading, and the Congress is leading in 10 or 11 seats, which is very significant. In Haryana, it seems to be a one-way traffic for the India Alliance. This is completely in contrast to what the exit polls were telling us. And if these numbers hold, these are early numbers, I presume, but if these numbers hold, then the results are going to be very different from what we have been, told over the last 2 days.
Let's just look at the numbers that are stacked up at this moment. The NDA leading with 205 and the India Alliance on 135 in fact at this moment. And Sanjay, how do you see the developments really that are coming in Haryana? The exit polls, as Sushant was just mentioning, predicted that the BJP would maintain its lead from 2019, but as early trends are showing that the India Alliance is doing well over there. We know that the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party, they're all fighting together. Impact of the farmers' protests in Haryana, or how do you see these factors?
Well, Haryana had a non-Haryanvi as Chief Minister for 9 years. That a lot of the Haryana voters didn't like that. In addition, the farmers' protest, and basically after a certain time, anti-incumbency has to set in. So today, despite what all the exit polls are showing, one thing is clear, that it is not a walkover for the BJP. We are seeing a revival of the opposition. How far does it go? Is it sufficient? We don't know yet. But it is not one way.
Just to see the numbers, since you're just sorry to pause you, but just to see the numbers at this point, the BJP is trailing on 3, the Congress is ahead in 5. This is leads that are coming in. So just to add to what you were saying,
but look at the vote share.
Yeah.
Look at the vote share. 54% for the Congress.
Yes.
Now that is totally contrary to what the opinion polls, the exit polls told us.
Yeah.
So there is something now. I mean, the exit polls have a lot to explain now.
But the exit polls have been known to be wrong. They have been known to be right also. So let's not put too much in store.
Actually, Sarasi, let's look at the bigger picture. All the journalists who went to on the ground, in especially north and western India, they came back with a very definitive impression, talking to people, that they were varying degrees of anti-incumbency in all these states. That's Haryana, right. Maharashtra. I was in Maharashtra. There is so much anger that it was difficult to miss it. You could actually cut it through a knife, So the exit polls, of course, did not reflect any of those, and it by and large.
Just to pause you for a moment, we are getting in information that Smriti Irani is trailing in Uttar Pradesh's Amethi at the moment. That's on your screen.
So on Uttar Pradesh particularly, I would like to add that in at least 32 seats where the margins last time were thinner, there is a fight.
So, Shravasti, Election Commission data shows that Samajwadi Party alone is leading on 33 seats.
That's right.
In
So,
UP.
that's right. So right now, as the leads,
it's a
huge lead because let's just tell our viewers the fact that the Uttar Pradesh is a huge part of the election results because 80 seats is the largest, most populous state in India. 80 seats up for grabs. The BJP won 62 in 2019, and this time they had made claims that they would win over 70 seats.
70 seats, yeah.
Yeah, but that's at the moment. These are early.
Even
leads.
exit polls were saying some suggested 70 seats.
So, Shravasti, if I may add, if you look at early trends in Rajasthan, if you look at early trends in Haryana, if you look at early trends in Uttar Pradesh, what you are seeing are massive losses for the BJP itself. Yeah. Forget the National Democratic Alliance. And this is going to have a significant impact if these numbers continue going forward. We are going to see a very different kind of parliament. We are going to see a very different kind of result.
Also,
this is extremely significant. We should not miss the significance of what we are seeing in these early trends.
Just to add to what we were discussing earlier, because Uttar Pradesh is so important in the elections, because I also travelled to Uttar Pradesh quite a few times in this election, the sense that I got from the people is that across the board, whether they are supporters of Modi or not, whether they are voting for cycle, whether they are voting for Modi, one concern was at the top of everyone's mind, which was unemployment. And that was the biggest concern across caste groups, across social classes, as well as parties. So with these numbers, where the Samajwadi Party is leading on 33 seats at the moment, the BJP is trailing on 28, Congress has 7. So if we put the 40. SP and the Congress together, so that the leads are at 40 at the moment. Yeah. So do you see that really reflected?
I'll tell you, I'll give you another indicative thing. Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav tried to address 2-3 meetings there, Fulpur, and there was a stampede. They could not address a meeting because of the surging crowd. So now the point is, now you could argue that crowds don't convert to votes, but then the exit polls seem to show that the complete other extreme, saying that all those who attended those meetings went back and voted BJP. So that was also not true. So the truth lies somewhere in the middle.
But Venu, the crowds in Samajwadi Party rallies are unruly, particularly in Eastern UP. They have a track record of that. Shravasti, what is significant is what we are seeing on the screen in the numbers.
Some changes right now.
No, so the decline in BSP numbers. Yeah. The BSP numbers just being at 9%. Those votes clearly seem to have moved significantly towards the Samajwadi Party Congress alliance. The Congress is actually leading, Congress and Samajwadis are leading in vote share. The numbers, the BSP's decline is significant because BSP was seen as a big vote cutter from the opposition alliance. That points to something there.
Sanjay, you want to come in on this? The fact that, of course, numbers are changing at this point. The BJP is on 32. If we add the RLD, which is also in alliance with the BJP, 33 roundabout, and the Samajwadi Party and the Congress together leading on 38. Do you see the fact that unemployment, inflation reflecting in these numbers, or the fact that the opposition managed to put its act together, at least in UP, to put up a united front?
You see, there's one more significance. If the BJP and the RLD together are just short of 40, that means they have lost 30 from the 70 that they claimed. Now, a difference of 30 seats actually makes a difference of 60 in the final tally, because 30 that they've lost and 30 that the other side has gained. It took one state in 2004, Andhra Pradesh, to shift from the TDP to the Congress to make that difference in 2004. So each seat that the BJP loses directly to the India Alliance makes a difference of 2, and that is where the real numbers are.
And the fact is also that the opposition was buoyed in the sense by the concerns that the people were already facing. It was not so much, at least from my reporting experience, it was not so much the opposition articulating people's concerns, but the fact that the people already had these concerns and the opposition happened to be talking about it at that time. So it's a definite wave of anti-incumbency also in the fact that many of the villages that I visited in UP, Agniveer scheme was a major talking point. Because these are Sainiko ki villages where people have been going to the armed forces for many years. They train from when they are young. So Sushant, I want to get you in on this. How do you see the Agniveer scheme really impacting these elections? Because a lot of youth who are dependent on the armed forces for jobs, employment, and even in their old age, right? Because they get pensions, etc. So do you see that reflecting in the numbers in UP at least?
Yeah, definitely. In UP, Haryana, parts of Punjab, parts of Himachal, parts of Rajasthan, parts of Uttarakhand. These are the prime recruiting areas, and a job in the army for rural youth is supposed to be the prime thing. It's the most important thing. The Wire did a whole series of stories. Ashutosh Bharadwaj did those whole series of stories. There are other stories which have come in that people have become completely disillusioned. What Agniveer should be seen as is a microcosm of the unemployment challenge that India faces. Because there's massive unemployment, Agniveer, or a job in the army with pension, with 20 years of service, 15 years of service, provides a certain stability, social status, economic standing. As they say in UP, if you get a private job, you can look after yourself. If you get a job, a sarkari job or a job in the army, you can look after your extended family. Your extended family will improve. And this is a microcosm of the challenge, of the unemployment challenge that India is facing. But Shravasti, what we are seeing in terms of numbers from the Election Commission, we are seeing momentous changes at this point. The BJP is actually trailing in Uttar Pradesh. The BJP is trailing in other states. We are seeing very significant changes at this hour in terms of where the numbers are going. These numbers are totally contrary to the kind of narrative that had been painted. It is more in tune with what reporters like you, what reporters from the Caravan, the Scroll, from Newslaundry, News Minute had projected.
Yeah.
And it's unlike what the television channels and other corporate media had been trying to drill down our throats. It's very, very different from
also
that.
here, I'd like to just add here, Yogendra Yadav had done UP very exhaustively, Western UP, then he traveled to Eastern UP, and he was on wires at every stage. And what he said was that there were a lot of switches from BJP to the opposition, which was not reflecting the exit poll. Subsequently, our reporters, Wire, Seema Chishti went, Arfa Khanum, they went to the last phase, and they also came back with the same impression. So I was stunned that after seeing the exit poll, that how come so many people could be wrong, So.
But let's just take a look at the numbers that we are getting at the moment. These are overall numbers of the NDA and the India Alliance. The NDA at 240 leading, and the India Alliance leading on 141 in terms of party-wise leads. That's on your screen as well at the moment. The BJP leading on 194, the Congress on 76, the Samajwadi Party on 30, and the RLD on 2. But since we're talking about major states in terms of large number of seats that could change the course of the elections, let's also get in Maharashtra over here, because Maharashtra has 48 seats up for grabs.
Second largest.
And second largest, and very interesting. If we see the trends that are the leads that are coming in, we'll have that on the screen also in just a moment. The BJP is leading on 11. The Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction is on 5, while the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde is on 10. The NCP Sharad Pawar is 3, and the NCP Ajit Pawar is 0, not yet to open their account. Congress 3 and the others 2. So if we put it together in a sense, the BJP and the that is the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi, the BJP NDA Alliance and the India Alliance are quite neck and neck. If we look at what's the leads at the moment, we are getting in Tabassum. She's from the Scroll, and she's tracked Maharashtra very closely over the course of these elections. And let's just get through to Tabassum. And while we wait for her, let's just tell you what happened in Maharashtra ahead of these elections. Traditional parties in Maharashtra, where people have had their loyal support bases, these parties, the Shiv Sena and the NCP, have split. There are two factions. Symbols contributed to a certain extent to some confusion, but not so much, because people are quite aware of the symbols that they want to vote for. Tabassum, thank you so much for joining us. The trends at the moment, it seems that it's very neck and neck in Maharashtra. How do you see these numbers?
So the latest trends which are coming in is showing that MV is actually getting a lead over Mahayuti. They've crossed the 20 mark, and Mahayuti is now trailing a little behind. If you look specifically at the Lok Sabha constituencies where there is a direct contest between Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena, which is Eknath Shinde's Sena versus Uddhav Thackeray's Sena, and if you look at Ajit Pawar's NCP and Sharad Pawar's NCP, we are actually finding in both all the 15 seats that are there is Mahavikas Aghadi, which is leading right now. We've only had the first and the second round, so it is still very early to finalize these trends. But at least in the 13 seats that there's a Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena contest, I'm seeing that in Hatkandale, Shirdi, Nashik, Mawal, Aurangabad, the Mahavikas Aghadi is actually taking a lead. The Eknath Shinde Sena is only taking a lead in areas where they have their home turf, which is mostly Thane, Kalyan, and South Mumbai region. Similarly, for NCP, we see that Shirur and Baramati are the two seats where they are having a direct contest, and in both the seats, Sharad Pawar's NCP faction is leading. Now, this shows 2-3 things. One, that the Modi factor has not really worked to sail both these rebel factions through, at least in the initial trends that we are seeing. Ajit Pawar has not, his faction has not even managed to open a single lead in any of the seats that they are contesting. When I was reporting on ground, I did find this sentiment amongst people that BJP should not have allied with NCP because there is a clear disconnect between the ideologies of both the parties, and BJP kept accusing NCP of corruption, and they finally sort of formed an alliance with them. So a lot of voters said that, we didn't understand why this alliance was required, and although they would want Modi at the center, they didn't really want NCP, a Lok Sabha NCP candidate to be their MP in respective constituencies. So similarly with Eknath Shinde's faction, we found that they made multiple mistakes. They announced their candidates extremely late. This gave them very little time to campaign. There was a lot of quarrel happening on ground. Within Thane, BJP was not happy with the Eknath Shinde faction's candidature, and they didn't really support them on ground. We saw that in Nasik as well, where NCP didn't really support Eknath Shinde's candidate on ground. So there was discontent, and there were weak candidates that Eknath Shinde announced, which I think now are having an impact. We are seeing a definite lead of Uddhav Thackeray faction and Sharad Pawar faction happening in all the 15 seats as of now.
All right, Tabassum, thank you so much for joining us. We just have about 5 minutes left, so I just want to get closing comments on Maharashtra from our guests in the studio. Sanjay, you want to get in on the fact that Maharashtra, in a sense, is a state which has seen voters' traditional party bases being split wide open, and that's kind of reflecting in the numbers that are coming in at this moment.
Let me stick my neck out and make a prediction.
Okay.
That when Maharashtra goes back to the assembly elections, these splits will be undone.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because if these results hold, I expect Shinde to run back to Uddhav Thackeray and the Pawars to reunite.
So the families have been split in a sense in Maharashtra, not just parties. It's a high stakes battle for all these parties. The India Alliance obviously looking to make some gains by showing the fact that they have the traditional heads of these parties with them. But Venu, you've travelled extensively in Maharashtra. How did you see these factors playing on the ground, especially because the BJP and the NDA, which is the Mahayuti, they are trying to tide over all these concerns by projecting Modi's face. That
no, it didn't happen.
So, did you find that?
No, Modi was not a factor there. In fact, I'm willing to say this. We went to Pankaja Munde's constituency, Bihar, where traditionally Gopinath Munde has a lot of Muslim voters also. It's part of the traditional Nizam, area. So, Pankaja Munde's campaign manager was telling us that they didn't want Modi to come there because by then he had made all those Muslim, Hindu-Muslim kind of speeches, and he told us that they will lose some of those Muslim numbers, And we met Chhagan Bhujbal in Nashik. Chhagan Bhujbal said the entire the onion prices had crashed. The government had banned onion exports without thinking about it. The bureaucrats. Chhagan Bhujbal told us that he pleaded with the centre not to ban onion exports. Later they put some minimum export price, which was way higher than even what Pakistan was exporting onions at the price at which they're capturing the market at India's cost. And there was widespread anger on onions. Uddhav Thackeray said there's no opinion poll in Maharashtra, there's only onion poll. Then there was the Maratha agitation. We met Manoj Jarange Patil. He clearly told us that Marathas are en masse voting for the Mahavikas, and the third factor, of course, was average Marathi was very upset at the way BJP had splintered the Maharashtra politics and kind of fragmented it so badly, and there was a sense of humiliation. In fact, I felt that a kind of humiliation that NTR had kind of invoked, back in 19.
So we've just got.
So I feel that in the Maharashtra, the assembly election, BJP will have an existential crisis.
So we've just got a couple of moments. I'll come to you, Sushant, for final closing comments. Maharashtra, in a sense, reflecting all that the BJP has been criticized for, turncoats that that Prime Minister Modi himself has gone to town criticizing in 2014, 2019. He has taken them all back in the party, and they have been given tickets. They have been made star campaigners, whether it's Ashok Chavan or it's even Ajit Pawar, who he had criticized and made a pole position campaign point in earlier elections. These factors, in a sense, do you see the voters reflecting their anger in any way in these factors in the election, or do you think it has been sidelined?
No, definitely. All these factors have come into play, and the prime example is Baramati, where Supriya Sole is leading by a significant margin over Ajit Pawar's wife, which very clearly shows what the real NCP is and what the voters consider to be the real Shiv Sena. But what I will say more significant, Shravasti, is that the BJP is losing numbers significantly across India, and these numbers are being lost across North India. At this hour, this is the biggest story of the hour, that BJP is losing numbers in North India, and these numbers are significant losses. What those losses eventually will emerge out to be, whether it will be 200, 220, 240, we do not know. But the losses are significant, and these losses are across North India.
All right, before we wrap, let's just take a look at the numbers that are coming in at the moment. The NDA leading on 247, the India Alliance on 165. These are trends and leads that are coming in at about 9:54 a.m. And we'll be keeping a close eye on all these developments, key states, star candidates, parties, where things are going and what it means for India in the coming days and years. Thank you so much for joining us at this hour. Thank you to our panelists who joined us in the studio, and our reporters who joined us from across the country, and our viewers who tuned in. Remember, if you want to contribute to our efforts to a non-ad free broadcast, you can click on the description below and contribute to our efforts. My colleagues Manisha and Smita will be joining you in just a few moments. For now, thank you so much for watching.
कि महाराष्ट्र में, पूरे महाराष्ट्र में देखा जाए तो हालात एकदम बराबर नहीं है। कोई शिवसेना का इधर जा रहा है, कोई कांग्रेस का उधर जा रहा है, कोई बीजेपी में जा रहा है। यहाँ ऐसा पोजीशन हो गया है कि कार्यकर्ताओं को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि किसके पीछे खड़ा रहे। ये सबसे बड़ी दुविधा कार्यकर्ताओं और मतदाताओं की है।
शिवसेना टूटा है, शरद पवार का, राष्ट्रवादी और उद्धव ठाकरे का। एक आम वोटर के तौर पर किस तरह से देखते हैं, क्योंकि इलाका जो है वो ग्रामीण इलाका आता है ना,
ये बाकी गए ना वो कुछ काम के नहीं। अभी बाकी रहे ना राष्ट्रवादी, उद्धव ठाकरे, शरद पवार, ये एक नंबर आदमी।
अच्छे दिन तो नहीं है, सब बुरे दिन। 10 साल में सब बुरे दिन, अच्छे दिन कुछ भी नहीं, एक दिन भी अच्छा नहीं गया।
अरे जी, माहौल के हिसाब से तो पूरा राजकारण का तो खिचड़ी हो गया है। अभी फिलहाल जो हमारे कांग्रेस के जो अशोक राव चौहान जी थे वो भी बीजेपी में आ गए हैं, तो यहाँ पे अभी बीजेपी का तो ऐसा माहौल जो पूरा टोटल एक खिचड़ी बन गई है।
10 साल में अच्छे दिन नहीं आ गए, बुरे दिन आ गए, क्योंकि जो शेतकरी है उनके माल को भाव नहीं मिला अभी तक। और जो वो बोले थे मोदी जी की रोजगार देंगे युवकों को, उन्होंने रोजगार भी नहीं दिया।
तो 40 लोग थे एमएलए, वो तो छोड़ के चले गए, उनके बारे में क्या कहना है आपका?
वो गद्दार है, उनके बारे में बोल के हम उनको इस इलेक्शन में उनको उनकी जगह पब्लिक जरूर बताएंगी, हुकुमशाही हटाएंगी पब्लिक, पक्ष तोड़े पक्ष, ये कोई आम सैनिक भूल नहीं सकता।
बहुत बुरे दिन गए 10 साल में, एक भी ऐसा अच्छा दिन नहीं गया। महंगाई हर तरफ बढ़ा दिया, गैस के भाव बढ़ा दिया, पहले गैस मंगा लिया, सब गैस के रेट बढ़ा दिया, पेट्रोल के भाव बढ़ गए, सब हर चीज़ में महंगाई बढ़ गई।
ये सप्रेशन जो है ये प्रॉब्लमेटिक है। अगर आप पीसफुल डायलॉग करेंगे तो सब सॉल्यूशन।
पर मुझे एक चीज़ यहाँ पर मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ, आप कह रहे हैं कि ये पीसफुल होता है, एक तो ये कि जो अजनाला की घटना है उसमें किस तरह का पीस दिखा हमें।
आप एक यूनिफाइड आइडेंटिटी क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं जिसके नीचे दूसरी आइडेंटिटी सप्रेस होती है। मैं अगर खुद को इंडियन कहूंगा तो मुझे पूछेगा आपकी इंडियन लैंग्वेज कौन सी है?
आप यूनिफाइड आइडेंटिटी से आपका क्या वो
नहीं, यूनिफाइड आइडेंटिटी होता है कि जब देखें आप
पर ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा, देश तो संविधान के हिसाब से चल रहा है।
बैंक्स में जाते हैं, प्राइवेट अदारे हो या गवर्नमेंट अदारे हो, वहां पे ये लिखना हिंदी में काम करना आसान है। व्हाई इट इज नेसेसिटी?
मैं बता रहा हूँ जब इस देश का एक संविधान है जिसमें कहा गया है कि ये कुछ कायदे कानूनों से ये देश चलेगा, उन कायदे कानूनों में एक सबको मिला के सबको साथ लेकर चलने की का एक फार्मूला ये रहा कि इस देश में बहुत सारी भाषाएं बोली जाती हैं, तो एक भाषा क्या होगी जो कि एक कम्युनिकेशन ब्रिज का काम करे, एक भाषा क्या होगी जो इंटरनेशनल ब्रिज का काम करे, और एक भाषा क्या होगी जो अपनी मदर टंग है, जो आपकी यहाँ पंजाबी है, वहां पर तमिल है, कहीं मलयालम है, कहीं कन्नड़ है, कहीं कुछ है। तो 3 भाषा का फार्मूला है, इसलिए
नहीं, ये भाषा का फार्मूला फेल हुआ है, ये फेल हुआ सब जगह।
वो अलग बात है। हमारे यहाँ 10 साल एक सिख प्रधानमंत्री रहे।
नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वो टोकन की तरह यूज किए जाते हैं।
टोकन की तरह नहीं भाई, आप ऐसे थोड़े नहीं कह सकते एक 10 साल देश के प्रधानमंत्री टोकन हो गया। ये जो मैं कह रहा हूँ, ये एक सत्ता है जो कि एक सर्टेन काइंड ऑफ आइडियोलॉजी में बिलीव करती है।
नहीं, उससे पहले हिंदू राष्ट्र की बात नहीं हुई कभी।
उससे नहीं, हिंदू राष्ट्र की बात हुई, लेकिन उन लोगों को कौन पूछता है? उनके वक्त क्या है?
नहीं, ये बात नहीं होती, बात नहीं होती। 2 लोग बात कर रहे हैं, मैं इनइक्वालिटी की बात करता हूँ, मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ वो कह रहे हैं तो हमें कहना है। इस खालिस्तान जो है,
देखिए अगर आप हिंदू राष्ट्र वालों का तर्क देंगे तो फिर आपके ऊपर ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल खड़ा हो जाएगा कि
आप इसको अगर मिसकोट करना चाहें तो वो कर सकते हैं।
We are in Holenarsipura, a small town that has become famous because it is the birthplace of former Prime Minister H.D. Deve Gowda. Today, however, this small town has become infamous because of the allegations against Prajwal Revanna, Deve Gowda's grandson. Prajwal has been accused of sexually abusing many women in his home district, Hassan.
While some do acknowledge that Prajwal Revanna's videos are being circulated, they are hesitant to talk to us. We did manage to speak to a few residents.
ಆಯ್ತದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅವ್ರಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರಂಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ.
ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್?
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಚೆಯಿಂದಲೂ 20 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಭಯ ಪಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಮಗೂ ಭಯ, ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಸುದ್ದಿಗೂ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
There's a great deal of respect for Deve Gowda, but there's now also a sense of disappointment that his name has been tarnished.
ಬಟ್ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲೀಸ್ ಗುಡ್, ಬಟ್ ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಳ ಅನಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಜಾರು ಆಗಿರೋಂಥದ್ದು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
Why do people fear speaking about Revanna and his family so much?
ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರ ಸಂದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಚಾರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಬಾಗಿಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ನಾನಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ನಾನ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾರು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ ಇವನು ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಂದವನಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಹಿಂಬಾಲಕರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬರೋಂಥ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಬಟ್ ಒಂದೇನು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಪವರ್ನ ಇದಾದರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಮತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿನೇ ಒಂಥರ ಫ್ಯೂಡಲ್ ಮೆಂಟಾಲಿಟಿ, ಚಳುವಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹೋಲ್ಡಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಬೇಕು.
There appears to be more focus on the videos than the women themselves. Many are now blaming the women, which the activists say is missing the point.
ಏನ್ ನಡೀತು, ನಿಜನ ಸುಳ್ಳ, ಯಾಕಾಯ್ತು, ಏನು ಕೇಳೋದ್ ಬೇಡ. ಒಂದೇ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ತಪ್ಪೇನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೊಳಗಡೆ, ನೀವು ಬಲಿಪಶುಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದೇನೋ ನೀವು ಬಲಿಪಶುಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಒಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪ್ರಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ, ಆ ಪ್ರಭಾವವನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಈ ರೀತಿ ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ.
Hello and welcome. It's 10 a.m. You're watching Elections Online. The Scroll, Caravan, Newslaundry, the News Minute, and The Wire have come together. This is a compact for public interest journalism. Indulge me for a second here. As someone who's spent much of her 22 years in journalism in broadcast, I can tell you election counting day requires lots of funds, lots of resources, and the television channels you're watching possibly this or were watching this morning, of course, have a lot of it to deploy. We, on the other hand, here, as I said, are trying to do journalism in public interest. We have no sponsors. What you're watching is ad-free. And therefore, if you like what we do, if you like credible journalism, I would urge you to contribute to us. The link for contribution is in the description box below. It's also up on your screens. So yes, let's get started. Numbers are coming in, I wouldn't say thick and fast, because it's perhaps the second round of counting for many of the booths, particularly the larger constituencies. But with me here in the studio, Seema Chishti, editor of The Wire, Dhanya Rajendran, editor-in-chief of the News Minute, Shoaib Danial, my colleague from Scroll, he's our political editor, and this, of course, is right opposite me is a popular face from the News Minute. She is the managing
Newslaundry.
From Newslaundry. You're in a tie-up now, so that's quite all right. Newslaundry.
We'll take her.
You can take her. Manisha, of course, needs no introduction. Manisha Pandey, managing editor of Newslaundry. Manisha, you are the one with the numbers right now.
Yes.
With all the usual caveats that apply for numbers at 10 a.m., can you tell us what we're looking at?
So yeah, like you said, this is just the second round. We still have quite a few rounds to go. So everything that's coming in is still early leads. But I think one state that's pretty exciting right now to watch is Uttar Pradesh. Bharatiya Janata Party is leading in 39 seats. You have Samajwadi Party leading in 29 seats and Indian National Congress at 7 seats. So it's a pretty tight contest right now. And if we look at the national picture, can we have the national all India numbers up? Bharatiya Janata Party is leading in 216 seats. The Indian National Congress is leading in 78 seats. The NDA is at 269 seats. These are just leads, I must repeat again, yeah. And the India is at 178 seats. So it's still pretty close,
right,
and a little divergent from what the final exit poll numbers were at least.
Right, so not quite the rout yet.
Yeah,
if the exit poll numbers what we believe, but because it appears UP is the big story right now. Seema has travelled through the state, particularly in the Purvanchal area of the state. Seema, I know you've been very closely tracking the numbers and some key constituencies as well. I'll not ask you to comment on that just yet, but broadly, without the benefit of granular data, disaggregated data, what can you tell us from what you're looking at right now at 10 a.m.?
The snapshot from UP, from the mood, the social mood, from comments, from random stuff that people speak there, and from the trends, it's clear that the big dominance of BJP, it was clearly the big halogen lamp over UP, shining, powering its India project, that is at risk. So from in journalistic parlance, all the battleground states we were looking at, 5 states, never really included UP initially. True. It's now firmly entered into the battleground square on the chessboard.
Right. Shoaib, you also, I mean, although you didn't travel as much in Uttar Pradesh, but it is a state you closely track. And are you surprised by what you're seeing?
I'm very surprised. I think since Mughal times, to read India, you need to capture Uttar Pradesh. Right. That's the heartland of South Asia, India, while eating machli. And that's what the BJP's dominance is built on. The BJP really was not a plain Uttar Pradesh in 2014 in a major way. And Mr. Modi's great achievement, along with his lieutenant Amit Shah, was to make UP into a BJP stronghold, which it never was actually.
The dominant pole.
Dominant pole. Even at the height of the Ram Janma movement, it was never as dominant as it is under Modi. And if initial trends show that this dominance is not maintained, then it's going to be a rather interesting day.
It's going to be quite interesting. And in fact, Narendra Modi is leading in Varanasi. No surprises about that. But I think, Smita, there's just one thing. It's just the round 2. These are large constituencies. And the margins with which BJP won the last time were quite phenomenal.
Correct.
So right now, it could still be a very close contest. Although Samajwadi Party is leading in 29 seats. But 2 things to watch out for. I went to Lucknow, Amethi, Bareilly and Ghazipur and Varanasi. And I know that this isn't popular, kind of, people say, okay, unemployment to azadi se hamesha hi rahi hai, it's never really an issue. Every election unemployment is an issue. But I really think that this was one thing that everyone was talking about on the ground. Even BJP supporters who say हम भाजपा को support करते हैं, but बच्चों के को देख के when they have exam leaks, paper leaks, बच्चों के लिए party सही नहीं रही है. So even there was a sort of a conflict that okay, they've done this, but this party hasn't been really great when we look at our kids who've lost 1 year, who have been preparing for exams. So I'd really be looking closely at that, what impact that's finally had. want to add?
You're very true. And I want to just draw in on a contrast of campaigns that one saw. For example, in Gorakhpur, where Adityanath, the Chief Minister, is speaking in terms of Dharohar, future. Remember, you're the generation that willed the Ram Mandir. Because of you, we could build the Ram Mandir through your vote. Clear linkages with the EC could not see. The other contrast of people and say Kajal Nishad, she may lose, but the campaign was very clearly articulated by her. You are the Abhibhavak, you're the guardians and parents of these children. What are they doing to your kids' futures? 10 years is a long time with a young demographic. That's somebody who's 23 is now 33. The most productive, best years of their lives gone looking for a job. So what are you doing for the future? So almost saw a contest between two different, wildly different articulations of the future.
Right. Yeah. I want to come to the smaller parties that the BJP stitched up alliances with and how the India alliance looked as well. But I want to bring in Nilanjan Sarkar of the Center for Policy Research, Senior Fellow. Professor Sarkar, if you're with us, I don't know whether you're keeping up to date with the numbers, but for the moment UP doesn't appear to be one-way traffic. In fact, it appears that the Samajwadi Party and the Congress to some extent is not doing as bad as, since we are sort of looking at the exit polls that came 2 days ago, I'd say not doing as bad as the exit polls said. I know you traveled Uttar Pradesh. You wrote about the fact that Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai was perhaps one catchphrase that caught on in Uttar Pradesh and in Bihar to some extent. Again, the same question that I asked Seema. We don't have disaggregated data, but purely on the basis of what you're looking at and how you know the campaign played out, how do you analyze what we're seeing?
You're asking me, right?
Yes, Professor Sarkar.
Yes. So, the places that I traveled most heavily in UP this time were Western UP and the area around Lucknow, right? And if you look at the map, early results in ECI, that's precisely where you're seeing the Congress and the Samajwadi Party really coming in and winning seats, right? I think that the Constitution, a certain kind of concern about dictatorship, genuinely was something that was felt on the ground. I think the other thing that happened is that we were all under the imagination that media control, except for all of you, was somewhat complete in terms of reaching the population. But what we found when you went to the ground is that people have found ways of accessing other sources of information. It might be on YouTube, it might be, all of you, it might be on WhatsApp. And so as concerns were rising in the electorate about dictatorship, about unemployment, about all of these things, you really sort of picked up that there was a certain frustration with the way that things are going, right? That something was, things are not all right. The way that this manifests itself on the ground, you hear something different in Western UP. Sometimes people say inflation. Sometimes people will say constitution. Sometimes people say becomes local factors, local issues, community level issues. The ability of Modi to craft a national narrative, to make it all about Modi, to make it all about a single national issue upon which votes would take place all across UP, simply fell apart, right? Something we didn't see. Maybe, things will turn around for the BJP, there's still a lot of counting left.
Yeah.
But the idea that it became a much more local election and that it wasn't some sort of overarching national issue. The constitution thing you heard in UP, you heard among the Dalit community. If you go to Bengal, you didn't hear the constitution, you heard something else. If you went to Karnataka, you heard something else, right? So the point is that once these kinds of factors started mattering, then the BJP was playing on the back foot.
I think this is really key what Nilanjan is saying, that this is the first election where Mr. Modi is played, where there is no overarching national theme, which is always bad for the BJP. We've seen the BJP struggles when it comes to state elections vis-a-vis national elections. BJP is a national player. It focuses best when there is one message, Achhe Din, Balakot, and so on and so forth.
Right.
Disaggregated national election, it will still do well because the BJP obviously is a major player, but it's now playing, it's like Saurav Ganguly in Australia. It's not really very comfortable. It can still maybe make a century once here and there, but it's not playing on home ground.
Yeah. We went 7 minutes without a cricket analogy.
I can't underscore enough what Nilanjan said about the media. Irrespective of the results, I think the credibility of mainstream media is at such an all-time low. And I'll talk about BJP supporters. Like when you meet BJP supporters, if they are saying that look, Modi ने ये काम अच्छा किया, but वाहवाही से नहीं चलेगा. Media तो बस उन्हीं का दिखा रहा है. ये भी तो पूछो. So this sense that okay, this sense that, okay, we want a variety, we need our issues addressed. It's really strong among people, and especially among young people. And like I said, if BJP supporters are saying that they're fed up of seeing one man being praised day and night on television news, then there's something that's shifting.
May I offer that your program News Sense has something to do with it? If you live under a rock, you've perhaps not seen Manisha do the program.
Channels.
Them too. Yeah, she's No, the satire of news television in India. It's possibly the best program on YouTube.
Facebook pages.
People will talk about some Ayodhya Times or something very hyper-local that they're tuning into to get news.
No, I also want to make a point that even when the exit polls were announced, right, when the exit polls showed that the BJP will win by a huge margin, the NDA, I thought the anchors were celebrating more than the BJP itself. It was like, where were your, I saw one anchor saying, where were your concerns about the constitution, about unemployment? We are not talking for
correct
political parties. Whatever concerns come to elections are about the people, right?
Yeah, true. Yes.
You know, this thing that local issues, so as if the BJP is some grand godlike player which does national, and all those who do local are just municipality. The fact that local issues are in play, and we saw 542 elections. I don't say 543 because Surat was not allowed to vote. They were not allowed to exercise their franchise.
There's been that one vote with the BJP since the morning. I got confused in the beginning.
At the hotel this morning, there's a gentleman who came in for breakfast and he said, "Kaise ho gaya?"
That's Dalal wins BJP's first seat.
Right.
No, but what I want to say is that if there are 542 elections, that's a repudiation of the BJP's attempt to make it all about one person, one theme, one story. So we should be very careful when we say local issues. It's not as if some Kharanja, some Pulia is important. It's local because that's what the essence of representative politics is, which Mr. Modi and his party are trying to destroy by divinifying things and making themselves above reproach and accountability.
It's not luck, it's a considered pulling back by the electorate.
By the electorate of bring it to me.
I mean, it's on the screen, so I don't need to sort of state the office even. So this is what we're getting. These are numbers from the Election Commission of India. NDA at 267 and India at 182. These are leads. Again, the same thing, just round 2 or round 3 of counting possibly. In bigger constituencies, it takes longer. Smaller constituencies, it doesn't take as much. We'll try and pull up some of the big name candidates who are leading or trailing, even as Manisha makes the point she is now.
No, so exactly, Smriti Irani from Amethi is trailing by 13,000 votes. Early leads, that all the caveats apply, guys. Till 12, it applies. And Karan Bhushan Singh is leading by 10,000 votes in Kaisarganj. Amethi is interesting because remember that there was a lot of furor around Congress's delay in choosing someone for fighting from there. There was this question of the party not being able to decide. So Smriti is...
Can we put up that graphic of Smriti Irani? Even as I ask...
Can also read out a few leads. Shashi Tharoor is leading from Thiruvananthapuram by a very slender margin of 2,000 votes. Rahul Gandhi is leading in Wayanad, no surprises there, by 57,000 votes. Now, me and Manisha had been to the constituency. There was no doubt about his victory, and that too. The only doubt was the margin would come down. KK Shailja teacher is trailing in Vadagara by 12,000 votes, and which means
LDF is expected to win that.
Shafi Parambil of Congress is leading. Yes, exit polls in Kerala did give it to Shailja teacher. There's of course this whole theory that the CPIM leadership in Kerala does not want KK Shailja around, which is one of the reasons why they have shifted her to Delhi. But it seems like if this trend goes on, KK Shailja is very much...
They won't have their way clearly.
Yes, exactly.
KK Shailja, for viewers may remember, was a fairly popular figure during COVID because she was the health minister of Kerala, and she was credited all around for the kind of work that her ministry managed to pull off in the state. As the other Malayali on this table, tell us about the...
Suresh Gobi, the NDA seat. So, I think 3 seats were given to NDA by exit polls, but as of now, Suresh Gobi is leading from the Thrissur seat. An actor, a turned politician. But remember, Thrissur, if it's a city which is getting counted, it can change, but his lead is also quite a bit. It's around 15,000. I'll quickly go through Karnataka leads. BJP 19, Indian National Congress in 6, and JDS in 3. Now, the 19 of the BJP includes Manjunath, the son-in-law of H.D. Devegowda, because he contested from Bengaluru Rural under the BJP symbol. So, Bengaluru Rural, which is D.K. Suresh's seat, now BJP is leading. JDS is leading in all the 3 seats, Mandya, Hassan, Kolar, which is Prajwal Revanna included.
Does it surprise you,
DK Suresh is DK Shivakumar's brother.
Yes, it does.
And DK Suresh is DK Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister's brother.
Yes.
And it was expected that...
He was the only one who won last time, but he is trailing now. And finally, the numbers from Tamil Nadu mostly is expected. The only lead for NDA is from Dharmapuri, where Soumya Anbumani's Ramadas's wife, Ramadas's daughter-in-law, is contesting. That's the only
PMK.
lead. but they are part of the NDA alliance. No leads for the BJP as of now.
Right, and Coimbatore purely out of national public interest because Mr.
There's no
Annamalai
national public interest. It was a national media creation. I feel. I mean, Annamalai is definitely a leader who brought attention to the BJP in Tamil Nadu.
Right.
There's no taking that away from him.
Right.
Whatever means he applied for that, those are questionable, of course. But the point is, if the vote share goes up for the BJP in Tamil Nadu, there is a lot of credit to be given to Annamalai. But having said that, Coimbatore was an exaggerated story by the national media.
But what's the trends in Coimbatore right now?
He is trailing now. DMK is leading.
Is it a slim margin or?
No, but the AIDMK I think is second there, which is
which is what most reporters seem to say, that Mr. Annamalai will be third.
Yes.
Possibly in Coimbatore.
So on Coimbatore, we must remember that it's a BJP seat. It was held by the BJP as late as the 90s. So, so Tamil Nadu is not like Kerala. So the BJP has held seats. The Hindu Munnani, the RSS, the powerful idea that the RSS brings to this country and to everywhere it goes, has a sway in Tamil Nadu. We must acknowledge that for what Coimbatore is. It saw the bomb blasts, which powered the whole, Advani went there and lots of things happened there. So Coimbatore is special. So, he's building his Hindutva OBC on that bomb blast communalism base, which we must not forget.
So again, interesting, Chandrasekhar Azad leading by a fairly large, may I say,
38,000.
May I say, margin at the moment.
Right, he's shushing
this
us.
It gives you a sense of the size of the constituency. If this is the second round of counting of the least 28,000, that's quite a bit. Dhanya, I want to come back. Karnataka is the only large party, large state, I beg your pardon, in which the Congress has a government. They won the state elections in December 2023. So, am I right? This is December,
yes.
May 2023.
May 2023.
Yes. So they're still in the honeymoon period, if one may. But of course, BJP, Karnataka is also one state where the BJP in Lok Sabha elections in particular since 96 has consistently increased its vote share and its seats. I think 18, 17, 19, it's gone like that, right? From 2004 onwards.
And last year they won around 25. But the point is in Karnataka, I feel people, like in most states, they differentiate state election to national election, right? And I'm actually finding the numbers quite surprising. They are giving leads for the BJP in 6 seats. I was thinking that it could be around 9 to 12 for the, for the Congress. For the Congress, I was thinking it will be around 9 to 12 for the Congress, simply because of the fact that there will be some hangover from the election, and the Congress has not been mired in in a lot of controversies. Normally that's what happens, right? Congress comes to power, there'll be so many controversies, and then people are just disenchanted very fast. The Congress was banking on the welfare schemes, which is the free bus passes for women, the cash transfer for women. But I also feel that people may think that what we felt is that, see, Siddaramaiah, we have given the vote for him, for which he is giving us the welfare measure, right? The next vote, what are you going to give me?
Correct.
So that sort of sentiment is also there. Let's see if these numbers change.
So this transactional nature of elections is something I want to talk about with respect to West Bengal and Odisha as well, particularly with respect to West Bengal. And I want to bring in Professor Sarkar, who's been patiently listening to us. Professor Sarkar, you, unlike us, who are sort of involved seat by seat, have a sort of, you've sat back and looked at the bigger picture. You've heard what your co-panelists here have been talking about as well. The overall tally, if we may bring that up, is not quite a rout for India, as exit polls seem to be suggesting. In fact, what reporters have been bringing forward through their stories across publications seems to be more the real picture, at least as of now, that there is a fight. The India Alliance is able to put up a fight. It's leading in 192 constituencies as of now, as opposed to the 266 of the NDA. How do you look at this, Professor Sarkar, and any state in particular that you were perhaps surprised by or not quite?
So look, the story here, I think we're talking about UP and Rajasthan. We, I think, always knew, for those of us who visited, that what we're seeing today, that was a possibility. Where the exit polls surprised us was, these sort of astronomical numbers in vernacular states, like 25 to 30 seats in West Bengal for BJP. Big victory in Karnataka. By the Karnataka on ECI is already up to 8 seats, and in the last round, the Congress is down by 1 vote in 1 seat. So I think that is also starting to turn. So, what the early results are showing is that at a minimum, the exit polls and whatever the ebullience for the BJP had in the vernacular states, that has completely not shown up in the electorate. And that's consistent with what we had in terms of ground level reports. And for those of us who were collecting data on the side, also what we saw. So it's not clear what the exit pollsters were seeing. But I think the big stories here are, of course, some of the frustrations, which is mainly a northern story, where a lot of us are Delhi-based. So we see UP, we see Rajasthan. A lot of us pick that up.
Right.
But also that despite the real push of the BJP in the vernacular states, in South India, in West Bengal, and so on and so forth, it simply, at least as of right now, is not materialized. That in fact, the inability to speak the correct language, literally, right, in these states is actually really, really handcuffing the BJP.
All right. Thank you, Professor Sirkar. Shoaib, your West Bengal is, if we can bring up the West Bengal numbers, perhaps that will...
TMC leading in 22.
TMC
Bharatiya Janata Party leading in 5, Indian National Congress in 2.
It's a total sweep.
Okay. Shoaib, you're...
So
what does that mean?
One of the, so when I watch the exit polls, one of the constituencies that a major exit poll, who I will not name, but
no, you must name.
You must name.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. Proceeds to not.
They put all the data out.
Well going. That's too independent media.
Access had given
My Access
had given Kolkata Dokhin, Calcutta South, which is also my constituency, to BJP. Now I can give it in writing right now till Mamata Banerjee is alive. That seat will never leave the Trinamool.
Are you sure you want to put your thing on it?
Your life on the line.
I know. So what is the bet? You will shave your hair.
I will have 2 glasses of water. If I lose, that is the sacrifice.
Yes.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I think what Nilanjan also said, that at least in Bengal, from what I saw, see, let's step back. Let's forget the exit poll. The BJP is a major party in West Bengal.
Yes.
It is the opposition party in West Bengal.
Of course.
So beyond a point, it will never do very badly. But to expect a sweep, now we've been seeing this for 2 exit polls now. It was there in 19, it was there in this, where people expected the BJP to do very well, and it did do very well in 20 by its own past. And it will again do pretty well if you consider the strength of the BJP. But at the end of the day, Trinamool is a major party. We cannot forget that. Mamata Banerjee is a major. So one of the, for example, differences, for example, like in many other states, is Mamata is a Modi in West Bengal.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
She has the charisma. She has the thing. So when when Manisha said that BJP supporters to say that बहुत बेरोजगारी है मगर Modi. Trinamool would also say, life is really bad for us, but she's amazing, right? So many people will say that thing. That is one thing. So that is the large breakdown of West Bengal. So I don't see a huge change, honestly, from the assembly election results. The BJP might do slightly better. It might even do slightly worse because it's really got hit on many organizational fronts. What the BJP's main strength in West Bengal is, again, coming to a point, is the media. The media is really anti-Trinamool for a number of reasons. SSC scam, Sandesh Khali, it ran every evening. The Trinamool government was pilloried. But the ground strength it's where the Trinamool has a ground strength. So it's a battle between TV studios versus ground strength. And till now, ground strength in West Bengal is more important than I think any other state. It's a very cadre-based kind of polity. So I think a huge upset would be unlikely, and like I said, I'll have 2 glasses of water if I'm wrong.
Right. Seema, can I just update on the national figures? We have leads coming in for 516 out of 543, in which the BJP is at 224. So it looks, so please note, it's 224 and 516 leads. Congress is at 96 and the SP, the Samajwadi Party, is at 34 and the All India Trinamool Congress is at 23. So that's quite interesting, given that we're also washed by the whole exit poll thing. Please remember these.
Seema, can we get the vote share as well? Because I find that very interesting.
Yes. The vote share is BJP at 39.87%. and the Congress at 27.24%.
That's big, right? Even the CSDS that put out its numbers said...
It's narrow, yeah, it's not that big.
It's not that big,
yes. It's very interesting, so, yes.
The other thing I wanted to, what Dhanya had said is very interesting, is Karnataka is really very interesting. If these results hold, then we're seeing 2 huge trends. We're seeing split ticket vote. So when we say Modi has changed politics, this is a core way in which Modi has changed actual electoral politics. I'm not talking about communalism and so on. That people are making such sharp distinction between an assembly election and a Lok Sabha election which are taking place so close.
But they did that. Odisha did that for Biju for so long. Right. UP did that for SP in the state and Congress in Delhi. So was it like a pretty much with Karnataka as well? So Congress has been in power in the states continuously, but Lok Sabha has been where the BJP has enjoyed an
But there are states like Tamil Nadu and Karnataka which does not do that.
Correct. But I mean,
for me, most of the comparison
very discriminating voter. So Modi had actually demolished this.
So for UP, I would go back to say the Indira Gandhi era, which
is when you had hegemons like.
So I think Modi's in. I mean, if he wins this election, he's certainly bigger than Indira Gandhi.
Correct.
Actually,
I mean, what Modi did was then he's competing with Nehru ji, his Bethenwa. But I think what Modi has done is
Nehru never lost state elections. So
correct.
That's
He's
the unique thing that is happening with Modi. Where Modi
has become a factor in state elections also, I think particularly in the second term, which he was not so much in the first term.
Right. Of the big names that are trailing, Omar Abdullah of the National Conference is also, I'm told, Mehbooba Mufti from Anantnag trailing. That was sort of not entirely surprising though. We will be looking particularly at the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, the 5 seats there. In a short while from now, a reporter will be joining us, but I believe we can go to numbers from Bihar. Manisha?
Yeah, so Bharatiya Janata Party leading at 9, Janata Dal United at 12, Lok Janshakti Party at 5, Indian National Congress at 2, and Rashtriya Janata Dal at 3.
Right. So
we have Anmol joining us from Bihar, I think, right?
Yeah.
So Anmol, क्या हो रहा है तुम्हारे स्टेट में? Tell us exciting. I think Misa is leading.
Yes, Misa is leading.
बताओ. Update us.
अपडेट्स अभी तो आरजेडी 3 पर लीड कर रही है इंडिया इसके इलेक्शन कमीशन के वेबसाइट के मुताबिक, और कांग्रेस 2 पे लीड कर रही है। बट जो वोट शेयर है वो काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है, क्योंकि आरजेडी का जो वोट शेयर है वो 23.17% है, और ये करीब उसके आसपास है जितना लास्ट असेंबली में आरजेडी ने परफॉर्म किया था। तो वोट शेयर काफ़ी अच्छा है, और अभी इसमें काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग अभी फिगर्स चेंज होंगे, क्योंकि जैसे सीमांचल की जो सीटें हैं, जहाँ मैं गया था सीमांचल की सीटें मैंने कवर किया, अभी कटिहार वाली सीट पर कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है, लेकिन इसके अलावा किशनगंज भी है जो कि इकलौती ऐसी सीट थी जिसमें 2019 में पूरे विपक्ष को वो सीट मिला था। तो वो सीट एक तो कंफर्म सीट है और उस पर अभी चेंज होगा। बाकी अभी ट्रेंड इसको फाइनल नहीं बोल सकते, अभी काफी कुछ चेंज होना
यूजुअल कैविएट सप्लाई। बट टेल मी समथिंग अनमोल, आप जब वहाँ थे तो आपने तेजस्वी का स्पेशली उनको कवर करा, उनकी रैलीज देखी। एक बस था तेजस्वी का जो हम उत्तर प्रदेश में भी सुन रहे थे कि युवा नेता हैं, ये ढंग की बात कर रहे हैं, कोई तो काम की बात कर रहा है, ये सब एक बहुत एक्साइटमेंट था तेजस्वी के अराउंड, जो अखिलेश के लिए भी था, बट मतलब पूर्वांचल एटलीस्ट में हम तेजस्वी की भी सुन रही थी। तो थोड़ा तेजस्वी फैक्टर बताइए, आपने क्या देखा ग्राउंड में, रैलियों में कितना एक्साइटमेंट था? और कास्ट सेंसस एक बड़ा मुद्दा, तेजस्वी ने उतना फ्रंट फुट पे नहीं इसके बारे में बात करी जहाँ तक मैंने
तेजस्वी की जो सबसे, अगर थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट में मैं बताऊंगा, उनके लॉन्चिंग से लेकर वो उनके फादर ने उनको लॉन्च किया 2015 के इलेक्शन के बाद, लेकिन जब वो 2020 का असेंबली इलेक्शन लड़ते हैं तो वो खुद लड़ते हैं और वहाँ से वो क्वाइन करते हैं इशू बेरोजगारी का, और उसका नतीजा ये होता है, वो अभी तक वो जो बेरोजगारी का उन्होंने इशू उठाया था और उसके बदले 10 लाख गवर्नमेंट जॉब देने की बात कही थी, और वो बाद में जाके इस इलेक्शन में ये बोल रहे थे कि मैं कम टाइम तक गवर्नमेंट में रहा लेकिन मैंने 5 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां दी हैं, मैंने 50% अपनी प्रॉमिस पूरी करी है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्लस पॉइंट तेजस्वी के लिए था, और उनकी तमाम उपलब्धियों में से सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि तेजस्वी यादव की यही है कि उन्होंने बिहार जैसे स्टेट में बेरोजगारी को, रोजगार को एक डिस्कोर्स का इशू बना दिया है, जो बियॉन्ड कास्ट, बियॉन्ड जेंडर, बियॉन्ड क्लास, इस बारे में लोग बात कर रहे थे। और इस वाले भी इलेक्शन में हम बात करें तो तेजस्वी कह रहे थे, बार बार इस बात को रिपीट कर रहे थे कि हम अगर इंडिया गठबंधन की गवर्नमेंट बनती है तो हम पूरे देश में 1 करोड़ सरकारी नौकरियां देंगे लोगों को। इसके अलावा जो क्राउड था, जो यूथ था, ऑब्वियसली तेजस्वी यादव की जो रैलियां थी वो उतनी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड नहीं थी जैसा कि जदयू या भाजपा की होती थी, उस तरह के इंतजाम नहीं थे। उसमें एक बड़ा इशू फंड का भी फैक्टर था, जब हमने उनको इंटरव्यू किया था तो उसमें उन्होंने बताया भी था। तो तेजस्वी यादव की रैलियां में कुर्सियां नहीं होती थी, टेंट प्रॉपर नहीं होता था, मंच प्रॉपर नहीं होता था, लेकिन क्राउड बहुत होता था। आसपास की जो भी ऊंची चीज दिखती थी उस पर लोग बैठ जाते थे, चाहे वो ट्रक हो, कोई रॉक हो, वॉल हो, हर जगह। तो क्राउड बहुत था और उसमें यूथ ज्यादा था। हाँ, लेकिन एक चीज मिसिंग थी, क्योंकि बिहार में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का बहुत इशू है और उसमें रैली में फीमेल को लाने के लिए आपके पास एक पूरा काडर होना चाहिए जो उनको गाड़ियों में, बस में, जैसे बीजेपी की रैलियों में होता है कि बस बुक की जाती है और उससे वो आती है, वो फैक्टर कहीं कहीं कम दिखा था। सीमांचल में दिखा था, वहाँ महिलाएं आती थी, लेकिन जब मैं मधेपुरा और इस क्षेत्र में था तो महिलाएं बीजेपी के मुकाबले कम आती थी। उसमें ये फैक्टर था। तो इसका भी उन्होंने बताया था कि उनके पास इंतजाम नहीं है महिलाओं को रैलियों तक अपने लाने के लिए।
धन्यवाद Anmol. Thanks Anmol. Making a very important point here that we often lose sight of when we look at the numbers, that this election was like no other election. Not just for the fact that if the BJP comes back to power, Modi will be the only Prime Minister after Nehru to, get 3 consecutive terms, but for the fact that the opposition was kneecapped in more ways than one. The fact that funds weren't there. This I heard from Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray party member as well. The fact that they didn't have enough funds to fight the election. It was a genuine issue. The fact that many of the leaders were in 2 chief ministers in jail, many of the others.
So when my colleague Supriya went on the ground, she reported from Bihar. She said when I went on RJD rally and I went to a BJP rally, it was like I was going to rallies in 2 different eras. Like because the BJP was glitzy, they got all that, canopies and
exactly like you can get people, you can bus people
in people, right?
Correct. And even the election commission played a key role. I would say in my state of Maharashtra, we can at some point bring up the numbers there. I spoke to a former chief election commissioner because there were some reports coming in that perhaps the symbol could play a key role in this election. For those who are not familiar with what happened in Maharashtra, very briefly, 2 parties, the Shiv Sena and the Nationalist Congress Party, were vertically split in 22 and 23. The Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray is fighting on a different symbol this time because the election commission gave the original symbol of the legacy party to the Eknath Shinde faction, that is with the BJP, which is the bow and arrow Dhanush Ban as it's called. Similarly with the NCP, the party founder Sharad Pawar was in a sense, as I said, kneecapped by the election commission because the symbol that the NCP fought on was given to his nephew Ajit Pawar, who joined hands with the BJP. The fact that this was not a level playing field in more ways than one, Seema, is something that we must mention.
No, completely. And in fact, LPF is the acronym, or rather the abbreviation that Ashok Lavasa gave it to this election, that you need an LPF. And I don't think the LPF was happening. The Election Commission would do well to put itself up here amongst the competing parties because it actively got in and fought the election. To a lot of us from the outside watching and wanting to believe in the credibility of the Election Commission, we've heard people who've reported for years, hoping that they'll hold it like good referees or whatever, they've really not held the line at all and just veered away. Also, I want to ask a question, pardon my ignorance. Why is the Election Commission showing India and NDA? Ideally, it always shows just parties. Why on earth is it showing 2 coalitions? Is it because, it wants to shield the BJP from its majority or not? Because I want to understand why the Election Commission has been focusing on party presidents. It doesn't even recognize candidates.
In law, there is
no NDA and India, exactly. It has so far. So I would like to, I'll go back and check out when previously they've been showing these seats like this. Why are they showing NDA and India? Because a contest when you go to Mrs. Draupadi Murmu will be about kaun banega Pradhan Mantri and kiski banegi sarkar, who will form the government. Correct. So are they trying to make it about NDA and therefore trapping the other NDA parties who may not be like very loyal bedfellows?
But aren't they giving this on the website?
The website is saying India and NDA in the broad sweep. No, then the party breakup. Okay. But the graphic, the big picture should be parties. Why is it alliances?
Is that unusual in 2019?
I think it's the first, but I don't know. I'll check on that. I'm not 100% sure. But
just looking at the Maharashtra numbers.
It's not showing NDA India. It's showing parties.
48 seats, of course, in Maharashtra.
It's showing parties.
Now it is.
After Uttar Pradesh, the biggest state with 48 seats, the Bharatiya Janata Party leading in 12. It appears that the Shiv Sena UBT now in the lead with 10 seats. It was showing something different just 5 minutes ago, with Shiv Sena UBT meaning the legacy party, that is Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray leading in 10 seats, and the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction, which is the officially recognized faction by the Election Commission, leading in 6 seats. The NCP Sharad Pawar leading in 7 seats. That's fairly big. And the NCP Ajit Pawar not leading in a single, which is to say that Mr. Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra Pawar, who was fielded against Mr. Sharad Pawar's daughter and Ajit Pawar Pawar's cousin, Supriya Sule, appears for the moment to be trailing from Baramati.
And Congress at 10.
That graphic was so tricky to read out.
It was, wasn't it?
How
The parties have been so split
So
up.
I want to correct myself. It is parties.
It
It
is
is not
parties.
like NDA and
Correct.
India. Yeah.
Election Commission is
My apologies.
parties.
Yeah.
Correct, correct.
But can you just dwell a little bit on this?
To be very honest, I would
Confusion, party symbols.
Unfortunately, I'm a bit. No, I'm a bit. No, I'm also.
Talking about
I
Pakistan.
will.
You must be in Pakistan. How can you have a general election without Pakistan?
Right. There was some mention of that this morning, but a very like a sort of a primer for our viewers, perhaps who are not familiar with what's been happening in Maharashtra. There are two competing coalitions here, which is NDA and India at the center, is Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. So the Mahayuti, which is the BJP one, is BJP plus Eknath Shinde's Shiva Sena plus Ajit Pawar's NCP, which is drawing a big, huge blank as we speak. On the other side of which is the Mahavikas Aghadi, is the Congress Party, the Nationalist Congress Party, Sharad Pawar, and which is doing fairly well. I'm actually surprised by this.
Yeah, me too.
and Mr. Uddhav Thacker's Shiva Sena, which is Shiva Sena UBT, which I don't know how many of you noticed the campaign in Maharashtra, but as it progressed, because Maharashtra also shockingly voted over 7 phases. It's never happened before. Many asked why this was. The Prime Minister led 18 rallies and 1 road show in Maharashtra. This was just during campaigning. Many asked whether this, betrays the anxiety perhaps building within the BJP over, the NDA won 41 of the 48 seats in 2019. We still don't know how it will turn out eventually, but at the moment it appears that Maharashtra certainly is a close contest, quite like West Bengal. West Bengal perhaps a better showing
contest,
for not a close contest. Can we look at Odisha quickly?
Just quickly, Owaisi is leading in Hyderabad with 17,000 votes.
But Danya, can we have you in here, because I don't know the
What are the Telangana numbers as of now? The
Telangana numbers. Can we have
Assembly,
the Telangana numbers up, please?
No, Telangana is.
I'll tell you why. As they look for the numbers, I want to ask you about Hyderabad.
Let it come up and then I'll tell you.
I want to ask you about Hyderabad, because Asaduddin Owaisi of the MIM is the sitting MP. He has won multiple times, and
his family has held the seat for many years.
Many years, and BJP's candidate again, like as you said, there was a lot of sort of media circus surrounding Madhvi Lata, and the reason why I said circus, and I'm being perhaps a little harsh here, is because of the pictures that came in during campaigning,
you're actually being
where
kind.
it appears that she went into election booths and appeared to be doing the job of the election commission officers by checking voters and their credentials when they came up to the booth. Again, many firsts in this election, as I said. So exit polls seem to suggest that there was a fight on our hands here in Hyderabad, but that's not the case?
No, I don't think so. See, the BJP is leading at 8 seats as per the election commission, the Congress in 8 seats and the AIMIM in 1 seat, right? The real story of Telangana is how the BRS just gave up. Right. This is a party which has been in power. They lost the assembly election and they just go in a very defeatist mode itself into the Lok Sabha election. KCR actually came back to campaign. They thought there would be some sort of energy or revitalization of their cadre. That did not happen. And look who they have given away the seats to. It is mainly to the BJP. It is to the Congress and of course to BJP. Now, why? For example, I did say that Annamalai's Coimbatore candidature was a bit of a spectacle that the national media created, right? But not Annamalai as a BJP leader. But in Madhavi Lata's case, it was clearly a spectacle, because now you forget this is a person who has spoken very divisively during the election, before the election. In fact, we have a very good profile we had written by my colleague Janvi had written this profile of this woman who has said all sorts of patriarchal stuff like women go out of the road, that's why this happens to them kind of thing. And I was wondering, why do these journalists who go there to interview her not read up what she's done? It's not just about her election speeches, right? So I think that way, and strictly speaking electorally, there are a lot of people in the Hyderabad constituency who did tell us that they were tired of the Owaisi family. There's not enough development. But there was a huge mobilization of Muslims in the constituency. There were meetings on a daily basis saying that hum khatre mein hai, that we have to come together to vote for Owaisi. So that sort of a sentiment mobilization definitely was there in the constituency.
In a very weird way, you're saying Madhavi Lata could have made OIC win if it had been a different contest.
Madhuri Lata definitely made OIC campaign more, and yes, it pull up his socks, and it did make him nervous. But it also will then end up in some sort of mobilization.
So I'll tell you a very parallel of this across West Bengal. Actually, if there was no BJP in the state, then if there was a CPM versus Trinamool contest, Trinamool would have done worse in a weird way, because the BJP coming in
Makes
completely
them
locks the Muslim vote into the Trinamool, and that creates a very solid base for the Trinamool. Trinamool just has to add a very few votes on top of that, because Muslims are very angry with the Trinamool, but because of a security issue, they think the NRC is going to happen in the CA. So if you see, the BJP actually goes very slow on NRC in this election. They don't touch it because they are scared. They're not scared that they won't get Muslim votes.
CA rules were
CA rules. So that was probably the BJP's
it seemed aimed at West Bengal.
It seemed aimed, but if you ask me, it's probably hit them a little bit, because see, people are going to vote on CA. They were anyway going to vote for BJP. But by doing this, it locks the Muslim vote.
Index of opposition.
The Muslim vote will not split.
Right.
Muslim vote. Otherwise, a lot of Trinamool people who are angry with the BJP Muslims would have voted for CPM to show their anger.
True.
Even if they think it's not going to win, that's not going to happen. Probably not going to happen.
Reason what he's saying actually, because this is exactly what we witnessed during the assembly elections. The number of Muslims who would come in and say, how can you call this a Muslim party? She's not done this for us. They talk about corruption. They talk about not getting the funds that are supposed to be, the cyclone.
Yeah.
There was so much, but there's this existential threat on the other side. So this is a terrible choice for a Muslim voter. You have to choose between a corrupt force and a communal force.
And where the BJP would have benefited here was had there not been a three-way contest. I think to understand the sophistication of how the vote has turned out, because there's a three-way contest.
Correct.
If you otherwise have BJP as a default, if you actually had all three together, which a lot of people in Delhi wanted, want all the three parties getting together, well, that would make BJP the default opposition. So the default opposition vote would get cast there and not come out with this result. So I think that's also
so it was a smart thing that they did not do.
They did not do an alliance.
Guys, we also need to bring in our reporters.
Yes. Just quickly, one VIP seat, Thiruvananthapuram.
Right.
Raji Chandrasekhar is leading now, but Tharoor, last election also till last round it was like this.
Correct.
And quickly, Faizabad, Uttar Pradesh. Bharatiya Janata Party, Ayodhya. Bharatiya Janata Party is trailing.
Is the constituency name also changed?
No, it isn't.
No. But Ayodhya, where...
For context for our viewers who may not be familiar with
Context for viewers.
The site of Ram Temple, BJP is trailing with just 1,500 votes.
But it's trailing. Anjana, can we bring you in? TNM's reporter who's covered Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Anjana, we've sort of been looking primarily at Lok Sabha results here, but we often forget that there are results of the Andhra Pradesh state elections also coming in as we speak. Could you, to begin with, Anjana, give us the numbers and sort of tell us how you read what you're seeing?
The exit polls weren't very far off in terms of predicting how things would go. The parliamentary elections are pretty much going... and the assembly elections, both are going the alliance's way. TDP, Janasena and BJP have allied together. So Janasena, for instance, has won both its parliamentary seats, the two seats they contested from. They had a seat-sharing alliance in 25 constituencies where BJP got 6 and Janasena got 2, and the rest went to the TDP. So far, it's looking really good for the alliance. YSRCP has managed to hold on to 5 Lok Sabha seats, and that's all there is to it. The interesting trends would be probably the seat everybody was looking out for was Kadapa, because that is where Sharmila is contesting from. She's the Congress president for Andhra Pradesh. And against her is YS Avinash Reddy, who's from the YSRCP, and he's leading by a landslide. Like, he has 1 lakh and odd votes, and Sharmila has around nearly 20,000 votes, and that's where we're at right now. But
Sharmila is
this is how
the Chief Minister's sister, for people unfamiliar with Andhra Pradesh.
Few constituencies they were serving.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Anjana, sorry, I think we sort of spoke over each other. I said, for viewers who are not familiar with who Sharmila is, she is the Chief Minister's sister, who was fighting from Kadapa, and some political observers, as you said, seem to suggest that perhaps she stood a chance, but you're telling us no, YSRCP is with a massive lead. Anjana, can we talk about the state elections now? What are we seeing? What are the numbers in the state elections?
I'm sorry, I don't think I quite got that.
Anjana, can you talk about the assembly elections, the leads? As of now, I'll tell you what we're seeing on our screens. This is data from the Election Commission of the 175 seats in the state assembly, the leads for which are available. Telugu Desam Party expectedly perhaps leading in 116.
I'm not quite sure.
YSR Congress in 23. The Congress is not leading in a single seat. The BJP in 6. And the Janasena Party in 15. We'll try and reconnect with Anjana. Danya, can you talk about the state assembly? This is expected lines. Wear your glasses. All right then.
Yes, I'm wearing my glasses because so the numbers are TDP is leading in 116, YSRCP in 23. Well, JNP is what?
Yeah,
Janasena Party. Okay, 15. BJP 6. Well, the numbers are according to what Prashant Kishore has been saying. He's been saying that it will be a sweep and the TDP, BJP, Janasena alliance will sweep Andhra Pradesh. This was not the impression I had gotten when I was visiting Andhra Pradesh. I had been to 3 places, but those were mainly urban. There, I felt the anti-incumbency was not very on your face, right? Like people were tired of Jagan Mohan Reddy to some extent, but not everybody. If these results are true, then that means it is just Andhra choosing for change mainly. Also because there is this one perception that Jagan Mohan Reddy's government has been very, very consistent on welfare measures, but that is for the poor, but there is no development as such. When you look at development, I've been bringing companies, corporations, etc.
A question on the Congress party here. You know, again, some Congress leaders that I spoke with said that, you know, the Congress is slowly building back in Andhra Pradesh. The numbers don't seem to suggest that.
No, I don't think the Congress was looking at winning anything this election, including in Kadapa. Kadapa was the only place where Y.S. Sharmila, the daughter of Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy, who is also sister of Jagan Mohan Reddy, was contesting, and she did campaign there quite a bit along with her cousin Sunita Narareddy. So basically, it's a family complexity where Sunita's father, Vivekananda Reddy, was murdered. And then it has been blamed that Avinash Reddy, who is the MP and who is the YSRCP contestant currently leading, is the person who murdered. There's a charge sheet against him, right? So there's a lot of family dynamics, but clearly nothing is working for the YSRCP, at least in the assembly now.
Right.
One interesting thing I want to point out within the 2 Telugu states is Andhra has no national parties. And now it seems that Telangana only has national parties. So somehow they have really...
It's very interesting. Yes.
No, but,
you know,
but elections we can't...
I
feel one thing that we all do, including politicians, like I asked Pawan Kalyan this time when I met him, he told me last time TDP is dead. TDP is done. This time he's back with the TDP and they are going to be in power, right? So I think we write off parties very quickly.
Like a few months ago, before I remember reading, I mean, again, it's not a state that I actively track, but I read the papers and the headlines all said that existential crisis for Chandrababu Naidu and gone and
so
all,
there
all
was an existential crisis. We want to say that Andhra has been truly spectacular, as Shoaib and Dhanya, you've pointed out, because Andhra is so central to the Congresses forming the government at the center. So they seem to have the Telangana bit worked out now. Otherwise, without that 30-35 chunk, what UP does to BJP with 52 seats, 56 seats in the 90s, and then of course 70 and 64 seats, is that you've got to do well there. That's your like a nodal center, and then you do well in the rest of the place.
And
so Andhra has lost that salience. And on Pawan Kalyan, I mean,
but no, Andhra's back with the bang. If these numbers hold,
they are.
Then Chandrababu Naidu means a lot for Narendra Modi.
To whoever he plans to align with.
This is a man who had to walk out of the NDA.
No, he called Mr. Modi a terrorist.
Yes, and
guys, we need to have lesser overlap.
Okay.
There you go.
It just became a TV debate in our excitement.
Seema behaved like she was on TV.
All right.
And me too.
I will not protest it.
You have to go to the reporter, right?
Yes. Do we have Anjana back, Priyali?
Yeah, she's back.
Priyali is my producer. Do we have Anjana back? We do? Oh, there. Anjana, I'm sure you were listening to this little conversation we were having here. Your reflections on Telangana?
Telangana is as expected. I just was unsure about one seat. I thought it would be a slight change. I thought BJP would get 8 and Congress would get 7. But that's not what has happened. So the 4 seats BJP has held on to the last election, they're still holding on to now, which is Malkajgiri, Secunderabad, Nizamabad, and one more which I can't recollect. But the 4 seats they've held on to continually.
Which is the one seat on which BRS is leading?
Medak.
BRS is winning Medak.
Is leading.
All of these are leads.
As of now, they're winning Medak.
That's KCR's constituency,
but
right?
Aside from Medak, things look very, very bleak for the BRS. So Right. As things stand, they'll just have to wait for the next 4 years and maybe try their luck at the next assembly election in Telangana. But things don't look good for BRS, and multiple reasons come up for that, right?
Yeah.
Kavita's arrest is just one of them. Yeah.
Right. A man once considered invincible in Telangana, the BRS and KCR now have a lot of regrouping to do.
So Kavita's arrest has hit them.
Hit them.
Oh, right.
It appears.
No, but I think more than hitting them electorally, it hits the morale of the party. So they were not even campaigning properly.
I think the raison d'etre for who they were kind of got destroyed after their loss in the Telangana elections. With the Congress coming up with a welfare plus, we will. So the whole BRS, the T to B transition,
and
collapsed.
if I was KCR, I'll be relieved now because I don't have to make a choice between India, NDA, and 100 reporters behind me asking, "Are you going to India? Are you going to India?" I can just like relax for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Not what
That's really
politicians dream of.
speaking for KCR.
I said if I was KCR, which I'm not.
Jhola leke chal dunga.
Again, I'm in the habit of sort of saying what's on the screen, but for those who are perhaps missed one half of that, NDA leading in 288 and India in 224. We'll try and give you a breakup of BJP, Congress and allies, what they are. Some of those leads on the bottom of your screens as well. The BJP leading in 232, the Congress by itself leading in 98. And a few other. The symbols are so small I can't tell you. But this one, a fairly big lead here for Kangana Ranaut, Bollywood actor, and Mandi is a candidate from Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. She was in the news for her Modi Bhakti. I have no other way to say it.
For many things.
But
For dialogues. For many things.
But primarily for...
My favorite Kangana thing is, I think somebody asked her that what do you plan to implement as the election?
Her movie.
And she went on a big
What
thing
are your
about
projects?
what are your projects, and she explained her Bollywood projects.
That's 10 out of 10 for honesty.
She's also many times said that Bhagwan hai or ye human nahi hai Modi ji and all that.
That may be true as well.
Dhanya, any clue about what was happening in Mandi?
I just follow the tweets and the videos.
In the
and I find
hinterland
them quite
and Dhanya.
entertaining.
Yes.
Right, right. No, where do we go now? Which state do you think we should circle back to?
Or do we have somebody on screen?
We'll be looking at Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh as well in a short bit. But maybe can we circle back to and look at Rajasthan? Have you looked at Rajasthan as well? Because Congress was expected to make some gains there, and possibly it has. In a minute.
Congress is leading in 9 seats in Rajasthan, which is quite good.
But these leads can really change.
Again, 6 months
collapse of Rajasthan into a multi-party
No,
state
but
is
these
something.
are just leads.
No, it's all leads.
13 for Bharatiya Janata Party,
right? Other than Surat.
13 for Bharatiya Janata Party and 1 for Rashtriya Loktantric Party. This is 25 seats. Last time they were 25 on 25 BJP.
I'm
This
sure
time
the
is
Congress never even led the last time. So it's still a relative win.
It's a relative
Congress
win,
has already done better than last
Just
time.
it's an interesting shape of the cake. If it's like falling apart in so many pieces, it may
remember,
change.
Seema, that the first time we had the Prime Minister speak about bringing the whole Mangal Sutra Muslim thing was Banswara, Rajasthan.
Right.
That's when we really see the conversation shift
What is happening in Banswara? Can we sort of get that up at some point?
Let's try that as well, Priyali, because I believe BJP was trailing.
where Narendra Modi first made the Mangal Sutra.
Exactly.
Yes, where he referred to the Muslim community.
Which started his sort of...
Right. Again, we're speaking over each other. But Seema, Rajasthan is a state. 2014, 2019, the BJP swept all 25 seats. Perhaps it's difficult to repeat that performance, but this seems like a fairly decent showing by the Indian National Congress, leading in 9 seats. And the BJP currently leading in 13. When you talk about the collapse of the
bipolarity, which is always unhealthy for a diverse country like India, so I'm glad it's happening in Rajasthan too. Right. But I think here, in what happened with the Congress and how politics played out in the previous election, Radhika Bodia, who reported from us from there, actually actively spoke of a Rajasthan model that the Congress had put out, with its laws about gig workers, a health law, which even southern parties don't have, which a right to health, which Gehlot gave, the kind of up that was affected. So organizationally, lot to trash and criticize the Congress for. Right. But in Rajasthan, they managed to get this dissident thing together, and they did alliances with the tribal party, with the CPM, with the left. So their overall kind of ability to capture the Rajasthan imagination with a new offer, which countered the BJP. Then after I know you want to interrupt me, but 2 minutes. But after they picked the new chief minister, whom nobody had heard of, Bhajanlal Sharma, that went down quite badly with the way the caste politics was. And the difference in the vote share, even in the assembly elections with the BJP won, was only 2% between the BJP and the Congress. So that set the stage for the thing that we're seeing now.
Yes, I wanted to segue into a question about what I believe is a radical manifesto of the Congress party. Perhaps we can take it up in the next hour. Joy, we'll have to hold that.
You're sounding like Mr. Modi now.
My colleague from Scroll, Safat, is on the line from Srinagar. Safat, could you take us through the numbers first and tell us what you're seeing?
So the numbers are basically as per the trend, as per the expectations only, because we have seen that BJP is not part of the contest in Kashmir Valley, and National Conference is basically leading on the 2 seats in Srinagar and Anantnag. And in Baramulla, where kind of there is a kind of surprise, there's an independent candidate called Abdul Rashid Sheikh, popularly known as Engineer Rashid, who is in jail since 2019 in a terror funding case by NIA. And he's leading in the seat, and it's only in Baramulla we had seen a triangular contest, a sort of triangular contest, particularly in the case of because it's a seat where Omar Abdullah is contesting, where Sajad Lone is contesting, who actually enjoys the support of many parties, splinter groups, as well as former PDP lawmakers who switched over to different political parties in the wake of 2019. So the bottom line is, in Kashmir Valley, it's more or less along the expected lines. What is interesting in Jammu, which is a BJP bastion, and there are 2 seats in Jammu. These are the seats which have went to BJP for last 2 elections continuously and with a huge margin. But in Udhampur constituency, where there is India Alliance candidate known as Chaudhry Lal Singh, there is a slight margin, the margin narrowing between him and the BJP's Jitendra Singh, who is actually a part of PMO's office. So the thing is, the issue is, it looks like a very narrow contest, Udhampur, but Jammu likely looks to, and BJP has retained. But in Kashmir Valley, it seems to have gone to the India Alliance candidate, which is National Conference, and the independent candidates of the Rashid Sheikh, who is basically, very anti-BJP and has been in kind of a vocal anti-BJP since when he was a lawmaker.
Right. Chaudhry Lal Singh, of course, is a veteran. Can we talk about Ladakh as well? Any surprises there, Safat?
Not exactly. You have to see that to understand Ladakh politics, Ladakh is always voted on regional and religious lines, and there is a divide between Kargil and Leh. The thing this time happened, in the last elections, what used to happen, that there used to be a multiple number of candidates from Ladakh, Leh, and multiple number of candidates from Kargil. And eventually the vote would get divided, and one of the candidates from Leh would emerge, because Leh has sent more lawmakers, MPs to Lok Sabha than Kargil. This time what happened, there was this independent candidate who was a former National Conference leader.
Right.
He quit the party and he actually contested from Ladakh. And since there is only one candidate from Kargil and there are 2 candidates from Leh, it was a triangular contest. But given there are 2 factors in favor of the Ladakh's independent candidate, where there are a huge number of voters there as compared to Leh. It had 96,000 votes, while as Leh had only 88,000 votes. Okay. And we saw massive polling as compared to Leh in Kargil. And as a result, it seems like it is going to the independent candidate known as Haji Mohammad Hanifa Jan, who is basically contesting independent, but actually is a former NC lawmaker.
Correct. Thanks, Safat. Sorry to rush you. Thanks so much, Safat. It's time for us to wrap, Manisha.
Take a break. We're going to be back soon. Please remember that you're watching this show, which is completely ad-free. We don't take any advertisements from governments, no ads from corporations. 5 independent newsrooms have come together to bring you this show. You guys can support us if you'd like. Check out the link wherever you're watching the show on any of our YouTube channels. You'll see a link in the description. Click on it, choose an amount that's convenient to you. Support this endeavor. I'm sure you're catching election updates across television news channels and across many other YouTube channels, but what's unique about us is that we are not taking any ads from anyone. This is a completely ad-free endeavor, and the only reason we're able to do this is because you guys support us. To please keep up your support and see us on the other side of the break.
हम लोग बैठ के सोच सकते हैं यहाँ कि ये चीज़ सही है या गलत है। तमाम तरह से जो इतना राशन दिया गया कोविड के समय में, फिर अभी डबल किया गया, लेकिन गांव में आप महिलाओं से बात करिए। हम अपने आस पड़ोस में गांव में जाते हैं, महिलाओं सब चाची भाभी लोग बैठती हैं, बात करती हैं, तो उनको लगता है कि कुछ खेत से हुआ जा रहा है और खाने भर का राशन मोदी जी दे देते हैं, और अगर इनकी गवर्नमेंट चली गई तो ये बंद हो जाएगा। ये 2 ऐसी योजनाएं हैं जो बहुत व्यापक स्तर पर जिन्होंने महिलाओं को छुआ है। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जैसे स्त्री सुरक्षा का मुद्दा, जब अभी बातचीत शुरू हुई थी तब भी मैंने बताया था कि भारत 148वें नंबर पर है। सारी चीज़ें ये सही हैं, लेकिन गांव में महिलाएं, क्योंकि इसलिए उसमें घरेलू हिंसा गांव में ज़्यादा है, बाहर इस तरह इसलिए चीज़ें नहीं क्योंकि इनको बाहर निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वो एक अलग चीज़ है। लेकिन उनको लगता है कि ये गवर्नमेंट सिलेंडर भराते हैं घर के लोग और वो खाते में कुछ 200-300 रुपये सब्सिडी आ जाती है, तो उनको लगता है कि चलो कुछ बच के आया जा रहा है वापस, अनाज मिला जा रहा है। शिक्षा
तो
की
इसका सिक्योरिटी से क्या लेना? सिक्योरिटी भी आपको लगता है?
सिक्योरिटी गांव की महिलाओं को लगता है कि ये मुद्दा नहीं है उनके लिए। उनके लिए महिला सुरक्षा इस तरह से मुद्दा नहीं है। यहाँ पे समझ में आती हैं चीजें, लेकिन उनको लगता है, और वो जाहिर सी बात है क्योंकि उनको बाहर निकलना नहीं पड़ रहा है, निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए चीजें। लेकिन उनको जो चीज सीधे प्रभावित करती है वो यही है कि खाते में सीधे पैसे आ जाते हैं और उनको राशन मिल जाता है, और अभी बीच में सिलेंडर भी फ्री मिल गया था, तो उनको लगता है कि उनकी गृहस्थी ठीक चल रही है।
देश की आर्थिक राजधानी मुंबई में स्थित एशिया के सबसे बड़े स्लम धारावी का अडानी ग्रुप पुनर्विकास करेगा। इस स्लम एरिया को संवारने के प्रोजेक्ट को महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने मंजूरी दे दी है।
रीडेवलपमेंट वाला जो प्लान है वो आपको कब से पता है और कैसे पता है?
ये पिछले 2 सालों से हो रहा था। अभी 6 महीना पहले नोटिस लगने के बाद पता चला कि कुछ होने वाला है। ये नोटिस में दिया गया है कि मीठी नदी बनने वाली है, तो इसकी वजह से इनको तोड़ेंगे, तो कहीं भी बाहर साइड में देंगे, ऐसी जगह पे देंगे जहाँ पे मतलब जैसे फैक्ट्रियाँ हैं, वहाँ पे जहाँ पे प्रदूषण है, जहाँ लोग नहीं रह सकते, वैसी जगह पे देने की बात हो रही है। यहाँ पे हर टाइप के लोग रहते हैं, रोज़ के 100 रुपये कमाने वाले लोग भी यहाँ रहते हैं। जैसे रेंट भी सस्ता है, 3-4 हज़ार 2 हज़ार, तो यहाँ पे हर इंसान का गुजारा हो जाता है। पैसे वाले लोग तो झोपड़े में रहने आएंगे नहीं।
धारावी, पहले स्लमडॉग मिलियनेयर और फिर गली बॉय ने इस जगह के बारे में आम आदमी को एक तस्वीर तो दिखा दी, लेकिन पिछले 1 साल से जब धारावी रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट को अडानी को सौंपा गया, उसके बाद से किसी ने भी धारावी करों के असली मुद्दों की बात तक नहीं की। धारावी, बांद्रा और सायन, इन 2 पॉश इलाकों के बीच एक गरीब इलाका है, और शायद यही वजह है कि शहर के पूंजीपतियों को ये प्राइम लोकेशन चाहिए होगा। लेकिन धारावी क्या हमेशा से मुंबई का एक प्राइम लोकेशन था? आइए समझते हैं।
सब बर्बाद हुआ, चमड़े से लेके गोडाउन, कांच की बाटलियाँ और फैक्ट्रियाँ और छोटे छोटे कारखाने, यहाँ बहुत सारे अलग अलग धंधे होते हैं, काम होता है, वो सब बर्बाद हो जाएंगे, उन बिखर जाएंगे। और जो यूपी बिहार के हमारे आदमी और भाई लोग हैं, उनको तो एकदम मतलब बेघर हो जाएंगे, उनको रोजी रोटी उनकी बंद हो जाएगी। वो पढ़े लिखे तो रहते नहीं कि चलो कोई ऑफिस में या कोई और अच्छा बिजनेस करे या कॉन्टेक्ट ले, वो एकदम अनपढ़ रहते हैं। तो उनको जहाँ से माल लाए, गिनती करके दिए, उतना पैसा लिए, वो 2-4 कारीगर रखे, वो अपने छोटे छोटे काम बिजनेस चला रहे थे। और अगर ये टूटेगा तो ये तो बहुत बुरा उन लोग के ऊपर असर जाएगा।
What do voters in Kaisarganj think? Most women we tried to speak to were reluctant. Of the men, we came across only a handful of those critical of the charges against Singh.
ये जो उनके खिलाफ आरोप है, इसको आप गंभीर मानते हैं?
हाँ, बिल्कुल गंभीर है। हम तो गोंडा से होके भी हम गए थे धरना देखने वहाँ,
जहाँ उनका जो सारे रेसलर्स का
रेसलर का धरना देखे गए थे। मेरे पास वीडियोस हैं, फोटोज भी हैं, यहाँ के होके भी देखने गए थे।
अच्छा,
अशोका रोड गए थे, वहाँ भी देखने भी गए थे
आप?
हाँ बिल्कुल गए थे।
अच्छा
दिल्ली।
देखो, ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह जी जो है हमारे, बहुत सही है। उनके ऊपर जो आरोप लगाए गलत लगा है। जो पहलवान आरोप लगाए हैं, पहले उन्हीं के साथ में रहते थे, बढ़िया से मस्त थे, खाते पीते थे, खेलते थे। जब उनको कोई चीज मतलब नहीं दिया गया तो वो झूठा आरोप लगाने लगे। अगर जो ऐसा सही होता तो आज वो जेल में होते।
तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार चुनाव में, क्या सोचा है आपने कुछ?
अरे भाई, अपने नेताजी को देंगे, ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह को।
ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह को देंगे आप भी?
वही सही है।
उनका तो टिकट कट गया।
अरे तो क्या हुआ, उनके फैमिली मेंबर में तो हैं।
फैमिली मेंबर है, उन्हीं को देंगे। और जो इतने सारे आरोप लगे हैं,
अरे उससे क्या लेना देना? हमारे यहाँ काम हो रहा है, सब कुछ काम हुआ है, हम उन्हीं को देंगे वोट।
वो अगर किसी के घर न जाए फिर भी वो जीते। इतने जबरदस्त आदमी।
काम बोलता हूँ,
काम बोलता है, देखिए दबदबा है यार, क्या बात है।
It's been a long and a heated election cycle, and we're finally at the end of it.
Over the last 2 months, our teams brought you authentic ground reports.
And now we're back with elections online.
We will bring you transparent and credible coverage of the results.
With experts in the studio and reporters across the country, we'll give you the facts and figures you need.
With clear, calm, and informed voices.
As always, we need your help.
Because organizing an event like this isn't easy. It requires extensive tech, lights, cameras, and loads of other taam-jham.
So head on to newslaundry.com/electionslive, choose an amount that's convenient to you and support our results coverage.
Because it is your contribution that keeps us independent.
You make our journalism possible. Welcome to Elections Online. I'm your host Manisha Pandey from the Newslaundry along with Smita from the Scroll. We're going to stay with you for the next 1 hour and some very exciting numbers coming in. Let me just quickly introduce to you the guests we have in our studio. Siddharth Vaidarajan from The Wire, Supriya from Scroll and Sushant from Caravan. Before we get into the numbers, and I know it's a very exciting tight contest, but before I get into the numbers, please remember that this is a completely ad-free show, guys. You're probably following this across many channels. They have big resources, ad money coming in. This is a completely ad-free endeavor. We've been able to do this only because you guys support us. So if you'd like to contribute, if you'd like to support this endeavor, there's going to be a link wherever you're watching this show on any of our YouTube channels. There's going to be a link in the description. Click on it and choose an amount that's convenient to you and support our election coverage. Now, I think the big thing is, Smita, that it's past 11 and the BJP's tally, we still only have leads right now. So this is a caveat that stands for a while now. We're going to be talking about leads. But the BJP number hasn't crossed 270. BJP is at 238. Congress is very close to 100 at 96. And if you look at the NDA tally, it's at 295. And India is at 229. So this is certainly, for the moment, a way closer election than what we were given to believe with the exit poll results. So that's very interesting. I'm going to quickly first go to Harish Wankade, who's joining us on Zoom. Hi, Harish. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Harish is, of course, an academic. You've read his columns across newspapers and in many other media organizations. I think the one very interesting number that's coming to us is from Uttar Pradesh. Let's just quickly pull in the Uttar Pradesh numbers. And the
BJP leading on 35 seats. The BSP yet to open its tally. The Samajwadi Party, very, very interesting here, neck and neck with the BJP leading in 34 seats. The Congress also in alliance here, as you would remember, with the Samajwadi Party in UP leading on 8 seats, RLD leading on 2. And the others column is 1. I think this is Chandrasekhar Azad is the lead, perhaps. We're talking about.
So BSP from 10 seats in 2019 is yet to open its account. How are you reading this?
Right. No, of course, UP is a surprising results for many. The way it is showcasing that the politics of social justice, mainly the mandal politics, is now regaining its lost ground. And the commandal politics, mainly the Ram Mandir's very huge agenda that BJP placed in Uttar Pradesh politics, of course, is losing its power. So that is very, very interesting, and probably nobody in the earlier times, probably the political pundits never thought that BJP will losing its ground in Uttar Pradesh. That was extremely new for most of us. On BSP, of course, from the very beginning of the election campaign, there was an assessment that BSP will not do good at any level. It may win 1 or 2 seats here and there, but BSP's possibility to win in a bigger way or even to increase its vote share was never expected. And therefore, for me, BSP is losing ground, and even its vote share coming down so dramatically now. I think that was expected from the very beginning. And therefore, it was thought that probably SP and Congress, the way it played the politics of social justice and this third place, EBCs, I think that was extraordinary done, and that is what I think is causing to BJP's campaign and BJP losing.
We lost you a little bit towards the end. Guys, can you just fix the audio? Could you just finish the last sentence?
Yeah, so I just said that BJP is losing huge in Uttar Pradesh just because the Samajwadi Party and the Congress Party led a very impressive campaign, and their candidate selection, mainly the candidates from the EBC community, was extraordinary, and that is what helping the Samajwadi Party and the Congress to gain its ground again, and the return of the social justice politics.
Harish, if I may ask you, where has the Dalit vote gone? To which party?
I believe that it is going back to the Congress in major way, and of course the Samajwadi Party because of the candidate selection. The way mainly in the scheduled caste constituencies, the way some parties selected the non-Jato candidates for their candidates, I think that was very impressive. And that is where I believe that the scheduled caste vote is mainly going to this.
Professor Wankhede, popular punditry was that the Dalit community in Uttar Pradesh does not trust the Samajwadi Party, and that if the BSP's votes have to go somewhere, it will possibly be the BJP that would reap the benefits of the BSP sort of little electoral indifference since 2019. Again, we don't have disaggregated data, so perhaps it's an unfair question to ask of you to say, where do you think the BSP's voters have gone in this election? Even so, sir, candidate selection, as you said, perhaps was something that the SP, many, I remember criticizing the Samajwadi Party and the India Alliance to say, "Arey kitni baar candidate badloge? Candidate change ho raha hai." But that didn't happen. The fact that the only Yadavs among the OBCs who got tickets were from the family. They were careful about. Supriya has also sort of reflected on candidate selection. Supriya, do you have a question for Professor Wankhede?
I'd just like to move away from Samajwadi Party and talk about Nagina constituency. Right. Chandrasekhar Azad of the Azad Samaj Party is well on the way to victory. He's leading by 60,000 votes. 1,76,000
That's not a
votes
surprise though. Everyone was saying that he's really poised to win that.
Yes, but what I wanted to ask was that Chandrasekhar, does he represent sort of a new kind of Dalit politics now? Is his appeal widespread? And if in this instance we didn't see Congress and Samajwadi Party bring him into the alliance, but should that have happened? Would that have actually in some ways been a force multiplier for them?
Right. Of course, I think Chandrasekhar Azad's candidature was very crucial, mainly to impress the Dalit voters. Why? Because he has emerged in the last 5 or 6 years as a very impressive leader amongst the Dalits. And the BSP's inactivity, the way BSP was inactive for such a long time, and that was required that somebody from the Dalit community should take the toll and come up as an impressive leader. And Chandrasekhar Azad was doing that. Of course, it could have helped the India Alliance to showcase that they are very keen to get the Dalit vote share in this election. But his rejection of the candidate in Nagina, of course, showcased that probably the Samajwadi Party and SP had some other arrangement at that part of time. But his independent kind of appeal, the way in Nagina constituency, the way Chandrasekhar was showcasing that he can win by his own independently, it showcased that he's very popular leader, and in coming days probably he can emerge as a alternative or independent political leaders of the Dalits. That's very much possible.
And one thing very important to notice, clearly these jibes of being BJP's B team and all voters didn't buy into. So that's
that is what I believe that it was in 2014 and later on in 19 that it was suggested that the BJP is gaining a lot of voters from the low Dalits. That was the assessment. And it was thought that probably BJP is what they call the subaltern Hindutva, is gaining grounds in UP. But probably in 2024, the anti-incumbency was strong. Further, the call for protection of the constitution and the claim that social justice need to have a new leadership, and Congress making huge claim that it will be a party that will be protecting constitutional merit and the Kharge's leadership. Everything basically suggested that the Dalits in Uttar Pradesh were confident that this particular alliance, India Alliance, is there to safeguard their credentials and their rights. And maybe because of that, there is a huge shift of the Dalits vis-a-vis the India Alliance.
Okay, so I'm going to move the conversation to the studio and we'll get back to you, Harish ji.
So, Manisha, sorry, if we can just stay with this, I also wanted to ask Professor Wankhede about a very interesting constituency, Faizabad, Faizabad is where Ayodhya is.
SP strolling, SP strolling.
Samajwadi Party
is leading.
With
BJP is
Avdesh
trailing.
Prasad. This is a general constituency, and as we know, most political parties are averse to fielding candidates from the ST communities in general constituencies, even when they're strong. But in this case, Samajwadi Party has fielded its most
candidate.
important Dalit leader, Avdesh Prasad, who's a 9-time MLA. And in Faizabad, which should be a cakewalk for BJP, this is Ayodhya, this is where the Ram temple was inaugurated.
Is the lead substantial?
It is, at this point, only 4,000 votes.
Oh,
Even
4,000.
4,000 votes. He has,
it's a story.
Yeah, he has 85,000 votes in his account, while Lallu Singh of Bharatiya Janata Party, twice elected MP, is at 81,000. Just to say that there was also, apart from the Congress, Professor Vankate, do you think that the Pichda, Dalit, Alpsankyak, the PDA politics of Samajwadi Party has worked?
I believe that probably this time the Mandal versus Kamandal politics was gaining grounds, and SP was very keen to accommodate the Dalit aspiration this time, knowing very well that the scheduled caste voters in Uttar Pradesh are conventionally about social justice, about secularism, and their shift to BJP in the earlier election was just accidental, and therefore probably this time when they come up with this very powerful agenda that the constitution is in danger and they need to protect the reservation policies and other agenda of social justice, I think that has played a very crucial game, and that attracted the Dalits and of course the BSP's inactivity. That BSP was almost inactive in the politics, and that has I believe that has made the Dalits to vote for the Samajwadi Party and the India Alliance this time.
So that caste census as this big, through UP, and even though I must say that Rahul Gandhi, when he moves from south to north, by the time caste census becomes a talking point on Uttar Pradesh, towards the end of the election, he also includes, Garib general Varg. He makes it a point to say that SC, ST or forward major Garib hain. How much of an impact are we seeing? What's your assessment with, especially given UP, despite the inauguration of the Ram temple, which was, really January, it was, hard to believe that BJP would be even such a close contest.
Yeah. I mean, the counterfactual there is UP versus Bihar. So two states where one would have expected the caste census and the Congress Party's sort of social justice agenda to be reflected in a similar fashion, right? We see that in UP, it's allowed the India Alliance to go ahead. In Bihar, not so. And perhaps one reason for that is that Nitish Kumar, who has done very well, by the way, I mean, at least going by the trends, right? He's leading at about
15 seats.
15 or 16
it's
seats.
interesting.
Of the 16 seats
exactly.
that
DDU is contesting.
Exactly.
He's leading on 15, the BJP on 12.
And perhaps, in a funny sort of way, because it was under Nitish's chief ministership leadership that a caste census was done in Bihar in the first place, right? So even though the BJP didn't know how to respond to the demand of a caste census and basically is against it, but social justice politics perhaps found its expression in Nitish Kumar still, despite all his somersaults. Whereas in UP, I think what Rahul Gandhi was saying and what the Samajwadi Party people were saying had a very deep resonance. But I think against the backdrop of great rural distress, unemployment, frustration with lack of economic opportunities. And it's interesting that in the one state where the BJP perhaps hoped the temple issue would seed through, this is a state where the impact is the least. Whereas in a place like Madhya Pradesh, where many of the same socio-economic conditions prevail, but somehow the Hindutva appeal appears to have, struck a much deeper chord. Gujarat is sui generis because that's Narendra Modi's home state. But I'd say Madhya Pradesh is very interesting counterfactual to UP. And the BJP would be wondering how come Mandir worked so beautifully there, but has not worked at all in Uttar Pradesh. And particularly if this Faizabad result holds, it's a huge slap in the face.
Right. So Smriti Irani is apparently trailing by 32,000 votes in.
Again, not a surprise. Every reporter who's been to Amethi would tell you that there was quite a lot of anger against Ms. Irani, and it was really out there openly.
Right.
Everyone was kind of...
I want to add one kind of interesting, because if these results hold, it's inevitable that people are going to raise questions about the leadership of Mr. Narendra Modi. the BJP may not want to do it because that's the kind of party it's become. The RSS may not encourage that, or maybe they would. But the fact is that apart from the BJP's numbers being much less than what he got the last time, apart from the lead which Mr. Modi took in communalizing the campaign, I've never seen a Prime Minister behave in such a horrible manner, and, polarizing, treating Muslim Indians as if they don't belong here, they don't
and all
vote.
those BJP ads.
And all the ads, exactly,
Yeah.
which the Election Commission didn't seek to intervene to stop. Despite all of that, you're getting this kind of result. More importantly, of course, the numbers are going to change, but in Varanasi, Mr. Modi's lead, he won the seat last time by, I think, 63%, 5 or 5.5 lakh votes. And right now, the difference between him and Ajay Rai is hardly 60 or 70,000. So
we must add that these are still early trends. I think it's the round 2.
No,
right.
no, more than
no, we've probably
I think it's round 2.
We've probably gone beyond round 2, but I'm saying that the vote share, saying, well, I don't expect the vote shares to change all that dramatically. Of course, the absolute numbers are going to change. But if after 3 rounds, the difference of vote, in terms of vote share between Mr. Modi, who is supposedly the tallest leader of the country and so on.
We have the latest, in fact, on the screen. Mr. Modi leading by a margin of 49,230.
Yeah. But the interesting is Banswara.
And last time was 4 lakhs
but
anyway.
interesting is Banswara, where Mr. Modi gave that famous or other infamous speech.
The first time he
speech. The tribal party leader, who's the India candidate, is leading by more than 70,000 votes in Banswara.
Right.
Which is where Mr. Modi went to communalize, hoping that the tribal vote would come his way. But the BJP is trailing there in Banswara. Similarly, Inner Manipur, which is Imphal and which is where the Meitei heartland, the BJP is trailing against the Congress in the Inner Manipur constituency as of now. These trends may change, but the fact that in Inner Manipur, where you played a majoritarian game, trying to entice the Meitei and trying to polarize it against the cookies, you're actually not gaining ground. Ladakh, the BJP, the candidate from the Kargil region is winning, the independent candidate, whereas the Congress candidate and the BJP candidate are trailing, who are from the Buddhist Ladakh region. These are significant.
The Congress guy is ex-BJP anyway, right? So
no, Congress's own candidate. One candidate. These are significant constituencies because these are constituencies where religious minorities exist in India. Similarly, those 2 constituencies in Punjab, where Khadur Sahib, where Amritpal is winning, and the other constituency where Beant Singh, Indira Gandhi's assassin, his son is leading.
I want to go to Shabir, who's here from Tamil Nadu, but I just want to stay with UP for like one more second. Caste census, you've been to Uttar Pradesh. I felt that more than caste census, actually, there was another narrative that one could really sense on the ground, which was that there was a deep sense that we need a strong opposition. Whoever you spoke to, even if they felt, okay, Modi is going to become the Prime Minister, okay, NDA is going to come to power, there was this sense that, nahi, hame ek vipaksh bhi mazboot chahiye. So people were really looking at their member of parliament. It wasn't just Modi. There was this sense that, ठीक है Modi ठीक है लेकिन ये बिल्कुल नहीं आया, इसने बिल्कुल काम नहीं करा है. And that sense of a strong opposition, did you sense that too, and do you think that has something to do with what we're seeing now, very tight contest?
Yes, possibly. I mean, the word that was being used was Tanashahi. That is something that we heard for the first time.
True.
And again, not just in UP but elsewhere as well.
Yeah.
The caste census per se was not being discussed, but the politics of social justice was very much back in UP, and it wasn't. Dalits, of course, most prominently so. They were talking about the constitution being under threat. Samvidhan khatre mein hai was what we were hearing from Dalit voters.
That was the only catchphrase in this election that seemed to resonate across states.
But I also, and this is something that it took me a while to understand, that even among OBC voters, there was a sense that Modi, as was sold as this OBC leader when he came to power in 2014, and people had begun to think that that is.
Menka Gandhi is trailing.
I mean,
by 10,000 votes.
Menka Gandhi is trailing from
potential. I mean, this was the 9th term. I think she won.
And everybody thought Sultanpur was a cakewalk.
Was a cakewalk for her.
But continue. Let her finish her point, and then we'll go to some key
so I felt that even among the OBC, EBC voters, there was a sense that they were drifting away from BJP. BJP had done very well at wooing the non-Yadav OBCs and the non-Jatav Dalits. And I felt that this time, if you spoke to non-Jatav Dalits, which is Parsis and Kuris, there was a sense that they were all talking about the constitution being under threat, reservations being under threat, and among the non-Yadav OBCs as well. And the party has worked really hard at stitching up alliances with all the smaller parties, the Rajbhar Party, Apna, the Sonewal. Despite that, there was a sense that this is really a government of the upper caste. That is something that would come through in conversations with voters. Having said it, we have to be very cautious because how do we explain the Bihar results?
And also UP, remember the margins were spectacular for BJP last time. So this close contest could also just really change towards the end.
So we should be a bit cautious about the conclusions we draw, because what we are seeing this time is that the Hindi heartland states are not, there's a sense of fragmentation. They are all not showing any consistency in the way that we saw in 2014 and 19, that you could see Rajasthan, there was a clean sweep, Madhya Pradesh, there was a clean sweep, UP, BJP did very well, in Bihar, BJP and its ally did very well. This time it's a far more mixed picture, and we'll have to carefully analyze it, because in Rajasthan currently BJP is leading only in 14 seats, and the Congress is doing very well. Again, Bharat Adivasi Party is doing remarkably well in Banswara. And so the Hindi belt this time is not voting in a uniform way. And what worked in which state and why is what we'll have to decode in the next few days.
So let's go straight to the south. Shabir has joined us. Hi Shabir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
And then we'll come to Professor Harish also. So give us a little update. What's happening in your state?
So in Tamil
DMK is
Nadu, as
leading.
expected, DMK Alliance is leading in 38 constituencies. The AIADMK Alliance is leading in 1. And BJP, that is NDA, candidate is leading in 1 constituency. So talking about the AIADMK Alliance, it's Vijayakant's son, Vijay Prabhakar, who is contesting from Virudhunagar constituency. So he is leading over there. And NDA candidate, which is Anbumani Ramadas's wife, Soumya Anbumani. She is leading from Dharmapuri. So this is the update. The much focus was on the Coimbatore constituency, where Tamil Nadu BJP chief K. Annamalai is contesting. So he is right now in the 3rd position.
Okay.
So it's still a competition between the DMK and the AIADMK. And as far as BJP is concerned, in many of the constituencies, they are contesting in at least more than 20 constituencies. In many of these constituencies, they are in 3rd place. So it's literally a fight between the AIADMK and DMK.
As expected, but Shabir, a lot was said about the BJP's vote share. That if not seats in Tamil Nadu, at least their vote share will be in double digits. Do we know anything about the vote share right now?
See, as of now, it's still not clear what's their vote share is going to be.
I can tell you what the Election Commission is saying, Shabir.
This time around, the BJP
Shabir, the Election Commission is saying
candidates.
Shabir, hold on 1 second.
Shabir, sorry to speak over you. The as per the Election Commission, the BJP has a 9.17% vote share. So close to the 2 digits, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah. Go on. Sorry, continue.
So the BJP's idea was to increase their vote share and to field all their popular faces in Tamil Nadu. For example, they made Tamilisai Soundararajan resign as the governor of Telangana, and she is contesting in South Chennai constituency, where she is in 2nd place because she is a popular person, because she has already been the Tamil Nadu BJP chief. So she is a well-known person in Tamil Nadu. So for that face value, probably she has got some votes, because South Chennai is one constituency where the BJP has been working very hard. In fact, they had their Karyakartas working for the past 5 years to try and breach that constituency, which is considered as a DMK bastion. And apart from that, they have Nainath Nagendran, who is the BJP's state legislative party leader, and he is in the 2nd place. And they also made a few, new entrants to contest this election, particularly like Radhika Sarath Kumar, who she is the wife of actor Sarath Kumar. They literally, merged their party with the BJP to contest from Virudhunagar constituency, but they have been pushed to the 3rd position in Virudhunagar as of now. So the BJP's idea was to field popular candidates to ensure that they increase their vote share. And Annamalai, in fact, he was very vocal about the BJP getting 25% vote share. In fact, he had challenged, on national television that this time around the BJP will get 25% vote share. But as of now, as things goes by, it doesn't look like that they will reach anywhere between that. But 12 to 14% would be an ideal vote share.
And in Kerala, it seems like they're still leading in 2 seats, Bharatiya Janata Party. One is, I'm guessing, Suresh Gopi, and the other one is Rajiv Chandrasekhar's seat, right? What's happening in Delhi?
So Rajiv Chandrasekhar's margin is small, but in Thrissur, I think the gap is widening.
And Danya, in fact, cautioned us from the News Minute that typically in Thiruvananthapuram, we don't quite know who's in the lead till the end of the last round of counting, and apparently it's similarly played out for Shashi Tharoor in the 2019 election as well. So maybe hold on for now.
I wanted to go to Harish Ji, and then we can let you go. If these numbers hold in Uttar Pradesh, it's very peculiar because, we are seeing, if these numbers hold again, you see a revival of caste politics, mandal politics. For that to happen without a BSP at 0 is very peculiar. What can we, what trajectory will BSP go from here?
I think that it's very difficult for the Dalit politics across India this time. Not only in Uttar Pradesh, but also in Maharashtra. Prakash Ambedkar's Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi is not doing at all very well. Then in VCK, probably in Tamil Nadu is doing better. And the LGP in Bihar is doing quite comfortable with the NDA alliance. So of course, those parties which are in alliances, they are doing better, and those who are independently contesting on the Dalit card, they are not doing at all better at any level. That is what the BB in Maharashtra and BSP in Uttar Pradesh. Saying that, it means that probably this time the elections was not only about certain communities or castes, but a bigger agenda was there. As I said, that probably the India alliances is major claim that India's constitution is in danger and there is a need to protect the social justice policies and caste census is required. I think that created an uproar in the favor of NDA and other parties which claim that they are for the social justice. Through that, probably the scheduled caste, or even for that matter, scheduled tribes or EBC voters have shifted from BJP to the social justice politics this time, and I think that is going to play a major role. BSP, because of, as I said, that it was inactive, not in action for a very, very long time, and it had that kind of very complex position vis-a-vis BJP and India for a considerable time now. And because of that confusion, I believe that those who vouch for social justice and secularism amongst the Dalits and amongst the EBCs, probably they have comfortably shifted to Congress and the Samajwadi Party. And therefore, probably the politics or the future of parties like BSP in Uttar Pradesh and BB in Maharashtra will be in doldrum, and I don't think there is a much possibilities from that side.
Right. Thanks, Professor Wankhede. Since Professor Wankhede referred to Maharashtra and the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, which it appears, at least as of now, again, we don't know the data, disaggregated data, has not played spoiler in the seats that one expected it to. Can we pull up the Maharashtra numbers, please? There was an attempt for those unfamiliar with Maharashtra politics. Mr. Prakash Ambedkar's VBA has a sizable proportion of the vote in certain constituencies, and in the 2019 election, at least 5 to 7 seats, the vote difference between victory and defeat of the Congress candidate was the number of votes that the VBA candidate got, which is why an attempt was made by the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is the Congress plus NCP Sharad Pawar plus Shiva Sena Uddhav Thackeray, to bring him on board. That did not happen. In fact, he fielded candidates in several places and only tactically supporting the Congress in a couple of seats. The Maharashtra numbers as it stands right now, the BJP leading in 11 seats. Very interesting here, the Shiva Sena Uddhav Thackeray leading in 11 seats, Supriya, and Shiva Sena Eknath Shinde, which is as the Election Commission would say, the real Shiv Sena, which got the symbol, leading on 6 seats. And in the twilight of his career, Mr. Sharad Pawar's NCP leading in 8 seats. The 83-year-old was out campaigning despite ill health, out campaigning as much as he could, not as much as perhaps Uddhav Thackeray did. He emerged, of course, as the lead campaigner for the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. But Mr. Sharad Pawar too, as his aide told me, he, from 7:30 in the morning till like 9:30 in the night, this man campaigned. This was an existential election in many ways for the NCP Sharad Pawar. Any thoughts on Maharashtra?
Congress is at 10.
And Congress is at 10.
So MV is at 29 right now.
If I use Maharashtra to make a big picture point, which I think it's time to, because the trends seem fairly rock solid. And here's something to ponder over. had Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah not run their Operation Lotuses in Maharashtra, in Karnataka, you would have a very different outcome. In the sense that BJP at 237 or 240 would then have virtually no party. I mean, like in the sense that maybe, okay, they would have contested more seats in Maharashtra. But I'm saying that the ballast that the NDA has, which is putting them above the majority mark, owes in large measure to the fact that you went out there, smashed the NCP and the Shiv Sena and tried to weaken. You knew Maharashtra was your weakest wicket. And you knew that in Karnataka too, if you can somehow prize the JDS away and do various things. But what we had imagined then was a tactic linked to capturing power in the state. That was true. But I think at the back of their mind, they also knew that nationally, given the lay of the land, and I'm sure they had their finger on the pulse, the BJP needed to do this to survive nationally. And I think we're seeing some of that here.
So Professor Suhas Palshikar, who knows the state perhaps better than most of us, told me this was in end of March, early April, he said that this is perhaps the biggest tactical mistake the BJP has made in politics he has seen recently. This vertical split orchestrated by the party in Shiv Sena and NCP. I mean, of course, he said that there's no sub-regional sentiment or anything. He said that's perhaps more what editors talk about. That may not be the case, but he said this was a mistake. The BJP had already emerged as a dominant pole in Maharashtra in previous elections, and this was an ill-advised move, and it appears the numbers.
And in your conversations with voters, did you sense that disgust?
Which is what we spoke about this morning, that there certainly was this, this is not how politics in Maharashtra is done, is what we heard from several people we spoke to across the state, So that was definitely a factor, and the leads as of now underscore what Professor Palshikar had pointed out.
It's kind of surprising though that, I mean, given that they've done this kind of politics in Maharashtra, but they also, what they did in Delhi, one sort of assumed that there would be some kind of a backlash to Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, because at least that was the public sentiment.
Right.
However, at this point, BJP is leading in all 7 seats in Delhi.
All 7 seats? There was 1 seat where AAP was leading.
All 7 seats in Delhi.
But as of now,
but Smita, in Maharashtra also this will, in a sense, kind of settle the debate as to which the real Shiv Sena is, which the real NCP is. Right. If Ajit Pawar's NCP is barely winning a seat and Sharad Pawar is winning 8 seats, there would be no doubt among the cadre, among the...
I'm sure
Congress is the beneficiary. Congress has gone from 1 to 10 in Maharashtra.
Actually, yes, the most popular Shiv Sena sort of slogan, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, they're known for their speeches, right? People go to watch them, even if they don't vote for them, because they're this. I mean, this is the sort of the idiomatic sort of use of Marathi in a way.
Yeah.
So in every election, in every rally, the Prime Minister referred to Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena as Nakli Shiv Sena. So Uddhav would start a speech saying he's saying Nakli and he is Beakli, in Marathi, a play on sort of words. And that would get like a loud cheer from the crowd. So,
yeah. The other state where they've, arrested a chief minister who, of course, managed to move out of the position just in time, and Champai Soren took over. But Jharkhand, again, BJP is leading in 9.
Plus 1.
Jharkhand Mukti Morcha in 2 and Congress also in 2. So it's definitely a better performance than the last time. And we'll have to see whether this holds.
I want to just go to Odisha numbers, because that's another state where the BJP is, betting big that you make up for the losses through this south and these eastern states. Bharatiya Janata Party is leading at 17. Biju Janata Dal is at 3, and Indian National Congress is at 1. So the BJP from 8 is at least going up to 17. That's what the trends are saying. I have a question for the panel. When through this Odisha election, every time the BJP would attack BJD or BJD would attack BJP, it just didn't seem authentic. They're not natural rivals in the way, say, a TMC or a BJP is. And then when wondered that, is there some sort of compromise here happening that, okay, let us take this national, let us take the Lok Sabha and you guys take the states. Because it never really seemed...
They almost formed an alliance,
no,
right? 2 months ago, they were in seat-sharing talks.
I don't agree. I think that, yes, there was an attempt to have an alliance, but it became very clear to both parties that this was madness, right? From the BJP's point of view, it would have actually, in a funny sort of way, meant advantage Congress. Because if you have BJP coming together, then the Congress gets a new deal.
Open up a new front.
And for the BJD, they saw this. I think Naveen Babu had a sense of the writing on the wall, and he felt he could fight. He's better off fighting. Now, what's happened in this? The battle between the two has actually been quite vicious.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at some of the sort of direct personal attacks that Mr. Modi made on Naveen Babu, right? That he doesn't know Oriya properly, that he doesn't know Orissa. You know that famous speech of Mr. Modi where he said he can't name any district capital.
District capital.
Yeah, he said district capital, right? I thought we were a little unfair on Modi because every district has a headquarters, you know. But you know, that was a kind of sharp personal attack, right? And then the nastiness of the campaign towards the end, right? I don't know how many of you saw that video where they were kind of mocked because of this Pandian
factor. His hands were trembling.
The Tamil food.
No, apart from that, the Tamil food ad, right? And I think that was not an official BJP ad, but they had like a person trying to eat Odia food in a banana leaf and direct attack on Pandian, on Tamil food, on Tamilians.
Also, Siddharth, on the Chief Minister's health, on Naveen Babu's health, saying that he's not fit, he's not healthy enough to conduct a campaign. But what is interesting is that the BJD is actually leading in the assembly election.
And the vote share was almost, at least if you go by the exit polls, it was 42-42.
But they're leading in, while they're losing badly in Lok Sabha, they're still winning the assembly election.
But sharply down.
Sharply down, but still ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, the Election Commission site has trends for 543, of which BJP's tally is down to 239. And of course, the numbers can change.
Yeah.
But really, this is a defeat for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I mean, we were talking about
at least.
Yes, but also that this sort of, we were discussing the politics of social justice. To this narrative that the constitution is under threat. The Prime Minister then tried to build a counter narrative saying that reservations will be taken away from ST, SC, OBCs and given to Muslims. He tried to communalize the election, and that clearly has not resulted in any payoff to the BJP.
Yeah, so 282,
this is a rejection in some ways directly of the Prime Minister's campaign.
282, 303, 239, 240, whatever, 235. It's a very serious decline, and somebody has to take responsibility for it. Who's the main lead campaigner?
So on the ground, I specifically asked voters about these two narratives. One narrative saying that the constitution is under threat, that reservations could see an end, and the counter narrative that reservations will be taken away from ST, SC, OBCs and given to Muslims. While the first narrative had its takers, Dalits were very concerned. Maybe some OBCs were concerned as well.
Right.
However, for the other narrative, the Prime Minister's line, even hardcore BJP supporters were not buying that. They were actually looking a bit embarrassed every time I asked them about it. They said, oh, this is election time rhetoric. During elections, you need to say this.
Right. But can I ask the panel here to like a big picture question from the numbers that we know, the leads that we have thus far? For the India Alliance, who's doing the heavy lifting? Are these the regional parties primarily? Is the Congress somewhere?
So Congress is somewhere around 100. And
96.
I think 96, 97. And the Samajwadi Party is the second biggest party, followed by 32, followed by TMC is around 30. And then, of course, DMK in the 20s. So I think these are the four major parties which are going to lead.
Congress is at 96.
After these five parties, BJP, Congress, Samajwadi, Trinamool and DMK. Then comes Telugu Desam and Janata Dal United. These are NDA allies. But of course, given these numbers,
you never know where.
I would say
they have changed.
If India were to the India Alliance were to introspect, I think the Congress, which was really looking quite unlikely that they would cross into 3 digits, they might just well do it. And in many ways, this is creditable because most of their fights are directly against the BJP, right, where they're kind of making major headway. Samajwadi has done spectacularly.
Yeah.
Trinamool has belied expectations of the exit polls.
Certainly.
And I would say even reporters on the ground, quite frankly, saw a lot of disaffection against Mamta, against Trinamool. But I'm looking at the vote percentages, and the BJP's vote share has come down, Trinamool has gone up, which in a way reflects, and I may be wrong here, but this reflects the fact that the left has bounced back from a miserable performance back in 2019 when a lot of its voters actually went to the BJP camp. They seem to have come back to the left, and this has affected the BJP. So Mamta has done well, Samajwadi has done well, the two DMK of course has done well.
RJD.
It's RJD and AAP
underperformed.
That have underperformed, right? AAP has not made much of a dent in its Delhi bastion. And the RJD, despite the fact that it pulled huge numbers, and I think Tejaswi's performance in this election.
It was was actually a concert performance.
Exactly. So I would say that perhaps the voter in Bihar, there's some talk of the BJP being quite keen to move Nitish Babu out of Bihar, but I would say, given that BJP has only is going to end up around 240, I don't think the BJP is going to be in a position to tell its allies anything. You know, so the BJP perhaps thinks that you can take on the challenge of Tejaswi in Bihar if you get Nitish out and have somebody else. But
again, in Bihar, I mean, just 2 days ago, Tejaswi Yadav was talking about Chacha being in conversation with Nitish. And the way that Nitish has constantly changed sides, it won't be surprising if we'll see another somersault.
Your take on Nitish Kumar, though, I mean, when he moved sides, you know, we heard at least Delhi reporters saying that he has lost the trust of the people because of his multiple flip-flops for the last Paltia, for his multiple Paltia. But this is commendable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just did a very short trip to Bihar. I think we'll have to be cautious and we'll have to see. This is, in Bihar, it was a Samikaran Chunav. It was a sort of
caste alliances.
A caste alliance election, and we'll have to see. It comes down to candidates. Because at no point did I get a sense that Nitish, in fact, this is the first time I sensed that there is an erosion of Nitish's popularity. Having said it, he retains a considerable support base among women.
Right.
And prohibition is like the big thing that he did, and women seem to still feel some gratitude for that. But he was absent from the campaign, he was barely visible. So I'm really not sure at this point how much of this should be credited to Nitish.
But you know, I'll make a mischievous point. If you take two half-hearted allies of the BJP out of the equation, right? TDP and Paltura.
Who was making Modi the chief minister?
4,000 baht.
And when he was corrected, he said it in a very sort of idiomatic way. Wait, Pradhan Mantri to hai hi na. Meaning that still didn't mean that he was changing what he was advising Modi to do. But if you remove these guys from the equation, as 30 seats,
exactly.
then NDA is below halfway mark.
That's exactly what I was saying. That you take them
all of the
out.
numbers once.
And let's not forget, Chandrababu Naidu was the convener of National Front. You know, the National Front, when it came in power, it was Chandrababu Naidu.
And he was decidedly unhappy with Mr. Modi's...
Sushant is floating an idea here.
No, it's not. I think that's a public idea, Yogendra, and everybody has spoken about it.
Right.
That Chandrababu Naidu is not somebody who's a staunch NDLI. He's not a core NDLI.
As we pointed out,
reminds me what is happening in the Andhra Pradesh assembly election. We haven't actually...
Sweep by TDP is sweeping.
It is a sweep.
Can we have the all India numbers? NDA is at 290 now, and India is at 235. So it's still pretty close. And BJP still hasn't crossed 235. These are leads coming in at close to 12 now.
And I would say there's a good 60 or 70 seats where the margin is less than 30,000-40,000.
Yeah.
So given that some of these constituencies are pretty large, I would say that you need another hour and a half or 2 hours for clarity.
Another hour and a half for things
I didn't expect that.
Before we move away from Bihar,
also Bihar,
Chirag Paswan has had such a comeback. Look at their 5 seats in that Lok Janshakti party is leading in, and this really boggles the mind.
BJP is actually losing 5 seats, and it is winning lesser seats than JDU.
In Bihar.
Yeah, Bihar.
Okay.
They are all 5 seats that they are actually losing. They have lesser seats than JDU. They contested far greater number of seats than the JDU. They've actually lost ground in Bihar. BJP.
And BJP is at 11 from 17 down to 11.
Yeah. They've lost ground. They contested more seats.
Right. But yeah, I mean, without Janata Dal United, now Nitish must be wondering that was I too quick to leave? But like we said, it's going to take us
Also Assam, we haven't spoken about the Northeast, but Assam...
Except for Manipur.
So Meghalaya Congress is leading. When I saw last check, I don't know the latest one, Nagaland Congress was leading, which is a big surprise because I think Nagaland Congress doesn't even have a single MLA there. In Assam, Supriya...
So I'm going to quickly go... We must remember, in Assam, it's an important election because this is happening after the delimitation changed boundaries and changed equations. There are some constituencies which essentially were redrawn in a way to enable the BJP to retain them. Despite that, we're seeing Congress is currently leading in 4.
Right.
So we have Yogendra Yadav joining us. Welcome, Yogendra ji. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can't see any of you, but yes, I can
hear
you.
Oh no, you can't see us.
Happy to join you.
Okay, I hope you can see us. You can just have to switch on your camera if it's on your laptop or your phone. Look, to be a bit flippant, but it's true that for many of us on social media and following Twitter and news, especially English news, this election had become about Prashant Kishore's numbers versus Yogendra Yadav's numbers. So, yeah, that's what everyone was talking about. Kaun sa yoga. It's, close to 12. BJP is at 235. Is it too early to congratulate you?
I mean, it's not relevant to congratulate me. I think the one person we should be congratulating is the people of India. I mean, these silly things of, look, this election was not about someone getting his polling numbers right. That would be one of the most trivial things in this election. What was at stake in this election was nothing short of our constitution, nothing short of our collective heritage, nothing short of our democracy. And these little trivial games of who gets his numbers right.
Which is always the fun thing to do. But look, we have to ask you, as somebody who's also been a pollster, exit polls. I think that's also the one big story if these numbers hold true. 401, many polls, at least 3 polls gave the NDA 400 par. Explain to us how did they get it so off? If these numbers hold again.
I'm not the right person to say to explain why they got it wrong. And I can only guess and speculate. I was shocked. Last night I spoke with The Wire about what I think went wrong with the exit. What struck me when I saw all the exit polls, I was shocked, surprised, and I realized that. And as I mentioned on The Wire last evening, I said, look, once I saw these polls, and I'm someone who takes opinion polls seriously, I can't just brush them away and say, array, propaganda hai, or whatever. So I looked for alternate evidence, and I found not 1, not 2, but 3 other nationwide polls, which are not in the public domain. I checked with them, and not one of them was in alignment with what the exit polls were saying. So you actually had 2 categories of polls. Those polls that were being shown on television screens, which were all 350 to 400, and those polls which were off screen, which were all saying something like 260, 270, 280, something of that range.
Right.
And so I was really shocked. So to my mind, what was happening was this. I think in a sense, it's a repeat of 2004, something many of us suspected. I think you people also said that it could be 2004 played out again. That a certain media circle creates a little bubble and sense around itself. Opinion polls, to my mind, were making 4 mistakes, if you want a technical answer. Number 1, they were undersampling the poor. This is a very standard problem of Indian opinion polls. CSDS is fortunately not part of this limitation. Because they don't do proper randomized sample, they tend to undersample the poor. Number 2, in places like Uttar Pradesh, those who were voting for Samajwadi Party and Congress, and if they happened to be Dalits, they were underreporting. In our conversations, the conversation would begin by them saying, BJP ko hi vote denge. It's only after 10 minutes that they would open up and say, inko to kabhi vote nahi denge. But in opinion polls, they would pick the first answer and walk away with it. So there was underreporting. Number 3, when the data was being transmitted and translated into vote shares, many of the don't knows were being adjusted in favor of the BJP because opinion pollsters believed that this was happening. And finally, when votes were being translated into seats, every pollster was going for the upper end of the range. So in opinion polling, you get things right when your errors cancel each other. But in this case, all the errors were stacked one upon another. And finally, allow me to say, well, they must have received some phone calls as well. When pollsters go out of their way to say 401. Well, it's not an accident. Something is happening. Some phone calls are being received. And I really wish there was more transparency in the opinion polling business in this country. Transparency about reporting their sample, about their technique, and transparency about disclosing the political interests of the pollsters. I have been quite candid every time in saying I'm not a apologist, I'm a political worker, I work against the BJP, my organization is working for the defeat of the BJP. Now listen to me if you want to. I really wish pollsters were also to say, I earn 95% of my money from BJP. This is what my bread and butter is. I'm doing this exit poll. Believe me, if you want to. The world would be so much better place, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have to wrap in 5 minutes, but I just want to quickly come to you and then everyone here. Two big narratives, according to you, that haven't given BJP the number that they were expecting, this confidence that they had, that it's going to be a very easy victory, 400 par and all that. What are the two big things that you thought worked against them this election?
To my mind, the biggest thing really was what I call return to normal politics. People were tired of being kept on that very artificial high. People came back to normal issues, started asking those normal questions that should be asked about unemployment, what about my livelihood issues, price rise, farmers issue, in Uttar Pradesh, once again, cattle menace.
Yeah.
And the other thing, sheer arrogance of BJP leaders. BJP was becoming Congress at its worst moment. The sense of people may not be angry. I mean, I did not detect at least so much of spoken anger against Modi. Maybe people were scared. But there was enormous anger against local BJP leadership, BJP representatives, BJP MPs. And both these things came together. And in a normal election, to my mind, I would really say, while the opposition does deserve some credit, they stayed in the game. People like Rahul Gandhi stood by what they said, did not go for soft BJP line, etc. But in the last instance, I think more than parties, it's the people who defeated the BJP. They stood up and they said, all right, we can't take this anymore. So it's back to normal democratic politics, which doesn't suit the BJP at all.
The BJP may very well form the government because NDA is at 288, but of course, it's not the high that was being projected. Supriya, you want to comment?
Supriya, I had a question for you. It's a return to normal politics, but we're seeing it play out very differently in the Hindi states. What's your sense of why the Uttar Pradesh outcome is so different from Bihar, and Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan too are showing very different trends this time?
Look, to my mind, let the vote shares come. My own sense is that from Karnataka and Maharashtra to Bihar, in this entire geography, I expect a swing away from BJP of anything between 5 to 10 percentage points. Now, in each state, the starting point is very different. In Bihar, do remember, NDA had a 23-point lead in the last election. In UP, they had only a 13-point lead. 13-point lead becomes 0. 23-point lead maybe becomes only 10. So the starting point is different. Similarly, in Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, the starting point is very, very different. It's only in a place like Haryana, where the starting point was equally different, about 30 percentage point lead to the BJP, but where you have actually a anti-BJP wave in Haryana. You don't have that kind of wave in Maharashtra, but in general, we are looking at one constant and one variable. The one constant is move away from BJP to the tune of 5 to 10% in every single state. The variable in each state is in Uttar Pradesh, lack of alliance. In Bihar, return of Nitish Kumar to the original alliance, no matter what his personal credibility is low. But if you shift to an alliance, you do bring votes. In Haryana, the specific wave against Manohar Lal Khattar's government and BJP and the farmers' movement and so on. So these factors are a little plus and minus. But we are witnessing something of a wave, except in the coastal belt from Kerala to Bengal, which has voted differently, where BJP had not quite fulfilled, had not saturated. BJP had room to. So in those places, BJP is up in terms of vote. Everywhere else, I think BJP is down.
Great. Thank you so much, Yogendraji. We'll probably come back to you later in the day. We're going to take a quick short break and be right back with you guys. Please remember that this is a completely ad-free endeavor. Like I said before, we don't take any ads from corporations or governments, and we rely on you guys to support us. A lot of you are giving us super chats. Guys, please don't do that. We don't need super chats. What we need you to do is click on the link wherever you're watching this show, if you're watching it, say, on the Newslaundry YouTube channel, there will be a link in the description that says Power Elections with Independent Media, newslaundry.com/electionslive. Click on that link, choose an amount that's convenient to you, subscribe, power this show. It's truly a people-sponsored show. There are no Hero Honda ads or no, ads of governments or corporations. So please do your bit, support us. We'll be right back with more exciting numbers.
I'm here to interrupt this wonderful on the election results to bring you a very important message. सबसे important message है कि ये ad free है और non-sponsored है. And this only is possible because you contribute. So in the link below this window, the video where you're watching it, there is a link which takes you to a page where you can contribute so that our journalism, our election coverage is sponsored by you, because public interest journalism should be paid for by the public. Now, when I say we, who is we? We is the strongest coalition in the country. I know election mein jo ho raha hai, you think those are the coalitions that matter, but those coalitions form and are deformed very quickly depending on power dynamic. But there are certain coalitions that are in public interest, and public interest is a constant. Doesn't matter who is in power, ting ting ho raha hai kisi ke phone. Doesn't matter who is in power or who is out of power. That public interest coalition stays. It is not like party coalitions. And it is also not like coalitions of broadcast journalists who will say, we are best, others are shit. No. We have young Hartosh Bal from Caravan.
Very young.
Very young. Excellent public interest journalism, long form. If you aren't reading them, you must. That is one part of our coalition. Dhanya Rajendran, who has come all the way from Bangalore to do Moe Moe, because social media trolls are saying we must do Moe Moe. So, do you know what that is?
Yes,
Okay.
unfortunately I learned.
Yes, because she is from a millennial, young Dhanya from the News Minute. Another excellent public interest journalism who do amazing stuff from the South. On gender, they are unmatched. No one is even close. So the News Minute and the Caravan. This young lady's name is Seema Chishti. She's from The Wire. This is another very important part of our coalition. They have done some of the most cracker, bravest journalism around. Also, I must mention, even Caravan has done some. Please come in, Supriya. Don't just stand there awkwardly. Okay? So Wire, another very important of this public interest coalition. Another important part of the coalition is Supriya from Scroll and Shoaib. They have set amazing standards on, writing, on finding stories from the ground that matter, focus on journalism and not on opinion. So this is also a very important part of our coalition. Smita, you can come in. She's from Scroll. Okay, so we are live, by the way. We are live. Yes. So, and that's Manisha, also from the Newslaundry. You know what she does. So this is the entire coalition of public interest that we will spin around and show you. Now, this coalition will stay, doesn't matter who comes in power or who goes out of power. And it is up to you people to support this coalition by paying. Because only when public interest, sorry, I will rephrase that. Only when the public will pay will public interest journalism be served. And doesn't matter who comes to power and who doesn't. No one here dances and no one here is, starts crying as many people assume. We remain steadfast, and no matter who is in power, it is our job to talk truth to power or speak truth to power. For that, please contribute. Now I will hand you over to real journalists, and I'm only here to make sure that I guilt you into paying something. So make sure you do. Adios. Are we good?
धारा 370
370 अयोध्या मंदिर राम मंदिर है राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है रोडवेज है रोड में काफी समृद्धि महामार्ग है
रेलवेज है पुल है ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड द रेलवे नेटवर्क द इंप्रूवमेंट दैट आई थिंक इट्स इम्प्रूव्ड अ लॉट
डिजिटल
transaction digitalization that is going on.
आज रात को 1 बजे किसी को जरूरत पड़गी पैसे की ट्रांसपोर्ट में फोन किया था उसी को ट्रांसफर कर दिया पैसे.
We have a good name all over the world.
एजुकेशन में थोड़ा अच्छे से सुधार हो रहा है. स्पोर्ट्स से प्रतिष्ठा जो है, स्पोर्ट्स से रिलेटेड जितना भी वर्क हुआ, द रिसर्च इन स्पेस.
हम लोग द्रौपदी मुर्मू हम लोग राष्ट्रपति है, हम लोग आदिवासी के लिए कुछ किया है, वो भी अच्छा बात है.
हमारे लिए तो बस अग्निवीर खराब किया और सब कुछ अच्छा किया. बस
धर्म की राजनीति हुई है, हिंदू मुस्लिम की, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हुआ.
गंदा काम किया सभी ने सब.
I am disgusted with all these politicians.
गरीब जनता पहले भी गरीब थी और आज भी है, पहले भी मर रही थी और आज भी मर रही है.
4 रुपए नमक था तो 15 रुपए हो गया नमक. बताइए किसका पैसा है? बोलते हैं देंगे देंगे, पर मिलता कहाँ है और बढ़ता जाता है.
अच्छा भैया, आप लोकतंत्र और संविधान का मतलब जानते हैं? सुना है कभी संविधान, लोकतंत्र, इन सब शब्दों को?
नहीं. ऐसे लोकतंत्र के बारे में मेरे को इतना अनुभव नहीं है.
संविधान, डेमोक्रेसी.
Democracy is the most important in the Indian country.
Democracy may have originated in India. Even from our epics also we see, even Sri Ram also elected by democratic system only.
डेमोक्रेसी के नाम पर कई विरोधी पार्टियां हो, चाहे जो हों, उम्मीद से ज़्यादा विरोध का वो करती हैं, बढ़ाती हैं, चीज़ों करती हैं.
मुस्लिम वगैरह इसी का फ़ायदा उठा के मतलब हमारे देश के अंदर रह के और हमारे देश के विरोध में वो लोग काम करते हैं.
इन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड बना रखा है, ये अपनी मर्जी का सारा खेल हो रहा है. आप इलेक्शन लड़ने, आप उसके अगेंस्ट जा नहीं सकते, कोर्ट में नहीं जा सकते, कहीं नहीं जा सकते. उन्होंने आकर यहाँ ट्रेन में रख दिया ना पाँव कि ट्रेन ये जगह हमारी हो गई हमारी.
जैसे लोग बोलते हैं आजकल कि डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो रही है इंडिया में, मतलब
नहीं, उन लोग ऐसे बोलते तो डेमोक्रेटिक हम आदमी, हम नागरिक, आम आदमी बात ही नहीं कर सकते.
आज लोकतंत्र है तभी आप हमसे इस बात को पूछ रहे हैं.
गाज़ीपुर में इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं और सोचा कि कुछ जायज़ा लिया जाए दलित बस्तियों का. यहाँ मुसहर समुदाय का एक गांव है. हम गाज़ीपुर से सफ़र करते करते यहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं. अच्छा, तो सरकार तो ये भी कह रही है, मोदी सरकार, कि उन्होंने वो बनवाए, शौचालय बनवाए हैं, स्वच्छ भारत का कार्यक्रम है. आपके घर में शौचालय वगैरह कुछ
नहीं बनवाए? कुछ नहीं बनवाए हैं.
दलित मतदाता चाहे वो जिस भी सब कास्ट का हो, किधर जाता हुआ नजर आ रहा है पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में.
इस 10 साल के अंदर जो कुछ हुआ, जो आर्थिक स्थिति, सामाजिक स्थिति, या ये कह लीजिए तमाम नौकरशाही को बिल्कुल जड़ से खत्म कर दिया गया है. सारे रास्ते लोगों के लगभग खत्म कर दिए गए हैं. शिक्षा इतनी महंगी हो चुकी है, उसके ऊपर कोई चर्चा नहीं करते. रोजगार बिल्कुल रहा नहीं. आज जितना भी हमारा युवा है, आज उस स्थिति में पहुंच चुका है कि वो सुसाइड कर रहा है.
तो राशन वाशन मिल रहा है?
हाँ, मिल रहा था 35 किलो.
उससे ज़्यादा की ज़रूरत पड़ती है या हो जाता है इतने में?
अरे उतने में कैसे हो, 4 गो लड़का खाए वाला. हाँ, वही में ही नाता आयल गल, फिर वही में अपने उतने में क्यों खर्चा चली.
इसमें शौचालय वगैरह अंदर इसी में बन रहा है?
कुछ ना.
कहाँ जाती हैं आप?
अब खेते की अरे न जाल जाला, कहाँ जाल जाला है, रोड पर तना हाल धोवल जाला, कहाँ जाल जाई.
घर जो हैं वो अभी भी कच्चे बने हुए हैं. जो राशन है वो कुछ सहारा देता है, लेकिन इससे ज्यादा की जरूरत है.
जो दलित मतदाता है, जो उसे नुकसान हुआ बीजेपी से, उसकी सोच ये भी है कि बीजेपी के उम्मीदवार को कौन
हराएगा, उसको देंगे वोट,
तो उसको वोट दे देगा. कि वो ये महसूस कर रहा है कि अगर मैंने बीएसपी को वोट दिया और बीएसपी को और समुदाय का वोट नहीं मिला तो फिर मेरी वोट बेकार जाएगी. तो इसलिए बेहतर ये है कि मैं इस बार वोट उस आदमी को दो जो बीजेपी को हरा रहा.
It's been a long and heated election cycle, and we are finally at the end.
Over the last 2 months, our teams have brought you authentic ground reports. And now, we are back with Elections Online.
We will bring you transparent and credible coverage of the results. With experts in the studio, reporters across the country, we'll put together the facts, figures and perspectives that you need.
With clear, calm and informed voices.
But as always, we need your help because organizing an event like this is not easy.
It requires extensive tech, lights, cameras and loads of other tamjham.
So head on to newslaundry.com/electionslive and pick an amount of your choice to support us.
Because it's your contribution that keeps us independent.
You make our journalism possible.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Elections Online, where 5 independent news organizations, The Wire, Scroll, Newslaundry, News Minute and The Caravan have come together. I'm Travesti Dasgupta from The Wire, and remember this broadcast that we are bringing to you live from 7:30 a.m. this morning on the 2024 Lok Sabha elections is completely ad-free and non-sponsored. So if you want to contribute to our efforts, then please click on the description below and contribute any amount of your choice. Let's get straight into what's happening in terms of results at the moment. The numbers are on your screens. These are the leads that are coming in. The NDA is at 288 and the India Alliance is at 236. These are still leads. The India numbers are down to 235. These are going to keep changing. But I think the biggest story at this point at 12 noon, 4 hours of counting is done. The biggest story is, of course, coming in from Uttar Pradesh, the largest state in terms of number of seats, India's most populous state with 80 seats up for grabs, and the opposition alliance, in a sense, throwing up a surprise for many. And if we could just get the numbers on our screen about what's happening in Uttar Pradesh at the moment. As you can see right now, the BJP is leading on 36 seats. The BSP is down to 0. The Samajwadi Party is leading on 34 seats. The Congress on 7 and the RLD on 2 and others are at 1. Now remember, the BJP and the RLD are in alliance while the Samajwadi Party and the Congress are together. So about 41 seats for the Samajwadi Party and the Congress together. Seema, surprise for the Uttar Pradesh in terms of what was expected earlier, that the BJP was claiming that it would better its 2019 tally of 62. This time it would cross 70. But now, okay, let's just go to Sunil, who's joining us. Sunil Caravan से है हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं यहाँ पे. उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में सुनील बताइए, ये जो नंबर्स अभी हम देख रहे हैं, ये क्या ऑपोजिशन के लिए एक बड़ा वोट है आपके हिसाब से? क्या कास्ट फैक्टर्स बड़ा वोट है और मोदी फैक्टर काम नहीं कर रहा है? क्या आपके हिसाब से चल रहा है अभी?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश में ना, जैसे कि शुरुआत से जो इक्वेशन बनना शुरू हुई है, तो बीजेपी का मुझे लग रहा है कि सबसे बड़ा ड्रॉबैक था शुरुआत के दिनों में लोकदल को अपने साथ लेना, क्योंकि बहुत सारा वोट उसका लोकदल की वजह से उसके पास आया था। और जब उसने लोकदल को अपने साथ में लिया तो उसका वो बहुत सारा वोट जो है दूसरी तरफ सपा की तरफ वो शिफ्ट करना शुरू किया। और अखिलेश यादव पिछले 2022 के इलेक्शन हारने के बाद में उन्होंने पीडीए पे बहुत काम किया, जो अपना पिछड़ा दलित अल्पसंख्यक पे वो काम कर रहे थे, उस पर उन्होंने काम किया। अम्बेडकर वाहिनी बनाई, उस तरह की चीज़ें चल रही थी। और इसी बीच में जैसे कि हम देख भी रहे थे कि जब यूपी में राज्यसभा इलेक्शन हो रहे थे, तो उस समय उसके जितने भी फॉरवर्ड विधायक थे, नेता थे, वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी को वोट कराए थे। तो एक पार्टी के अंदर भी वो चलने लगी थी चीज़ें। तो बैकवर्ड कास्टों के अंदर ये चीज़ें बनने लगी थी कि अखिलेश यादव इसके मामले में बेटर सोच रहे हैं, और उन्होंने फिर टिकटों का बंटवारा भी उसी हिसाब से किया। बैकवर्डों को टिकट ज़्यादा दिए, वो करीब 60% थे। तो इन सारी चीज़ों ने उसकी तरफ चीज़ें बढ़ाई। और एक बीजेपी की तरफ में एक चीज़ ये थी कि जो उसके 10-10 साल तक के जो सांसद थे, उनके खिलाफ बहुत एंटी इनकम्बेंसी हो रही थी, क्योंकि हर पोस्ट पे मोदी जी होते थे, वो तो होते नहीं थे। तो लोग बागों को ले लगता था कि सारे काम तो मोदी कर रहे हैं, ये काम तो ये कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं ये लोग जो है। तो उसके खिलाफ में बहुत सारी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी बढ़ती चली गई। तो ये हमारे सामने इसका रिजल्ट भी अभी दिख रहा है कि उसका परिणाम भी क्या जा रहा है कि। और दूसरा क्या हुआ कि जो बसपा का वोटर था वो बहन जी के बहुत सारे फैसलों को लेके कंफ्यूज होता चला गया। और दूसरा ये था कि उसमें होप पैदा नहीं हो पाया कि बहन जी सरकार बना पाएंगी कि नहीं बना पाएंगी। तो उस वोटर ने भी संविधान के सवाल पे इंडिया अलायंस की तरफ वो वोटर गया और उसने उसको बहुत प्लस कर दिया। तीसरा था कि बीजेपी का जो वर्कर था वो अपना वोट ही नहीं निकाल पा रहा था। कि वो जाए लोगों को कह पाए कि आप हमारी पार्टी को वोट करिए, ऐसा हो नहीं पा रहा था इस बार में। हाँ, जो बीजेपी के सिंपैथाइजर थे वो जा रहे थे, वोट कर रहे थे, लेकिन कोई ऐसा नहीं था कि वो जाके 10 वोट और एक्स्ट्रा करा ले कि आप जाइए और 10 वोट और एक्स्ट्रा।
सुनील, आपको बीच में थोड़ा रोकना चाहूंगी क्योंकि कैसरगंज से ये फिगर्स आ रहे हैं हमारे पास। रिमेंबर, कैसरगंज इज द सीट ऑफ बीजेपी एमपी ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह, who was in the eye of a massive storm for the party because of sexual harassment allegations. Charges against him have been framed in a Delhi court, and now this time the BJP, in a move to kind of pacify voters and to not give a sense that it's anti-women, it fielded his son, Karan Bhushan, and those are the numbers that's on your screen at the moment. We're seeing the vote shares. Karan Bhushan has a vote share of about 53%, and the SP candidate has a vote share of 40%. Now, earlier I had also travelled to Kaisarganj, and the sense that I got on the ground is that there is a sense of palpable fear among the voters. वहाँ पे जो कहते हैं दबदबा है ब्रिजभूषण का बहुत, और but there was a sense of also the fact that they will still vote for him. Radhika, you've also covered UP in the past, and these numbers that are coming in, what Sunil was also telling us, there was a level of anti-incumbency against the local candidates, but the Modi factor was in a sense sailing them through. But as the numbers we are seeing right now, that doesn't seem to have worked this time around.
You know, I'll repeat a little of what Sunil is saying. When I traveled to Uttar Pradesh in January, this is when the temple consecration was taking place, the palpable sense on the ground was that even if the BJP gets 70, it won't be a surprise. 3 months later, the feeling on the ground was completely different. It was palpably different starting from Western UP. We traveled through Bagpat, Kairana, Muzaffarnagar. I think Ikra, who's fought a fantastic campaign in Kairana, might be trailing with a very small margin at the moment. But across Western UP, it was just a very different story from 2014. It was a very different story from 2019. There was no one invoking Modi in any way. And just remember, this is the region where the BJP's tried everything. You've got the temple, you've got love jihad, land jihad, this jihad, every possible jihad. And yet, as Sunil pointed out, one of the critical things that the Samajwadi Party did was its ticket distribution. In 2014, and even more so in 2019, the BJP workers were going house to house in homes of the extremely backward communities and saying, we are protecting you from the Jats. And this has been, as we know, the familiar strategy of the BJP to work the non-dominant OBC. I think the BJP felt that, well, now we have the EBC as a captive vote, and now we're going to try and do this char so par, and took the RLD alliance, which really did not work for it, because we were in Bagpat, Muzaffarnagar, Kairana, and irrespective of what the final result will be, communities that were voting 90% en masse to the BJP were now openly saying, you can't take us for granted. And you can't talk about representing us but not give us tickets. And repeatedly pointing out that the Samajwadi Party was giving tickets, and not just tickets, but as the election came closer and closer, they put people in charge. So the person in charge of Kairana was a Kashyap, which has about, Kairana would have about 70,000 to honge Kairana mein 2.5 lakh voters. So, I think that, of course, there's anti-incumbency and there are other issues. But remember that in India, it's not as if the Jats don't face price rise, right, or unemployment. But it does boil down a lot to identity, and I think that in this case, the Samajwadi Party broadening its base has really worked.
Seema, I just want to get comments from you, because you've also travelled to UP in the last phase. In the 7th phase, you visited Gorakhpur and other key constituencies, which have in a sense been BJP bastions for at least the last decade. But now we are seeing this turn in a sense. You've travelled extensively over there. You covered Kajal Nishad's campaign as well. And you were one of the few people who did see this coming from your reporting over there. So how do you see these numbers? The Samajwadi Party, just to tell our viewers, right now on 33, and the BJP on 37, and the Congress on 7. So that's 41 seats for the India Alliance, and for the BJP and the RLD, it's 39 at the moment.
Yeah, so UP, unfortunately, over the past 10 years, has acquired a reputation of being this stasis, this pool which will not shift. It is this unyielding kind of rock of Gibraltar for the BJP on which it can continue to form governments. But the fact is that UP has been really delivering surprises over the years. Whether it is 1977 when Mrs. Indira Gandhi was wiped out of North India, she got a seat, she managed a seat in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan, Nagaur and Chhindwara. But in UP they registered a cipher, and at that time UP had 85 seats. You had again the switch when Rajiv Gandhi comes in 84, and then again another switch when they're out in 89, and then the Congress never gets back. But you had all kinds of permutations, combinations. UP has been like so proud because it has a prime minister from there. Even Mr. Modi, when he comes in from Gujarat to contest as PM, has to contest from Varanasi to cement the politics. It cemented the politics of the BJP by contributing 52 MPs in 1996, then 56 MPs, if I remember correctly, in 1998. But since then, they were down to 10 in 2009 when it firmly was out of government and the UPA gets re-elected. That magic that UP would do by almost controlling the levers of who's in power was surrendered by UP in this en masse, en bloc support. That has kind of shifted. And I think this is also very significant socially because of what they're recording from West UP, what our other colleagues have recorded from West UP from 2013. The whole atmosphere of North India and UP being colored by the Muzaffarnagar riots, and that tainting the politics and controlling the politics. I think that lever is broken, and that's critical. So from caste and religion and economics, where people see their economic decline, if you were trying to bottle aspiration in UP, that didn't work. Because UPites were aspirational, and they were saying that this is a distinct election because you're using economics to thwart my social mobility and to thwart the people of my community.
So just let's tell our viewers that we are also being joined by two guests online. HK Vasu, he's headed the Edina poll, and Jyoti Mishra from CSDS. Thank you so much for joining us. And from UP, let's shift our focus to Karnataka, where the story is a little different for the BJP, where the BJP seems to be gaining over here in Karnataka. According to the leads that are coming in at the moment, it will be on your screens in just a moment from now. But I'll just read them out to you from the Election Commission website, which is the BJP is leading on 16 seats, the Congress is on 10, and the JDS, which is an alliance with the BJP, is on 2. So I want to go across to you, Mr. Vasu. You, in a sense, deviated from all the other exit polls that were in the mainstream media, and you were one of the few people who was able to see Karnataka for what it is. How do you see these numbers coming in at the moment?
Well, in the morning when the early trends were coming, I told the lead research head Bharat that 3 people are losing now. One is BJP, second one is exit pollsters, and third one is Edina ourselves. But that time, because first 2 you are clear, then our research head said, no, we are not losing because Congress is actually leading in 10 seats now, and it may even increase its tally by 2. Probably you know that in the last parliament, 2019, BJP had won 25 out of 28. And JDS won, and an independent who was supported by BJP had won 1. So now, but everybody was giving 3 to 4, 3 to 5, even pre-poll also, not just in the exit poll, pre-poll also. And I also know that some of the congressmen were also thinking that they will not cross 5. So at that time we said, no, scene is not like that, and Congress is leading. But if we see what has happened so far is, maybe Election Commission website is a little slow. BJP is ahead in 16, Congress is ahead in 10. And JDS has won 1, and the other one also it will easily win because Kumaraswamy is leading by more than 2 lakh votes. So it looks like 18 and 10 as of now, and in about 5 the contest is still close. So Congress may increase its tally by 1 or 2. And BJP and JDS put together, their vote share now is 52 as of now. This is what the Election Commission website is also saying. So this we had predicted much before that the alliance of JDS and BJP is working. When we had done our survey, even then, we had seen that about 93% of the voters of JDS and BJP are happy with the alliance. Only 7% were unhappy. So that you can see that in South Karnataka, except for Chamarajanagar and Bangalore Central, in all other places, BJP is ahead. So this is the place where JDS has some presence.
Mr.
Not in North Karnataka.
Sorry to interrupt you. We'll just come back to you in just a moment because we had the graphics for Prajwal Revanna on our screen, and he's right now. Those are the figures. He's trailing in Hassan by over 17,000 votes. Dhanya, I want to get you in on this. Prajwal Revanna has, of course, been a big factor, at least in the national media, especially after all those videos which first surfaced a day before the election, but it became big news after the election was well and truly over. How do you see these numbers that are playing out in Hassan as well as in the rest of Karnataka?
So I'm just going to quickly read out the Karnataka numbers. The BJP is leading in all its key seats, which is B.Y. Raghavendra, the son of B.S. Yedurappa, is leading in Shivamoga. Jagdish Shettar and Basavaraj Bommai, both former chief ministers, are leading in Belgaum and Haveri. In Bengaluru, there's actually a surprise. The 4 seats were held by the BJP. This time, in 1 seat, the Congress is leading, which is Bangalore Central, Mansoor Ali Khan. Coincidentally, my constituency. Shobha Karanlaje, Tejaswi Surya are having huge margins in Bangalore North and South. And surprisingly, Bangalore Urban, which was held by D.K. Suresh, who is D.K. Shivkumar's brother, that seems to be now going to BJP because Manjunath, who is the son-in-law
Bangalore Rural.
Bangalore Rural, because Manjunath contested under a BJP symbol. So a lot of I think the numbers are changing. Like Mr. Vasu said, I want to quickly ask Mr. Vasu just one question. You had not just questioned the Karnataka numbers, but you had also questioned the way exit polls are done, right?
Yeah, definitely. The first one is we want to question the necessity of an exit poll.
Thank you.
Pre-poll is something else.
Correct.
So the polls are over, and in the next 2 or 3 days there will be counting itself, and nobody can actually challenge or question the will of the people. So they have already voted, and there are 2-3 days. Why do you want to do this exit poll? Second one, yes, as you said, we questioned the methodology and also the sampling. We demonstrated that the voices of the poor and marginalized is not heard because in the India Today My Axis sampling, only 15% of illiterate people were there, but the national average is 27%. People don't think that there are so many people who have not gone to school. Even we were surprised when our own sample told us that 26% of Karnataka's electorate, they have not gone to school or they're not literate. So then we looked at the numbers. Yes, Karnataka does have a relatively developed state. It does
Mr.
have
Vasu,
24%.
I'm sorry to interrupt you because we are getting this update right now, which is on our screen. In West Bengal, in the Boshighat constituency, BJP's Rekha Patra is trailing. You can see those numbers on your screen, trailing by over 10 lakh votes. That's what you're seeing on the screen right now.
1 lakh
votes.
47,000.
My mistake. Seema, you wanted to ask
I just wanted to ask
Mr. Vasu quickly before we go to Jyoti Mishra.
So, Namaskara, Mr. Vasu, one math kedi. Let me, I want to use your expertise to understand this, that we're now seeing in the map of Karnataka that I'm seeing that there are a lot of seats in North Karnataka that the Congress seems to have done well in, 10 seats. And we typically follow this pattern that, Congress doesn't do well, the North and the Lingayats, if you like, are handed over to the BJP. So are there like interesting shifts there that are happening in Karnataka, which you may want to talk about?
The Lingayats are still with BJP. That is what you see in Mumbai, Karnataka. Mumbai, Karnataka is the northwest part of Karnataka. But if you see the map, northeast Karnataka, that is called Hyderabad, Karnataka or Kalyana, Karnataka. In all the seats, Congress is ahead. So this is a relatively backward part of Karnataka. And where there are more poor people, there they are voting for Congress, because you can see the same in Chamarajanagar also. Chamarajanagar is down south, but it is again a poor district, backward district.
All right, let's get in Jyoti Mishra. She's also joining in. She's from the CSDS. And before we go to Jyoti, I just want to go back to the numbers for just a moment. What are the latest numbers that we are getting in at the moment for the NDA and the India Alliance? And in the meantime, you can see on your screen the leads in terms of parties are 243 for the BJP and 93 for the Congress. And the overall leads, the NDA is on 298 and the India Alliance is on 225. Jyoti, I want to come to you on Rajasthan, which is another key state that we want to track at this point, is that the BJP, according to the numbers that we are seeing, is on leading on 14 seats. The Congress is leading on 8, as the CPIM on 1, the Rashtriya Loktantrik Party, RLTP, and the Bharat Adivasi Party are also on 1. How do you see the numbers? Two questions to you. How do you see the overall numbers that are coming in for the NDA and the India Alliance nationwide? And is Rajasthan surprising to you?
You're on mute.
Hi, I think you're on mute. If you could just unmute yourself.
So yes, first of all, I'll start with the method we use for our study, because we are getting that trend in our own Lokniti's post-poll election, and it is very different from the exit poll, which is being done by using different methodology. So in fact, in our data, we are getting that there is a decline of vote share in BJP's vote share, and there is a rise of Congress's vote share in our survey, and that discontent is there. Maybe and it's not surprising for us also, because BJP just made that government in that state, and strangely they are not getting that majority being ruled by the BJP right now. So I think that can be there are different factors. Maybe there is a change of alliance as well. Last time they, if I'm not wrong, this time Congress has allied with RLP, which was part of BJP's NDA alliance in the last election. So, and other than that, there could be other factors, but I cannot be very sure about the state level dynamic. That can be handled later when we look at the state level analysis, and then we'll be able to look at different factors. And right now, because we just collected our data on national level, we need to segregate data at state level and do the analysis. And we will be in that position to comment on the state level data. But what we are getting as national level, because right now I'm able to explain the national verdict as per, because state level analysis is yet to be done. So maybe that is my limitation not to comment on that.
At the moment, if we just see the national numbers, the BJP had earlier predicted that it would cross the 400 mark very easily, 350 seats on its own. Right now, it's past 1230 and the BJP on its own has not crossed the 300 mark. So how do you see these numbers? And the India bloc, even though it had predicted for itself 295 seats, it's not reached that. But for either of the two sides, the numbers that we are seeing right now are not according to their predictions. How do you see that happening?
So we have not predicted the overall, we don't predict the seat share, but we do, so we collect data and we usually make prediction on the basis of vote share and some of the interesting finding and explanation why this is happening. So in fact, in our data, what we are getting that there is a rise in the popularity of India bloc or Congress, in specifically the Congress, because if you look at the leadership factor, like Modi was quite popular in 2019 election, but there is a decline of 5 percentage point when we asked about that factor. Whom do you want to see as next prime minister? Alongside, there is a good rise in Rahul Gandhi's popularity. So, and there are other factors also which actually explain why there is some kind of discontent among voters against BJP, because there are several factors. Especially that BJP has induced many corrupt leaders. So we had asked question, do you think that there is a dent in BJP's image when they are taking corrupt leaders? And 61% of the voters, and a great proportion of among BJP voters as well, they believe that, yes, around 61%, yeah, they are saying that, yes, it has dented the BJP's image. So there are several factors which can be looked at in detail analysis and can explain this result which we are getting from the Election Commission right now.
I want to just come back to Dhanya for a moment. Do you see that the results that are coming in at this time, the North and the South have once again voted differently in a sense, but this time it seems that the disenchantment against the BJP is more from the North than the South?
Definitely, and look at Kerala, where the BJP is now leading in 2 seats, not just one. Rajesh Chandrasekhar from Thiruvananthapuram and Suresh Gopi from Thrissur. Rajesh Chandrasekhar's we don't know, because Tharoor's elections are always to the wire. It keeps changing with every every ballot which is counted, but not ballot, EVM that is counted. But this time, it's very surprising if the BJP ends up winning 2 seats from Kerala. Then the other place is Telangana. They're going to win 8 seats from Telangana. In Andhra Pradesh, it's only because BJP is part of the alliance. They do not have any standing otherwise. Karnataka too, they have not done as well as the BJP expected if these trends continue. So yes, the South and the North have voted. For example, looking at BJP in Odisha going up, BJP in Uttar Pradesh coming down. I just want to say there was a Congress leader I asked yesterday. So I sent, out of curiosity, I sent same text to a lot of leaders saying, what is your actual number for state and for all India? So this Congress leader told me 230 for India Alliance. I'm wondering if that is what the number will come to. But of the numbers which a lot of people told me from Bengal, from Karnataka, those numbers are not right. So I think what the parties were expecting also, people have voted in many different ways in different states.
I think that's very interesting that's coming across this time is the fact that a lot of us went to the ground and some of us were able to understand what's really going on in the voters' mind. But in a sense, the silent voter who was thinking of many different things, that's kind of getting translated in these results in a sense. A lot of people kind of said Modi wave is still alive. Some people said Mandir is not a factor. Some people said unemployment is a big issue. But the fact is that these numbers, as they are right now, with 4.5 hours of counting already done and no clear winner yet, Seema, how do you see?
I have a question to ask, other than all this. Is this a YouTube election also? Would you call it so? Because you all been to many different North Indian states. A lot of people are curious now, right? What has been the impact of so much of, this is the first time that you see influencers sort of also coming into this election in a big way. What is your take? Did you hear people talking about it?
To be honest, I think to some extent, but when you get into really remote areas where you have large number of voters, I don't really think that there is that level of penetration there. I do think that's much more of a phenomenon in urban areas. Is there a greater receptivity to listening to issues that have to do with the BJP and Modi? Yes. So to some sense, to some extent, there is that loosening. But I do think, if you look at Rajasthan, for example, we were traveling on the ground and pretty much the results bear out what we thought it was. And I don't know if it's really got anything to do with...
But so close to the assembly election, how?
Rajasthan's known to do that. And it's not in the last 10 years, for example, it's voted in a Congress government and then voted BJP at the parliamentary level. I think here, again, I think the Rajasthan story is going to be interesting because in terms of what we saw on the ground, we had a sense of regionally what was holding, regionally what was fragmenting, and what were the reasons in each of those regions and each of those states, each of those constituencies. So I think that one will have to look at it much more closely in that sense. So
all right, we'll have to just wrap in about 3-4 minutes. I'll just get closing comments from Seema and Sunil. Sunil, आप YouTube को जैसे धन्या ने अभी पूछा कि YouTube को आप कैसे देखते, इसका आपने कोई प्रभाव देखा जब आप ट्रैवल कर रहे थे रिपोर्टिंग के लिए? क्या ये एक बड़ा फैक्टर रहा है लोगों के परसेप्शंस को चेंज करने में?
ये तो है कि देखिए सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से बहुत सारी चीज़ें तो जाती हैं और यूट्यूब से भी लोग देखते हैं, मतलब काफ़ी चीज़ें करते हैं। एक चीज़ तो था कि लोगों तक का जो पॉपुलर मीडिया नहीं बात पहुंचा पा रही थी, वो यूट्यूब से जा रही थी चीज़ें कि मतलब जैसे कि इलेक्ट्रो बॉन्ड का जो मामला था कि वो पॉपुलर मीडिया में उस तरह नहीं चला, लेकिन यूट्यूब से वो गया तो लोगों के बीच में वो मामला था कि नहीं, इनके पास भी बहुत सारा पैसा आया, वो कहाँ से आया, कैसे आया, तो इस तरह के सवाल उनके भी होते थे लोगों के। तो इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर लोग सोचते तो थे और ये है कि हाँ, लोग गाँव में कि हो सकता है घर में एक एंड्रॉयड फ़ोन हो, लेकिन उससे उस पूरे घर भर में खबर आ जाती थी।
हाँ, यूट्यूब को तो ये मैंने भी देखा कि यूट्यूब सब देख रहे हैं, सबकी भाषण सब यूट्यूब पे फॉलो कर रहे हैं, फेसबुक अभी भी बहुत ही बड़ी तरीके से गांव-गांव में तो चलता है. तो Naseema, you've also seen, do you see this social media revolution in this election in a sense? Just closing comments.
There's been one like literally horror story about India. The statistics bear it out that the maximum amount of time spent streaming videos globally in the world almost is in India. Massive number of hours spent on that. So I think, I mean, I just worry that we should not trivialize what are real issues by terming it a YouTube election. So, you know, Mr. Pichai and all the others
That is
would
a
be happy
headline
for us
in
to
one
do
of
it.
the newspapers. I forgot.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
It said earlier was a WhatsApp election, this is a YouTube election, as if we're all being. But I think here, and you can see that in big upsets. So BJP is one lens to see what's happening in South India. I think there's a large kind of anxiety and maybe it's because of economic discontent, but the large kind of economic turmoil and anxiety in India is also exhibiting in what you see in Odisha, for example. It's an anti. So it's also not so much about the BJP, but about overthrowing the BJD. And maybe you see some of that sentiment in other South Indian states too.
The only thing I have to say about economic distress though, and I think of course that is when you're rationalizing how you're voting, that does become an issue. But to me, repeatedly what I see is economic distress is again felt very differently by different communities.
Of course.
And you would imagine very poor communities would feel it, or for example, merchant communities would feel it. But they have remained as staunch BJP voters. And I hate to sort of bring it back to that, but I think we're more comfortable looking at economic distress or threat to the constitution. Were they all reasons? Yes. Is there greater YouTube penetration and are people listening to other opinions a little more? Yes. But I don't really think those become the determining voting factors. And if they were, we would see a very different sort of response or losing big time and across the same communities. Across the same communities. So I think that yes, of course there are issues and I'm not and there is anti-incumbency, but I think we just need to sort of balance it with the fact that in the same constituency, economic distress where you would imagine it would lead to voting against the BJP, there are communities that don't.
All right, I'm being told that we are being joined by Rokibu Zaman. He's from the Scroll and he tracks the Northeast. And if we could just, before we go to him, can we just look at the NDA and the India numbers on our screen at the moment, just to see where the numbers are stacked up. Right now, the NDA is leading on 297 and the India Alliance is on 229 seats. These are leads that are coming in at about 12:40 p.m. Dhanya, you want to come
imagine the irony that if these numbers do remain, Chandrababu Naidu, who walked out of NDA, will become very, very important to the BJP and Mr. Narendra Modi. At one point, Amit Shah would not even encourage talks with Naidu. In fact, even this time, did not meet him. In fact, this time, even for the assembly election, they had to wait at his house for hours for the talks to happen. But if these numbers persist, if there's a big if, right, then.
All right, so let's just go across to Rokibu. He's joining us. He tracks the Northeast for the Scroll and he's just bringing us some of the updates that we are getting in. We've seen over the years that the Northeast essentially aligns with whoever is in power in the center. If we just talk about, let's get into Manipur for a bit because that's the state that that has been under civil unrest for over a year, neglected by the BJP completely. Amit Shah went and addressed only one rally over there. Modi did not bother visiting at all. So do you see that reflecting in the numbers? And if we could have the numbers for Manipur on the screen if possible.
Hi, Rokibus here. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. So how do you see the trends in Manipur?
So it's interesting trends in Northeast, especially this time. Like you said, Northeast tend to vote for whoever in the party in Delhi, except some exceptionally in some always there. But this time, in Manipur, it seems like both the states, like outer Manipur and inner Manipur, the BJP and its ally NPF is trailing right now, and the Congress, both the states, Congress is basically leading. So it essentially means, this basically this vote is against the BJP, clearly a vote against the BJP and the double engine governments for it's unable to contain this over year long ethnic violence, which scaled over 200 and displacing over 70,000.
Yeah, so those are kind of reflecting in the seats that are coming in at the moment. But I also want to get your views on what's happening in Assam, which is the largest state in the northeast. And if we see the numbers that we're getting from the ECI at this moment, the BJP is leading on 9 seats. The Congress is on leading on 3 seats at the moment. The BJP obviously has had Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma. He's gone and he's one of the star campaigners. He's campaigned in other states, but he seems to be retaining his popularity in Assam as well. Rukubis, how do you see this?
In a way, he's basically, and BJP is winning 9 seats. But again, one of the seats which is a battle of prestige for the BJP, Jorhat seat, which is home to the ethnic Assamese communities. And currently, the Congress, Gaurav Gogoi is leading. He's the son of former Chief Minister Tarun Gogoi. But it seems like because of the consolidation of Ahom votes and the popularity of Gaurav Gogoi helped him, to basically to get the lead in Jorhat. Despite the BJP's the wall attack against Gaurav Gogoi, it seems Gaurav Gogoi managed to control by his own charisma or by his own leadership.
All right, I just want to pause you over there because we're getting very interesting trends that are coming in from West Bengal once again. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, leader of the opposition Congress in the Lok Sabha, he's trailing, and Yusuf Pathan of the TMC is leading over there in the Baharampur constituency. Yusuf Pathan, remember, was facing a lot of questions when he was fielded that he's an outsider, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary having won the seat successive times. But now we're seeing that Yusuf Pathan is clearly leading on that seat, and we're going to keep a close eye on all those developments. My colleagues will be joining you in just a few moments for now, and we'll have to wrap up this session of the broadcast.
Do we have time for a quick question on Assam, because it's the first election after the delimitation?
Yes, so Seema, quickly.
If Rokibu Zama, sorry for this, but if you can give us some insights on how delimitation is showing up very quickly.
Yeah, so basically delimitation, in Lok Sabha seats, basically it helped BJP or its ally to win at least one seat in Barpeta, which usually a Muslim majority, which is a Muslim majority district. Around 70% of the population is Muslim. But in this election, not a single major party has fielded a Muslim candidate because the election commission has redrawn this seat in a way that maximum Muslim votes were basically deleted from Barpeta Lok Sabha seat and added to the neighboring Dhubri seats, which is now almost 27 lakh votes, and which is now 27 lakh votes. And so in a way, Barpeta, which traditionally elect a Muslim MP, it will be difficult for any Muslim to win from Barpeta because, in a way they have, the BJP's claim that they will secure the seats for the indigenous, quote unquote, indigenous people. It's a part of this larger Assam politics that BJP is trying to, bank on, that they will protect the Assam identity, and basically delimitation was part of that, the inside-outside politics of Assam, and in a way they have successfully done it, at least in Barpeta. And and not a single Muslim can win in Barpeta in the near future.
All right, Rokibos, thank you so much for joining us. Before we close, I just want to mention, just to add to what he was saying, that the All India United Democratic Front from Assam is set to score a 0. It would be the first time since 2009 general elections, when it had first opened its account with 1 seat. In 2019, it had won 2 seats, and AIUDF's Badruddin Ajmal is currently trailing in Dhubri by over 31,000 votes. So, all right, so we are going to wrap up this session at this moment, and before we close, just want to tell our viewers once again that this broadcast, which is coming to you live and is a collaborative effort by 5 independent news organizations, The Wire, Scroll, Newslaundry, News Minute and The Caravan. This is completely non-sponsored, completely ad-free, and this is powered by you, the viewers. So please consider making a contribution, any amount of your choice, and if you wish to contribute, you can use that for the QR code that you just saw on your screens, or you can click on the description box where we have the link. Thank you so much for watching, and my colleagues will be joining you in just a few moments from now.
उधर निकल रहा है, लेकिन अब वो उदासीनता से निकल रहा है। ठीक है, मोदी की सरकार है और मोदी ने जो योजना दी है उसका हमको लाभ मिला तो मोदी को वोट देंगे, हमसे साक्षी महाराज से कोई मतलब नहीं। ये वोटर कह रहा है।
अब इस बार जो है कि जनता बहुत खफा है जीतते रहे। पहले पड़ता था करीब 80-85%, अब उतना लगाव नहीं रहा लोगों के पास। एक तो ये छोटी ग्राम सभा है, तो यहाँ हर समस्या का समाधान भी नहीं हो पाता है, इसीलिए लोग वोट डालने नहीं आ रहे हैं।
पिछले 2 पंचवर्षीय में आपने जनता से वादा किया कि इस बार परिवर्तन करा दो, सरकार बनवा दो, अपना विधायक बनवा दो, सांसद बनवा दो, हम लोग काम कराएंगे। काम तो हुआ नहीं।
जो हमारी पार्टी के जो मूल कार्यकर्ता है, मूल कार्यकर्ताओं की एक अपेक्षा होती है, पार्टी से भी होती है। जब सरकार बन जाती है पार्टी की, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं की इच्छा होती है। महाराज इस सैटरडे शाम में आते हैं, सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग फिर निकल जाते हैं। जनता दर्शन 3 घंटे के जनता दर्शन में क्या काम हम लोग अपनी शिकायत तक तो दे नहीं पाते हैं।
इसमें मान लो 200-400 आदमी है तो उनको देता है, देता अपन रहने दो, कहीं से अलग काम आ जाएगा तो मिल जाएगा, नहीं तो अपना चलने दो।
वही बात है, केवल जो बाबा आए नहीं और उदासीनता है, वो जागरूकता नहीं है। ये 10 साल से सड़क बड़ी है, ये सड़क आज तक नहीं बनी, आज तक नहीं बनी।
हम लोगों ने सभी से संपर्क किया तो सभी लोग निराशा भाव से ही मतलब अपनी चीजें बोले, तो कोई खुल के नहीं बोल रहा था। शर्मिंदगी महसूस होती है ना कि जो हम कुछ भाई, उन्होंने जैसे मुझसे कहा कि आपके लिए तो मैं कर रहा हूँ, बट हमको कोई काम होता तो आप लोग ध्यान नहीं देते, तो आप अब बताते जिलाध्यक्ष जी से बात कर लीजिए, जिला प्रभारी जी से बात कर लीजिए। तो जब आप लोगों की सुनवाई नहीं तो हम लोग कहाँ से सुनवाई अपने हक करा लेंगे। 2014 में भी उसी योजनाओं के आधार पे वोट मांगे। 2019 का चुनाव, 2017 का उत्तर प्रदेश का जो चुनाव हुआ हमारे स्टेट का, हम उसी योजनाओं के तहत उसमें भी वोट मांग रहे हैं। 2024 में भी हम लोग उसी बेस पे वोट मांग रहे हैं। तो ये बार बार अगर उन्हीं चीजों पे उस पे इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं हो रहा था, बस यही कारण है।
Historically, the south of India has posed a strong challenge to BJP's expansion plans. Maybe it's because of the resistance to Hindutva or the dominance of regional parties, or simply because the Congress still has strong grassroots. But in the last decade, BJP has made strides in many pockets. Let's start with Karnataka.
This is a state where the BJP has formed government thrice, including once in coalition with the JDS.
Winning 25 out of 28 seats like in 2019 might be almost impossible for the BJP. But let's not forget, Karnataka is one state where Narendra Modi still has brand value and can still sway voters, and the party has cadre.
During last assembly parliament elections, nobody dreamt that BJP is going to win 25 seats. This time, Modi's popularity has gone to different heights. I mean, compared to last Lok Sabha election, Modi's popularity has gone to different heights because he has delivered what we have promised.
In Tamil Nadu, the BJP saw a revival of sorts with the appointment of former IPS officer K. Annamalai as the state president. With the AIADMK weakening steadily, the BJP quickly became the opposition to DMK, at least in terms of setting the narrative. But will that be enough to actually win votes?
The BJP is not in alliance with AIADMK, and it's trying to build its own base by wooing OBC communities and, of course, through cultural and religious outreach.
The demography of Kerala poses a hurdle for the BJP. The state has a large percentage of minority population. But to overcome this, the BJP has dabbled in appeasement of a section of Christians using an anti-Islam rhetoric. This election season, the BJP has also fielded 3 big names, that is 2 sitting ministers, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and V. Muralidharan, and 1 popular actor, Suresh Gopi from Thrissur.
Telangana is another state where the BJP has successfully increased its seat count and vote share independently. As the BRS loses ground, the BJP is gaining momentum. In Andhra, BJP has been forming strategic partnerships with the TDP and Janasena party and riding on the back of their cadre and popularity.
The key to BJP's growth or even acceptance in Andhra Pradesh will depend on regional factors like the special category status to the state, water disputes, and also farmer issues. But for now, the BJP will hope to leverage the bitter rivalry between Jagan Mohan Reddy and Chandrababu Naidu.
ये हम लोग बैठ के सोच सकते हैं यहाँ कि ये चीज़ सही है या गलत है। तमाम तरह से जो इतना राशन दिया गया कोविड के समय में, फिर अभी डबल किया गया, लेकिन गांव में आप महिलाओं से बात करिए। हम अपने आस पड़ोस में गांव में जाते हैं, महिलाओं सब चाची भाभी लोग बैठती हैं, बात करती हैं, तो उनको लगता है कि कुछ खेत से हुआ जा रहा है और खाने भर का राशन मोदी जी दे देते हैं, और अगर इनकी गवर्नमेंट चली गई तो ये बंद हो जाएगा। ये दो ऐसी योजनाएं हैं जो बहुत व्यापक स्तर पर जिन्होंने महिलाओं को छुआ है। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जैसे स्त्री सुरक्षा का मुद्दा, जब अभी बातचीत शुरू हुई थी तब भी मैंने बताया था कि भारत 148वें नंबर पर है। सारी चीज़ें ये सही हैं, लेकिन गांव में महिलाएं, क्योंकि इसलिए उसमें घरेलू हिंसा गांव में ज़्यादा है। बाहर इस तरह इसलिए चीज़ें नहीं क्योंकि इनको बाहर निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वो एक अलग चीज़ है। लेकिन उनको लगता है कि ये गवर्नमेंट सिलेंडर भराते हैं घर के लोग और वो खाते में कुछ 200-300 रुपये सब्सिडी आ जाती है, तो उनको लगता है कि चलो कुछ बच के आया जा रहा है वापस। अनाज मिला जा रहा है। शिक्षा
तो
की
इसका सिक्योरिटी से क्या लेना, मतलब सिक्योरिटी भी आपको
सिक्योरिटी गांव की महिलाओं को लगता है कि ये मुद्दा नहीं है उनके लिए। उनके लिए महिला सुरक्षा इस तरह से मुद्दा नहीं है। यहाँ पे समझ में आती हैं चीजें, लेकिन उनको लगता है, और वो जाहिर सी बात है क्योंकि उनको बाहर निकलना नहीं पड़ रहा है, निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए चीजें। लेकिन उनको जो चीज सीधे प्रभावित करती है वो यही है कि खाते में सीधे पैसे आ जाते हैं और उनको राशन मिल जाता है, और अभी बीच में सिलेंडर भी फ्री मिल गया था, तो उनको लगता है कि उनकी गृहस्थी ठीक चल रही है।
Welcome to Elections Online, guys. We were actually going to wrap this show up by 12:30, but it's such an exciting contest, and it's really not what the exit polls at least predicted, so we had to stay on. We're going to be on for another hour or so at least, because we still have leads coming, and it's really a tight contest. Dhanya, what are the numbers that we're seeing right now? 298 for NDA, 228 for India, but importantly, it's 1 o'clock and BJP is still under 250. It's at 241.
Yeah, the leads are BJP 241, the Congress in 95 seats, the Samajwadi Party in 36, the Trinamool Congress in 31, the DMK in 21 seats. There are lots of surprises coming in. There are surprises from Odisha, from Bengal, from the southern states. But I just want to quickly take us to Andhra Pradesh, where the assembly elections are also being held. The TDP is all set to form the government, the TDP, Janasena and the BJP. One thing, Naidu becomes very important for Narendra Modi at this point.
Yes.
And the second is that I was actually speaking to someone in the TDP who pointed out that if these numbers go on, then Jagan may not even end up becoming the opposition party. He has to win 18 seats if he does
so
not.
It's a total wipeout.
Yes, total wipeout, yes.
And what are you hearing about Chandrababu Naidu? Because now with 241, BJP at 241 and NDA at 298, are there some movements happening? Because now there's going to be a lot of questions on...
Yeah. So India Alliance, many of the leaders I had spoken to in the last few weeks had always maintained that they are in touch with Chandrababu Naidu. They've always been in touch with Chandrababu Naidu. In fact, if I was the Congress, I would just be making a call to Naidu at this moment. I don't know, but I don't think Naidu will do anything as of now, and their big focus really is the assembly election. They are winning back Andhra Pradesh, and I think the first announcement perhaps will be the capital formation. I've been in touch with TDP leaders, but as of now they just insist that our focus is on assembly. But yes, he does become very crucial for the NDA and government formation. But is there really any chance of, if these numbers go on, that the Congress will try something very adventurous?
Or the India Alliance.
Try to woo back Naidu? Not woo back, woo.
I'm sure there'll be people who will suggest this as a course of action. My sense is that I think the Congress would rather not do that. I think that the numbers will not be very secure and strong. I don't see, as of current trends, India Alliance crossing 230, 235.
Yeah, it's at 228.
Yeah, and so if you get, like in a scenario where you get Naidu and you get Nitish back, right? That still just barely puts you above 272. Right, so it's a recipe for disaster, quite frankly, and it's the sort of thing that the Congress would calculate would help Modi come back with more numbers later, right? So I think Congress would probably, I mean, wisdom would suggest that you savor this moment, you allow pressure to build on Modi, because this is what I said in our earlier interaction, that this is a huge defeat for Modi, and the BJP has to be, the party has to be forced to acknowledge this, and Modi has to be forced to acknowledge this, Amit Shah has to be forced to acknowledge this, that his leadership, his set of priorities, his desire, his obscene desire to divide the people of India on the basis of religion and relentlessly target,
especially this election.
In this election. But he's done it for 10 years, but I'm saying the way in which he's done it in this election, I think there has to be some accounting for that, right? Some accountability. If the BJP were a normal party, they would say, it's time to get rid of him. And we have some other arrangement, but it's not a normal party, right? So that's not going to happen. But I think that it would be more advantageous for the Congress to see how Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu and others put pressure on a coalition government where the BJP does not have an absolute majority.
Hartosh, like the big sense for me this election was really about people wanting a strong opposition. I think more than caste census, more than anything else, what I was really picking up from the states that I went to was the sense among people that, okay, fine, you become the Prime Minister, but we really want a strong opposition. It's important. Sahi baat uthaye, acha mudda uthaye, hamari baat kare. And we're really kind of seeing that in these numbers.
Look, there are 2-3 things. I think as we get into details of looking at this result, and it is an astounding result. I mean, even those of us who were dismissive of the exit polls did not anticipate the BJP falling to these low levels. And falling in terms of a real blow is to the bigotry. There's Narendra Modi. The blow is as much to Yogi Adityanath. His failure to deliver in UP, the complete decimation of the party in UP is what has pulled the party down to these numbers. So I think it would be difficult to look at universal characteristics or pan-Indian characteristics which decide this election, because if you look at the disparities in this election, they are stark. Even in the Hindi belt, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh are going in one direction, UP and Rajasthan are going in one direction, Gujarat is going in one direction. I think you have to look at the number of factors that have come together. One is, of course, that you can see that the farm movement has yielded political results in the entire Jat belt from Punjab to Haryana to Western Rajasthan. You've seen the Congress gaining on the back of this. In Uttar Pradesh, the EBC consolidation that the Samajwadi has managed has actually, I think, largely responsible for these results. Muslim consolidation, of course, was a given in these cases. So I think we have to look at factors like this where you have to understand, if today the allies are 120 out of the NDA's 220, we have to understand how state by state this election was fought and won for the alliance, one in the larger psychological sense. So I don't think there's a uniform pattern that we will see in votes. We will see why the allies worked, where the Congress gelled well together with them, where the Congress failed, as it did in Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. I think these are all the total story of this election.
And Punjab, we have the numbers on 6 for Indian National Congress, Shiromani Akali Dal 2, Bharatiya Janata Party 0, Aam Aadmi Party 3. That's surprising, because everyone is saying Aam Aadmi Party ko kuch nahi milega, 0 milega.
No, the real battle in Punjab was always between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. And this was where, and there was some anti-incumbency against the Aam Aadmi Party. I think the surprising result is the two others that you would see. Yeah? And one is, of course, Amritpal from jail. I mean, this is a great election. Is winning clearly. Good election from jail. I think Siddharth was just mentioning in Omar losing in Kashmir. Trailing so far. But Amritpal clearly is set to win. So is the son of Indira Gandhi's assassin in Faridkot. That is also. Those are the two others. These two others are indicative. So let's not always read it in the radical pattern. If you look at the vote share of the Akalis, it's down to a historic low, 13%. There is always a percentage of mobilization behind Sikh sort of politics. The Akalis have lost it all. There's no trust in the moderate leadership. That Akali vote is what has gone to these two radical candidates. There is a vacuum in Punjab, moderate Sikh politics, which is very evident from this result. It must not always be read as a radical vote, but as a vote which has a problem with the institutional moderate leadership of the Sikhs today. The Akali Dal has never performed this badly. The BJP has actually a higher vote share than the Akali.
Who would have thought? Atul, there was this whole conversation after Kejriwal comes out of jail. He throws open this thing of Yogi versus Modi. He tries to do this thing that, actually, agla number Yogi ka hai. And in the UP results, I mean, it's still too early to speculate, but the Yogi factor, how would you explain that? Complete failure to deliver for BJP, but then assembly, how do you then explain the assembly where it was Modi Yogi that got that phenomenal...
नहीं, जैसे एक चीज़ हम लोग इसमें देख रहे थे यूपी में कई सारे फैक्टर चल रहे थे। जैसे जब हम लोग वेस्ट यूपी से लेकर और ईस्ट यूपी तक में गए, एक बड़ा मेजर फैक्टर था कि यूथ का जो स्ट्रेस था, चाहे वो उनके बेरोजगारी का मामला हो, पेपर लीक्स, एग्ज़ाम्स, और वो एक तो ये चीज़ दिख रही थी जो कि सबसे बड़ा वोट था। दूसरा इंटरनली जो चीज़ दिख रही थी और जो कि ये बीजेपी के लोगों से आरएसएस, इनफैक्ट बनारस में भी इन लोगों से बातचीत जो हमारी हुई और उसमें आरएसएस के पुराने लोगों में, उसमें एक ये फैक्टर जो आप कह रहे हो कि योगी आदित्यनाथ और सेंट्रल लीडरशिप के बीच में ये कहना कि कुछ भी नहीं है, ये तो ठीक नहीं हुआ, कुछ न कुछ फ्रिक्शन ज़रूर था। और कहीं ना कहीं एक चीज़ ये ज़रूर थी कि लोगों का कहना था कि भाई जो मध्य प्रदेश में हुआ या जो राजस्थान में हुआ वसुंधरा और शिवराज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, उससे एक तबका है जो कि डरा हुआ है या ऐसा। और दूसरा योगी के आदित्यनाथ के साथ एक और चीज़ है कि वो उस तरह के मास लीडर नहीं है जैसे शिवराज हुआ करते थे या जिस तरह की पकड़ मास लोगों की वसुंधरा की राजस्थान में है। तो उस चीज़ ने एक गैप पैदा किया, एक डिस्ट्रस्ट पैदा किया था, वो भी एक फैक्टर था इन तमाम चीज़ों के साथ मिलकर। पर ये जो नंबर है, इन तमाम नंबर, अब हम लोग बहुत कंजर्वेटिव तरीके से बात कर रहे थे, जब हमारे समझ में आ रहा था कि 25 तक जा सकता है, कि ये 20 से 25 तक जा सकता है, हो सकता है 25 से 30 के बीच में भी रहे, लेकिन ये 36 सीटें जो अभी दिख रहा है ट्रेंड में कि 36 सीटें समाजवादी पार्टी की हैं, वो क्योंकि लोगों के अंदर एक किस्म का डर भी था ना। एक और फैक्टर इसमें है जो कि बहुत लोग डर के नंबर या इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में बात कर रहे थे उस समय, ये कि बीजेपी का जो मशीनरी है पूरी, मीडिया से लेकर अलग अलग सोशल मीडिया और तमाम जगहों पर, वो इतना लाउड है कि बहुत बार आप बहुत क्लियर कुछ चीज़ों को देखते हुए भी थोड़ा सा अपने को डाउट में रहते हैं और सेफ चलते हैं। तो लोग इसलिए इन नंबर्स को बहुत ज़्यादा वो बढ़ चढ़ कर नहीं बताया। जैसे 2 लोग थे, इफ़ यू रिमेंबर, बनारस में हम लोग एक जर्नलिस्ट से मिले थे, पुराने जर्नलिस्ट थे, और उनका कहना था कि यहाँ पर पार्टियाँ चुनाव नहीं लड़ रही हैं, यहाँ पर ईस्ट यूपी में खासकर यहाँ पर जनता चुनाव लड़ रही है। और वो काफ़ी हद तक वो बात सही थी।
एक्सप्लेन
कि जनता इन द सेंस कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास कोई ग्राउंड लेवल कार्डर नहीं है या स्ट्रेंथ नहीं है जिन सीटों पर वो लड़ी थी। सपा के पास वो है, कार्डर है उस तरह का, उनके पास लंबे समय से, चाहे युवा मुलायम सिंह यूथ ब्रिगेड था या लोहिया वाहिनी थी या युव जनसभा, तो उनके पास वो एक कार्डर था, लेकिन उस तरह से वो काम दिख नहीं रहा था जैसे बीजेपी का कार्यकर्ता बाकी जगह दिखे। तो ये जो इस सब के बावजूद इतने बड़ी संख्या में अगर आ रहे हैं, तो वो बताता है कि कहीं न कहीं वास्तव में पार्टियां बहुत ज़्यादा लोगों को अपील नहीं कर रही थी, पार्टियों में लोगों का भरोसा बहुत ज़्यादा है, नेताओं में नहीं था। उसकी बजाय लोग खुद बहुत चीज़ों से आजिज़ आ गए थे। और वो एक फटीग फैक्टर जो हम इलेक्शन की शुरुआत से ही हम एक चीज़ करते कि मोदी का जो करिश्मा था, जो उसको लेकर वो यूपी में वो एक तरह का फटीग दिख रहा था।
सब जगह दिख रहा था।
हाँ, कि अब जैसे मोदी, मुझे तो 19 का याद है कि आप कहीं पे भी निकल जाए तो लोग सुनने को तैयार नहीं होते थे। मतलब एक आदमी भी अगर कह दे कि कोई मोदी के खिलाफ या बीजेपी के खिलाफ, तो 4 लोग पीछे से आपको घेर लेते थे, ऐसा बहुत विजिबल था। इस बार 4 लोग उल्टा हो रहा था कि कोई अगर मोदी के खिलाफ फेवर में बोल रहा है, बीजेपी की बात कर रहा है, तो 2 लोग इंटरवीन कर रहे थे कि ये इसमें ये नहीं किया, उसमें वो नहीं किया। तो लोग, ये जो चीज़ था वो साफ दिख रहा था कि लोगों के अंदर एक फटीग है। और अब मोदी का मतलब मोदी पर्सनली चाहे भले उतना भरोसा हो लोगों में, लेकिन बीजेपी पार्टी सरकार सबको लेकर एक किस्म का थोड़ा सा वो
एक चीज़ बनारस में मैं इंटरेस्टिंगली बताई थी कि जो दिल्ली मीडिया से जो डिबेट्स होती हैं घाटों पे, वो बोट्स पे शिफ्ट हो गई हैं। हाँ। क्योंकि अब वो क्राउड कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाते। जब वो मोदी करते हैं तो क्राउड आके बिल्कुल भड़क जाता है कि अरे
हल्ला करने लगता है।
So that was also there. There was a
हाँ
big
पूरा
challenge to the
80
media
घाट
narrative.
पे 80 घाट पे इनका पूरा एक परमानेंट सेटअप होता था, सारे वहीं पे जाते थे। अब वो वहां से हट गए क्योंकि पब्लिक का इतना ज्यादा आउटरीच था वहां पर, लोग जाके वहां पर वोट करते थे, वो तो वहां से उन लोगों ने हटा लिया और काफी दूर दराज जो शांत थोड़ा घाट थे या फिर बोट थे उस पर चले गए।
So I think somewhat, Manisha, some of the today what is now going to happen, I think the numbers have settled down. We are not going to say major
Can we
changes.
say it's settled down?
Absolutely.
You know, I was just looking at the spreadsheet. So there are 60 seats where the margins of lead are 15,000 or less.
Okay.
And considering that we're perhaps around 8 or 9, maybe 10, 11, so shifts are possible.
Shifts are possible.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
we
would say
can't
I would say 60 seats are still
21
more or less in play. If I were to break those down, roughly 35 of those are seats where the BJP is leading right now. Around 12 are where the Congress is leading, and I looked at Samajwadis around 6 or 7, including Kheri, where Samajwadi is leading only by 79.
79.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So
And-
the
and
margins
yeah,
are
yeah.
still very.
So I would
for
say
UP it takes time.
I would say 60 seats can go either way, but of those 60, the BJP is already leading in 35. So if you even if you assume a worst case scenario for the opposition, at best the BJP can go up by another 25, which still puts it shy of a majority. So I think it would be fair to say at this stage in the game that the BJP is not going to touch 272, come what may. I mean, like in the sense that unless you have major shifts in seats. You know,
Jairam Ramesh
I mean by- yes.
Jairam Ramesh has tweeted now saying that dear Election Commission, why are the results on the ECI website and various channels not being updated at the pace that they were in the last 2 hours? So basically, the Congress is now saying that there's something going wrong with the. I can see a lot of people saying the DM. There's a meeting of DMs called. A lot of things are being alleged, but this is what the Congress
So
is
I
saying.
think
now.
there is a real reason for the opposition. The greater the scrutiny on the election commission, the poll officials, it's very important because, as Siddharth said, see, it would be astounding at this point of time that in the 60 leading seats, all of them were to fall one way. You know, we've had a random sampling of over 40% of the electorate. It's very difficult to see changes happen unless and until they are deliberately designed. So out of these 60 seats in the other 25, you should at random expect that they'll follow the patterns that are falling now. So it would be very difficult to see the BJP cross 250. I would found it sort of statistically very astounding. And I think given all the apprehensions, given the misuse of administration, of police that has been resorted to and the election commission is allowed, I think it's okay for the opposition to be as alarmist as possible, as vocal as possible, and to be focusing entirely on the counting and the declaration of results process.
But
now.
I just have one point to ask you, as in you all convey this election denialism. Don't you think it also works against the opposition? Because you've seen there's a difference. So how they handle the MCC complaints is one thing. How they handle the police prasashan, administration ka jo ravaiya towards, especially where they're Muslim majority areas is one thing. The civility to BJP is one thing. But to extrapolate that to then say the election is stolen, wasn't that, or suggest that, is a bit irresponsible of the opposition, because especially that is going to dent you the most, because you're depressing the anti-Modi voter into feeling that your vote doesn't matter.
No, not
Don't
at all.
come out next election.
My point is, even if, let's say, the Congress and the India Alliance goes ahead to win this election, they get 300. All the criticism that they had made of the election commission while the election was going on still stands. Because the election commission did not do its job on many counts, and it is for the opposition and for the common public to question. So if we do not, for example, when hate speeches are made, who should question? The
So
opposition or the
MCC
public?
violation for sure, but
No,
I'm
no,
saying
but- no, but-
to
no,
extrapolate
I'm
to
saying
say
everything.
Manisha, the-
elections are being stolen.
No, Manisha, the
No, I'm
issue.
starting with MCC.
The issue is that elections, the guarantee of a free, fair and independent election is that you have a free, fair and independent election commission, right? And I think the opposition has been right to question the attitude and credentials of the ECI. I think it's fair to say that never before has an election commission had such a serious credibility crisis in the eyes of
and
the
that
public.
surveys
In the
what
eyes of the
I
public, right? And the behavior of these three gentlemen. You know, when the chief election commissioner was asked yesterday about the commission's silence on Modi's campaign and the entire communal thrust, I mean, his answers were ridiculous, saying that we decided that it would be better not to go after the top leader.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah. Leave two people aside.
Leave two people aside. So I think that, but you know, the question that you're asking, I heard Nalin Kohli earlier in the day on one of the sort of channels, Godi channels, if you will, where he was saying that given that the opposition has done better than predicted they owe an apology to the Election Commission and to the people of India. And I think that's utter rubbish. Because I think the opposition has the right to demand that the ECI do its job. There is huge amount of evidence that the EC did not do its job when it comes to ensuring a level playing field.
Yeah.
No one is questioning the machines, etc. All that. I think even there, it is the right of an opposition, given the behavior of the ECI, to say, look, if there are these random videos emerge of discrepancies of numbers or EVMs going missing, etc.
Raise an alarm.
Raise an alarm. Fair enough. That doesn't mean you're questioning the process.
Exactly. So we had put out a story done by 3 independent journalists on VVPATs. I think the Wire also carried the story. Basically, nobody is questioning the machines, right? Even in that story, they were questioning how the technical committee, which looks into VVPAT, is paid. Basically, I make the VVPAT. I have the IP for the VVPAT. I'm also the technical committee which looks every year as to whether VVPATs are working fine, is it good technology. So I make it, I certify myself. These are processes which we have to question.
ठीक है। मनीषा, एक चीज में मैं और बोलना चाहिए, एमसीस ये जो पूरा इलेक्शन कमीशन का के ऊपर डिस्ट्रस्ट है, ये पूरा बना है, ये सिर्फ एमसीसी से जुड़ा नहीं है। मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट उसका एक हिस्सा है, लेकिन उसके बाद जितनी चीजें हुई हैं उन सब ने मिलकर इस डिस्ट्रस्ट को बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ाया है। जैसे इफ यू रिमेंबर, पहले और दूसरे फेज के बाद जो परसेंटेज डाटा जो रिलीज करने में देरी हुई 11 से 12-13 दिन तक, अपोजिशन उसको उस पर सवाल उठाएगा ही उठाएगा। जिस तरह से जयराम रमेश को नोटिस भेजा गया इमीडिएटली, और रूलिंग पार्टी के तमाम नेताओं ने क्या क्या कहा, उस पर कुछ नहीं किया गया।
राम के पोस्टर्स हर बूथ
पे लगे, तो वहां पर कुछ नहीं करना। तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का कंडक्ट ऐसा फ्री फेयर था नहीं कहीं पे जहां से उसमें भरोसा अपोजिशन का पैदा हो। दूसरी चीज, जब कल का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस था, उसमें एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है कि अपनी पीठ थपथपाते हुए उन्होंने कहा कि ये सबसे सफल चुनाव है क्योंकि यहाँ पर इस बार के चुनाव में सबसे कम रीपोलिंग हुई है। अब ये एक तरह का ये एकदम पूरी तरह से फैक्ट को मिसलीड करने वाली बात है। सब रीपोलिंग का लेना देना है कि शिकायत कितनी हुई। पिछली बार 400 से ज्यादा हुई थी क्योंकि शिकायत उतनी थी, इस बार 400 से ज्यादा शिकायत फिर भी उतनी है, लेकिन आपने रिपोलिंग करवाया नहीं, तो आप उसको इस तरह से सक्सेस स्टोरी के तौर पे भेजें, तो ये एक तरह से पूरा मिसलीड कर रहे हैं देश को भी और सब बाकी लोगों को भी। ये सारी चीजें हैं जिसकी वजह से अपोजिशन को अलर्ट रहना ही चाहिए, बहुत सारी चीजें। और मैं बिहार का देखता हूँ, बिहार के इलेक्शन में पिछला जो विधानसभा था, लास्ट में 5-7 सीटों पर वास्तव में बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हुई जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के पूरे रवैये को पे ऊपर सवाल खड़ा करती हैं। आप देखिए कि एक कैंडिडेट का इवन विनिंग सर्टिफिकेट वापस लिया गया था आरजेडी के। तो वो सब मिलके अगर अपोजिशन इस तरह की चीजों को अलर्ट कर रहा है और वो कर रहा है, तो आप उसको एकदम से केवल इस तरह से ये नहीं कर सकते कि खारिज कर रहा है। बाकी ईवीएम एकदम से दूसरा इशू है, उस पर रिगिंग और वो
far more the EVM, the point is that from now, because we've seen how the administration has been misused, how the police has been misused, how the bureaucracy fell one way through this, we are actually going to see certificates being issued, counting being done, decisions being taken from now till the evening. I think it is mandatory that the media or the opposition keep a watch on this process, because there's good reason to be skeptical about this government, this administration, this election commission. And so
before we go to Shabir, I think Dhanya, we should give some roundup on everything that's happening. So Kangana Ranaut is leading in Mandi by 54,000 votes, so she's going to be in parliament. And we'll also have Chandrasekhar Azad in parliament.
From Nagina.
Raji Chandrasekhar is leading from Thiruvananthapuram.
Yeah.
On the election commission side, I can see it's 11,000 lead, but I think the lead is a little bit more.
Smriti Irani is losing. I think she's trailing by 50,000 votes or so, if I'm not mistaken. Can we have Smriti Irani's
50,000, more than
card
50,000.
up? Independent candidates Sarabjit Singh and Amritpal ahead, that Hartosh had already told us. What's happening with New Delhi?
Prajwal Revana is trailing by around 60,000 votes.
I'm very surprised about
50,
Are you surprised by this? Because you said that this will have no impact.
I am surprised by this because not just because of the videos, right? The videos, people could not understand the first 1 or 2 days what was happening. But now I think the buzz would have been strong in Hassan because there were 2 of these women who had given interviews to one of the news channels called Power TV. In fact, we should also congratulate that Kannada channel for bringing this entire thing out properly. So they were the channel, their interview happened first. So maybe there's already a buzz. And it's not like JDS is not invincible also. Even Nikhil Kumaraswamy has lost elections, Kumaraswamy's son. So whatever said and done, that's pretty redeeming that Prajwal Revana is going to be losing.
Because I remember the story really hit headlines on the day of the election.
On the day of the election,
Morning.
after the polling was over, Women's Commission wrote a letter.
Yeah. So,
I mean, previous day, I think.
One was thinking that whatever impact would have happened, it just will not affect Hassan at all. It will probably impact North Karnataka or not, where JDS is not even a player. So yeah, but if he's trailing with 60,000 votes, that's.
But I'm pretty sure it has helped Congress in the next phase, when the next phase of vote. So I think Shabir is there.
lead was
Shabir, can you hear us?
We have Basant outside
BJP headquarters.
the BJP office actually in Delhi. You can quickly go to him and then.
Yeah,
go to
sure.
Shabir.
Okay.
बसंत कैन यू हियर अस? बसंत आप सुन सकते हो हमें?
हाँ, मुझे आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
सो बसंत आप अभी कहाँ हैं बताइए और थोड़ा हमें माहौल बताइए क्या हो रहा है?
अब अभी बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर शांति है। जो कुछ एक लीडर हैं जो दिल्ली और आसपास के इलाकों से आ रहे हैं, अपने साथ बैंड लेके आ रहे हैं, वहीं डांस कर रहे हैं और वापस चले जा रहे हैं। लेकिन बीजेपी ऑफिशियल की तरफ से, दफ्तर की तरफ से जिन बैंड वालों को बुलाया गया है, उनको अभी शांत रहने के लिए कहा गया है, बैंड बजाने के लिए नहीं कहा गया है। तो तमाम लोग अभी बैठे हुए हैं, लेकिन तैयारी शुरू हो गई है। यहाँ पे जूस बन रहे हैं, यहाँ पे खाने पीने का इंतजाम हो रहा है, तैयारी चल रही है, लेकिन बैंड नहीं बज रहे हैं और कोई जश्न नहीं है। दफ्तर के अंदर जो मीडिया के लिए रूम बनाया गया है, हम वहां भी गए। जो बीजेपी के स्पोक पर्सन है वो मीडिया से बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो एक सीनियर लीडर है वो भी यहाँ दिखे, लेकिन वो मीडिया से अभी बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो कुल मिला के बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर अभी शांति है। और हमने कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं से बात की, उनका कहना है कि अभी तो रुझान है, जब शाम तक नतीजे आएंगे तो अभी भी उनको उम्मीद है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो 400 का नारा दी थी उसे पूरा कर लेगी। तो अभी यहाँ बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर के यही हालात है, शांति है, कोई शोरगुल नहीं है, कोई जश्न का माहौल नहीं है। बीच में एक आध 10 मिनट के लिए कुछ लोग डांस करते हैं, फिर शांत हो जाते हैं।
कोई शौक है बसंत? क्योंकि अभी भी बीजेपी के जो आंकड़े वो बहुत मतलब एग्जिट पोल प्रोजेक्शन से तो दूर ही हैं। 242 पे अभी वो लीड कर रही है। 270 से भी कम अगर
यहाँ पे जो लोग आए हैं वो तो इस कॉन्फिडेंस में है कि सरकार बीजेपी ही बनाएगी, इसका तो कॉन्फिडेंस है। लेकिन वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि अभी शाम का इंतजार करिए, 400 का आंकड़ा भी बीजेपी क्रॉस करेगी।
खैर, कार्यकर्ताओं को सोचने का तो बनता है।
हाँ, वो तो इन्वेस्टेड है इसमें, तो बने रहेंगे।
नहीं, रोहित चहल जो बीजेपी के भारतीय जनता युवा मोर्चा के नेशनल सीनियर पोस्ट पे है, उनसे मैंने जब इंटरव्यू किया तो उन्होंने मुझे ये भी कहा कि हम शाम को आपको लड्डू खिलाएंगे और 400 का आंकड़ा हम पूरा करेंगे, एनडीए 400 आंकड़ा पूरा करेगी।
पर ये थोड़ा सा अनयूजुअल है बीजेपी के लिहाज से, क्योंकि 12-1 बजे के बाद आमतौर पर जब जो ट्रेंड इस तरह का आता है तो हल्ला गुल्ला शुरू हो जाता है। इसमें भी एनडीए की सरकार बनती दिख ही रही है।
I have a very fundamental doubt. If the BJP, I mean,
thank you बसंत, हम आपके पास आएंगे दोबारा।
Shabir will come to you. Okay, let's first ask questions, Shabir. Then I'll ask my fundamental doubt.
Okay.
People have to wait on for my fundamental doubt. Yes.
Go ahead. To ask Shabir something.
Shabir, what are the numbers looking like in? Okay, I have a news update. The Prime Minister has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. I just have a news update. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. I'll just get the details of the conversation, but they just had a phone call, is what I have been told. Okay, Shabir, coming to you. How does it look in Tamil Nadu? Exit polls have given a lot of numbers, I think 3 to the BJP. But Annamalai isn't doing too badly. He's second in place in Coimbatore. So does it look like the AIADMK's votes have been eaten up by the BJP quite a bit?
No, it looks like the AIADMK has given up the post much before the election happened. Because remember, when the Coimbatore is AIADMK's bastion. They have a strong man called SP Velumani, who was the minister, and also someone who is a very dominant personality in that region. But I kind of feel that there was some kind of understanding between the AIADMK local leaders and the BJP, because it's Annamalai who is contesting, and also the internal politics of the AIADMK may have helped Annamalai to push to the second position, because earlier when the counting began, he was in the third position. Now he is in the second position, and the margin difference is somewhere between 20,000 to 21,000. So the votes are still being counted. So we will have to wait and see if votes of Singanallur segment are being counted. Then probably there is a chance that AIADMK's candidate may get a lot of votes. But clearly, there seems to be some kind of understanding between the AIADMK and the BJP. Particularly in this case,
for Annamalai, I think SP Velumani may have returned some kind of favors because that's the buzz that is doing rounds in the AIADMK circles.
Shabir, you had also been to Telangana. Tell me how are the numbers looking like in Telangana now? I also want to just say that TDP's top leadership is saying that we are very much in the NDA. No such discussions needed as of now. I mean, I was asking one of the leaders. Shabir, tell me what is happening in Telangana. What do the numbers look like? Is OIC retaining Hyderabad?
Yes, OIC is retaining Hyderabad, but Telangana, the Congress leadership is shocked because they thought that they will have a good performance in Telangana, but that has not happened. In fact, I've been talking to a couple of people. They say that Congress should have done better. But in Telangana, BJP is leading in 8 constituencies, Congress is leading in 8, and AIMIM in 1. But Congress is pretty upset with their Telangana performance. But, you know, while I was touring in Telangana, one thing that I kept hearing from both the BJP side as well as the local activists who kept saying that for some reason, the BJP had not fielded strong candidates in 4 or 5 constituencies, which gave the BJP an upper hand in Telangana. And also the BRS did not perform well. The BRS gave up the post much before the election, and on the counting day, the agents were not there at the polling booths, and the BRS, you know, just remained silent. So probably whether there was a deal between the BJP and the BRS is something that we have to figure out after the results are out.
I don't think there was any deal. Shabir is,
there
of
was
course,
some kind of dealing between the BJP
Shabir
and BRS.
is all about
That's
deals now, but I don't think there was a deal. I think BRS as a party had sort of given up during this election, and that is very evident from the results. In fact, I asked somebody yesterday, they clearly said 0 to 1 seat. So it probably
it was clear when they lost the assembly that they were going to get washed out in the Lok Sabha too.
Yes.
To me, the question at this stage really is, you know, that I think the numbers have settled down. We can go to different seats. I think the numbers have settled down. The really important questions in my mind is between Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, there are 31 seats. There's no government that can be formed without their wishes. I would be more interested if they are talking to each other. If they sit down at the table, as they will, what are the conditions they will put to the BJP? What is it they want in return? The critical question of what is going to happen is at this stage, yes, as Siddharth said, the BJP is not a normal party. Modi is not a normal leader. But what leeway does the BJP have? What is it that Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish want? I think is going to be now the decisive question in some ways.
They have a huge bargaining power. But what's happening in Delhi?
All
So all 7 go to Bharatiya
BJP.
Janata Party for now. And they're retaining their vote share of 53%, down 3%. Last time they were at 56%. AAP is up actually. AAP was 18% vote share in 2019 and they're at 26%, but still that hasn't translated to a seat. So clearly, where Maharashtra seems to have shown their disgust for this jod-tod politics, Delhi seems okay with the CM being in jail.
I think a lot of states vote differently in the Senate. I don't think you'll see the same performance in the assembly. But you will see that this urban metropolitan consolidation behind the BJP is still true, basically. You see Bangalore, you see this, that is not a fact that has changed due to these elections. And I mean, we have to understand that despite the huge setbacks, and this is a personal setback to Modi, that if you go across the country, from Punjab to Kerala to Tamil Nadu, in states where they didn't have a presence, look at Odisha, they are picking up more numbers, more voting percentages they go around. So it's not as if they are getting wiped out or
Not
this
at
is
all.
the end of the,
One
in
cannot
fact,
say that at
in
all.
some ways they've extended the spread.
Yeah, they were saying we are truly the
But,
Bharatiya Janata Party now because we
but-
have presence across in
Exactly,
South,
and I
in
mean,
East.
that is the reason, because these next 5 years will be decisive in terms of what is happening. And I think that's a question I also wanted to ask Siddharth, that with these two gentlemen, you think the idea of a normal party functioning and not giving in to certain demands of theirs is going to happen?
No, it's a function of what is it that you know, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu are going to do, and secondly, what is it that Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah have against these two? Right? Don't forget that the alliance that was struck with TDP also went through various ups and downs. There was one time when Mr. Amit Shah was in dialogue with both Jagan Party and TDP, and they were, you had cases at different levels of activity or inactivity. So I think the fact is that it's not as if the BJP doesn't have leverage. It probably does, and it will know how to use that. So I think that I'm not very optimistic about either Mr. Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar or them jointly managing to really extract a pound of flesh, or any sensible kind of pound of flesh.
Okay, I have two questions. I have two fundamental questions. I want to go
with your
back to.
fundamental questions.
One is that if the BJP does not get simple majority on its own,
It won't.
would Narendra Modi want to be the Prime Minister?
I think there's no doubt about that, because he is really, I mean, whatever they're getting is also, I think, because of his
Because
face.
of Modi only.
I
There's
don't
no
know, but
doubt
isn't
But
that... I
can
mean,
he run an alliance is the question you are asking. Can
not
he
only
deal
that,
with somebody asking?
looking at the man and his ego and the way he's not biological, therefore, what I'm saying is that would he want to be the Prime
We'll have
Minister?
to see what the Paramatma tells him.
No,
but I suspect the Paramatma will tell him to carry on.
Yeah,
And he
I
will
don't think there can be any doubt about
That is the question you raised. Is yes, of course, they have the ED and they have ED files. But what if they don't have a government without Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish? So how do they exert that pressure if they don't even have a government?
Not only that, the most interesting part is when you have someone like Naidu, who has promised Muslim reservation in Andhra Pradesh. He has been consistent. In fact, I was there the day his
Nitish has
manifesto
also
was
been very
announced.
strong on Muslims.
The BJP guy was not talking. Naidu, on the manifesto, it was not printed that they would give the reservation. But Naidu made a specific promise. In fact, he kept repeating it. And it was just the same time when Narendra Modi had started his speeches on Mangal Sutra, right? I mean, a few days after that, Naidu categorically said, it doesn't matter what others say, I will give reservation to Muslims. So one thing is, if you have two parties like this, there's a lot that the BJP cannot do. Some of its core agenda.
But then we've been there and done that, right? Don't forget that when Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was Prime Minister, he had a...
No, I'm not saying not staying part of the coalition. I'm saying the core agenda.
I'm telling you about the core agenda. Vajpayee ran a weaker government than what Mr. Modi will run if he becomes Prime Minister for the third time, in terms of the sheer numbers, right? And yet, and you had
DMK.
I mean, let's stick to Nitish and George is no longer there, but you had the JDU Avatar, Samta Party that was backing him, and you had TDP that was backing him, and they didn't have much of a problem with what Mr. Modi did in Gujarat. They didn't have a problem with saffronization of the curriculum. They didn't have, the RSS made serious inroads. To such an extent that when in 2004 they were defeated, there was all this talk of detoxifying and so on and so on, and that was serious business, right? So my sense is that Mr. Naidu will settle for a special package for Andhra. I think he will want to consolidate, having come back to power. He will want to pursue all his pet agendas, the capital at Amravati and all of these things, and get a special package. And Nitish will probably also want something for Bihar. And the imponderable for the BJP is that where does the BJP stand? Like, I think they will look at this campaign and say, boy, the fact that RJD didn't do better is a surprise even for us, because Nitish really fought with his heart, right? And we expect that in an assembly election, which is due next, if things don't change, RJD is going to stand a very good chance of coming back. So do we want Nitish here? Do we want him out? So could Mr. Modi suggest something bizarre, like you come to Delhi as DPM, right? And you then run Bihar the way that you want to run. So frankly, I don't know. I think that Modi and Shah have enough cards up their sleeve, and I would like to imagine that that Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar will tell Modi and Shah that, look, we will back you, but no Hindutva, right?
But things have changed from 2004,
I wonder whether they
right?
will do that.
But things have changed from 2004. I mean, the BJP itself is a force which is threatening most of the regional parties. In 2004, it was not like that. So haven't things changed even for a Naidu and JDU now?
Well, I mean, see, the thing is that Naidu has come to power in alliance with BJP. He need not have done that. Actually, he may have even done better.
Exactly. Yes.
Quite frankly.
Yes.
But I mean, any sensible regional party will look at what has happened to BJD, right? You had Naveen Patnaik supporting Modi on everything for the last 10 years.
And he's been eaten up.
And he's been sort of humiliated and eaten up.
So I guess the question is, to just take it forward from what Dhanya is saying, two big things the BJP wanted to do in the next term. One was one nation, one election. The other was UCC. That was the two big projects that they were talking about. What happens to those two agendas with this sort of a government?
I don't think of them going ahead immediately. They will test the waters. First of all, I think they will just see what kind of government they can form, what are the broad parameters of that. Because I don't think the same methodology with which Modi had operated would work quite as easily. There is going to be a resurgent opposition in parliament. You are going to have an alliance that is always asking questions. The UCC is not top of the line for Nitish or Chandrababu. Whether they will use it to bargain for more concessions or take a stand somewhere, I am inclined to believe they'll bargain for more concessions in some ways or the other. But it still leaves the BJP in a weaker position. At whatever point in the future, if there are internal questions or dissensions within the BJP, there is something to fall onto, to argue with. We have also seen enough evidence in this election that the RSS itself is not overjoyed with Modi and the other way around.
Yeah, that's something that I'd like you guys to dwell on. This whole chatter before the elections, although, you know, there's nothing concrete, but this chatter that RSS hasn't really come out enthusiastically and helped. Nadda himself in an interview to Indian Express said that, you know, we don't really need them now, we're a force unto ourselves. What do you make of that? Do you think the RSS could have...
We are going into the 100th year of the RSS with a coalition government. It's the last thing the RSS would have wanted. 2025, the big celebration, the big occasion, and this is going to be a damp squib. Whatever this government does, it needs to take along people in a very different way. I think the RSS did want a similar situation where I think they were upset with the personality cult. There is friction with, not in terms of the ideological agenda of Modi, but the personality he represents, the friction and the disdain for Bhagwat he made no attempt to hide. I think all these were real issues. So that Modi has been cut down to size, yet it's a BJP government, is I think actually the outcome the RSS was seeking.
Can I add one sorry.
नहीं, आरएसएस के लिहाज से मुझे लगता है कि आरएसएस इस इलेक्शन में जो बात की जा रही है, मुझे तो कहीं ऐसा नहीं लगा कि आरएसएस का इंटरेस्ट नहीं था उस तरह का, पर ये एक बात है कि इस रिजल्ट के बाद, इस नतीजे के बाद आरएसएस और बीजेपी के जो रिश्ते हैं उसमें थोड़ा सा कहीं ना कहीं उससे एक फ्रिक्शन आया और वो पहले से ही चल रहा था. जब नड्डा ने का जो बयान था उसको बहुत तरीक़ों से लोग एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे कि आखिर ऐसा क्यों ऐसे मौके पर आया है ये बयान. तो उस बयान के मद्देनज़र अगर देखा जाए तो कहीं ना कहीं एक किस्म का छोटा सा वो, पर मुझे ग्राउंड पे कहीं ऐसा नहीं दिखा कि आरएसएस के लोग सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे या उनके जो बाकी अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो लोग सारे के सारे लोग उसी तरह से काम कर रहे थे, उसी तरह से सुबह की शाखाओं में, मतलब कहीं ऐसा विजिबल कुछ नहीं दिखा कि उनके बीच में कोई फ्रिक्शन हो. पर ये निश्चित रूप से बड़ा एक सेटबैक है कि जब 100 साल वाला इनका कार्यक्रम है उसमें आरएसएस का खैर एक लिहाज से देखा जाए तो स्वयंसेवक इनके जो हैं वो सारी बड़ी पोस्ट पे हिंदुस्तान के बैठे हुए होंगे अगर ये सरकार बनती है और इसमें मोदी हो, प्रधानमंत्री होगा, प्रेसिडेंट होगा ये वो. लेकिन फिर भी आरएसएस के लिए ये एक कोलिशन गवर्नमेंट में जाना और फिर उसमें बहुत सारी जो इनके कोर एजेंडा है जिसकी बात हो रही है, चाहे वो उसमें यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड हो, ये सारी चीज़ें साइड रख के जाना होगा, तो वो उनको एक किस्म का बड़ा सेटबैक होगा.
On this wider agenda, I agree with both what they're saying, and I'll add another reason. In the second phase of Modi's prime ministership, right? So 2014 to 2019, sorry, 2019 to 24, certain core elements of the RSS agenda were pursued aggressively, but they could not have happened without what I would call lawfare, without your ability to deploy the courts in support of that agenda. So Ram Temple, for example, was not possible unless the Supreme Court had, without the Supreme Court's full cooperation. 370 was not possible without the Supreme Court endorsing this in a judgment that many people consider quite irrational, like the Ayodhya judgment. CAA would not have been, CAA should have been thrown out within a week of being passed, right? So now the question I ask myself is that in Modi 3.0, where his numbers are sharply reduced, where the infallibility of the leader, right? Look at these results now and read these results alongside the bombastic claims that Modi made in his 50+ interviews. Ki ji main kabhi sota nahi hu, mera Paramatma se
and the media that didn't challenge
and the media that didn't challenge, right? So he
and also मैं हिंदू मुस्लिम नहीं करता हूँ.
So he was painting a picture of himself as this kind of amazingly talented, gifted person whom people love, and he has a 1,000-year vision. All of that has been shown to be a complete fraud, right? So how is the court, how is the judiciary of India, which is quite political in its outlook, how is the higher judiciary going to look at the RSS agenda now? Are they going to say, look, yes, we should, we should go along with what the BJP RSS wants? Why should we? When he has only 245 seats, right? So I think this is going to slow things down more than any opposition from Naidu or Nitish necessarily. That other parts of the Indian state, I mean, just to come back to the point you were saying about Jairam, right? If Jairam is alleging that the counting is slowing down, and earlier he said Amit Shah called up DMs, we don't know the truth of that. Although I don't think Jairam would have made it up. Obviously, there would have been cases of this happening. Modi's 400 par wala slogan was never meant for the likes of you and me. It was never meant for the public. It was meant for the DMs. It was meant for the bureaucracy, that you please work on the assumption that we are coming back with a huge bang. And don't mess with us, don't cross swords with us, do everything you can to facilitate this, otherwise your neck is going to be on the block. Right? So I think that the bureaucracy also in a not a 400 par but a 250 bhi nahi situation, will the bureaucracy be so slavish towards the BJP's agenda? Like, we saw that video of the Ghazipur DM openly recording a video in an office telling people to go to an RSS function in Banaras, right? Which is completely against your civil service rules. Will we see this? I don't think so. Maybe not.
So we have Amit Shah leading from 5 lakh votes from Gandhinagar. No surprise there.
Rahul Gandhi is leading by more than 3 lakh. Last time he had a margin of 4 lakh victory. This time it could reach that. There is what is saying.
3 lakh.
Tejasvi Surya has almost 2.2 lakhs. Tharoor is again leading. Like I said, that always goes down.
Just like last time.
Yes,
Same thing happened in
always goes onto the wire.
But 70,000 का margin दिखा रहा था थोड़ी देर पहले राजीव चंद्रशेखर.
No, but Tharoor's election is always like this. But it does look like the BJP is opening its account in Kerala with Suresh Gopi winning Thrissur. I want to ask one more political question. That is, okay, we first spoke about how Naidu and JDU will react, right? Is there a probability that some of them who are in the India alliance will want to go to NDA maybe in 6 months, in 1 year?
That's also very...
You see,
Operation Lotus is an eternal project. Right, so
started by Yediyurappa, the name I think.
Yes, exactly. So it went from the Karnataka special to All India special under Mr. Amit Shah's tender administrations, and so the fact is that these guys will be looking to consolidate their numbers. So don't be surprised if some more if some attempt is made to poach from the Shiv Sena UBT group, from the maybe individual MPs rather than huge chunks.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't see. Quite frankly, any of the parties themselves migrating. Certainly not in a situation when you have a verdict of this kind. Like let's say BJP had got its own majority, 275, 280. You may have seen that kind of migration, right? I don't see now any party as a party having an incentive. Individuals can always be bought.
That's one scenario I think we must consider. Maybe it's the outlier scenario of a weakened tyrant. Let's call it the most extreme case of Netanyahu. Losing power, he declares war. What I'm saying is that a weakened Modi, to retain what he wants, to cut away the slack of being always tied down to allies, may consider drastic actions, may consider drastic steps. I'm not suggesting what those steps are, whether it is in the neighborhood, whether it is internal, that can again regain the kind of popularity that he's doing. So that tyrants weakened can be dangerous is something we must not forget. And he is a tyrant and he's absolutely weakened at this point. It leads to a certain desperation. If he manages to hold on to power, what he can do, I'm not a believer in the fact that if he retains power, that he will be moderated by allies. Rather, it is a question of how much control can be exercised at this stage in his appointment. I mean, I think that's one possible scenario in this.
I think we should talk about Bharat Jodo Yatra a little bit, because Congress at 99, close to 100, is also quite a story, right? Almost doubled. A lot of skepticism around Bharat Jodo Yatra. The first one, Mohabbat Ki Dukaan, then Nyaya Yatra. Do we know right now where is Congress gaining the most? Do we have any sense of where? I think it's mostly the heartland, right? Even though
just Uttar Pradesh, not the
Uttar
heartland. It's
even
lost very
Rajasthan.
and
Rajasthan also.
but it's lost very badly in Madhya Pradesh
Yeah.
and in Rajasthan. So I
Yeah.
think it's difficult to make those kind of connections. I'm
Right
sure
now.
people will or people.
But impact of Bharat Jodo Yatra. What do you guys?
I mean, I don't think. See, the Bharat Jodo Yatra, you can look at it as a territorial / geographical expression, right? And try to map whether places that he went through had an. I think you will probably not see that much because Karnataka is a very good example where in the first flush of the Bharat Jodo,
it was all
they went and won the state and so on. Karnataka has underperformed from the Congress's point of view. I think if you look at Bharat Jodo Yatra as a kind of catalyst for the Congress recharging itself, Congress cadre getting energized, and I would say Rahul Gandhi also learning a different kind of language, a different kind of grammar of communication with the public and the media in a way. This result is that I think reflects the dividends of that entire process. I think that, plus of course fortuitous things, like as Hartosh was saying during the break, like the Rajasthan, Haryana, particularly the Haryana gain of 5 or 6 seats that Congress is looking at is linked to the farmers issue, Punjab also. So, the mishandling by Narendra Modi, the rural distress. I was seeing somewhere that a lot of the India gains and a lot of the BJP losses are happening in rural areas. So the all of this has kind of, I think, all of this has become ingredients for this
Actually, let's
quite
talk about
remarkable
Rajasthan for a bit. We can have Rajasthan numbers up. 25 seats. Bharatiya Janata Party at 14, Indian National Congress at 8, Rashtra Loktantrik Party at 1, and India Together is at 11. This is so strange because you just had an assembly election where, despite everything we were hearing about Gehlot, no real anger against him, people vote for Modi's face because there's really no chief minister. So in assembly you're voting for Modi's face, and then you have Lok Sabha. One would think they just sweep.
But hasn't it followed the same pattern,
Yes.
If the vote percentage difference was less than a single percent in Rajasthan. So that you would expect in the Lok Sabha, and you combine it with the entire western Rajasthan, Jat distress, the anger, not distress, and then look at parties like the BTP, etc., who've done well, and that combination is what is driving the Congress.
I mean, you see, if Congress had tied up with CPM and
Then
tribal
assembly
party,
would have been different.
assembly would have had a very different result.
एक चीज़ इसमें और ये जो राहुल गांधी की यात्रा वाला, मतलब वो तो नंबर थोड़ा सा आएगा कि किस किस इलाके से गए और उसके नंबर्स पे थोड़ा सा और हम साफ हो पाएगा, लेकिन एक चीज़ ज़रूर हुई है कि इन यात्रा ने एक काम किया कि एक तो पर्सनल लेवल पर राहुल गांधी को एक सीरियस लीडर के तौर पर, जो बाद में कैंपेन में काम आया कि राहुल गांधी उनका मेजर बड़ा चेहरा था, उसमें काम आया। राहुल गांधी की जो एक छवि थी उसमें बहुत सारा जिस तरह का बीजेपी का उसमें पुश था उनको एक नॉन सीरियस लीडर बनाने का, वो छवि ख़त्म हुई। वो काफ़ी हद तक उस इमेज को उसने ख़त्म किया यात्रा ने, दोनों यात्राओं ने मिलके। और उसके बाद और दूसरा ये कि जो अभी सिद्धार्थ कह रहे थे कि काडर के अंदर एक किस्म का, मतलब बहुत टाइमली एक वो कंसोलिडेशन हुआ कि वो यात्रा चल रही है और फिर वहाँ से सीधे पार्टी इलेक्शन में गई थी। तो वो दो चीज़ें हुई जो कि इस यात्रा का हासिल मुझे लग रहा है कांग्रेस के लिए रहा है।
To me, I think the most important thing the Congress has managed to do, because I think one of the problems is there was not much of a cadre to galvanize. It doesn't exist in many of the states. Yes, that Rahul's image was changed. But more than that, that the party was able to, because you must remember the numbers that the allies have got, over 120 seats out of the India alliance's 220 seats. So let's not focus on the Congress numbers as much as we need to. That the Congress managed to ensure that in this election, we did not have disunity in the opposition. You managed to make sure that the elections were largely one-on-one against the BJP. And the allies have performed spectacularly well where they have been in the situation of one-on-one with the BJP. So at that level of forging Bharat unity, not necessarily through Yatra, but the alliances and the politics of it, I think this has been one of the great achievements of this election in terms of the alliances.
I was just looking through the numbers. The BJP is leading in 237 and Indian National Congress in 99. So I was going through all the numbers. The BJP's leads in around 20 seats is less than 10,000. But in the Congress's 99 seats, I mean, this is just me reading it. In Congress's 99 seats, at least in 13 seats, their lead is less than 10,000. So this can
Yeah.
change a little
Change
bit, but
quite a
not
bit.
a lot. And there are a couple of seats where the Congress is leading with less than 1,000 votes as of now.
Manisha, I think we can if we have time, we can discuss West Bengal also. West Bengal
yes,
number
of course,
is very
we
different.
must discuss West Bengal.
Yeah.
Can we have the West Bengal numbers up, please?
Along with the numbers, let us just spare a word for the exit polls who have
Yeah, of
driven
course.
this country mad.
I wonder if they're dancing.
पूरे एक सिरे से सारे के सारे न्यूज चैनल्स जिस तरह का नंबर दे रहे थे, आई थिंक
Yes.
मतलब कहाँ से मैनेज होता है, कौन फोन करता है, कौन इनको नंबर देता है, कौन इनका ग्राउंड पे जाता है, सबके ऊपर सवाल है. मतलब
और West Bengal repeatedly they get it wrong.
हाँ,
I think Assembly also
लास्ट
got it wrong.
असेंबली इफ यू एग्जैक्ट अपोजिट नंबर था. इन्होंने 160-70 दिया था ज्यादातर लोगों ने, एक ने तो 182-83 दिया था बीजेपी
West
को.
Bengal is very tough to read. It's true that people aren't very open. So let's go to Anmol quickly, who's at the Congress office, and then we'll come back and discuss West Bengal. Anmol, बताइए आप कहाँ पे हैं? कांग्रेस ऑफिस के बाहर क्या हो रहा है?
यहाँ पर सेलिब्रेशन काफी देर से चल रहा है. यहाँ पर
अच्छा, दोनों जगह सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा है.
यहाँ पे सपोर्टर्स डांस कर रहे हैं. और अभी मेरी इमरान प्रतापगढ़ी से बात हो रही थी, तो उन्होंने कहा कि बीजेपी जो है मेजॉरिटी मार्क को टच नहीं कर रही है, जिसका नतीजा ये होगा कि जो बीजेपी के साथ एनडीए में बाकी छोटी छोटी पार्टियां हैं वो उसको छोड़ेंगी. फिर वो रिपोर्टर्स के बीच एक न्यूज बहुत तेजी से सर्कुलेट हो रही है कि कांग्रेस का जो हाई कमान है वो जिसमें केसी वेणुगोपाल है, वो बात कर रहे हैं नीतीश कुमार से और चंद्रबाबू नायडू से बात करने की कोशिश हो रही है. क्योंकि अगर नीतीश कुमार और चंद्रबाबू नायडू को देखें तो दोनों मिला के करीब 30 सीट्स हैं, और अगर वो दोनों साथ में आते हैं इंडिया के साथ तो मेजॉरिटी के करीब पहुंच जाएगा इंडिया ब्लॉक. तो एक ये भी न्यूज चल रही है यहाँ पर. बाकी यहाँ पर जो लोगों का कॉन्फिडेंस है, जिस तरह की एनर्जी है, उससे पूरा देखने को मिल रहा है कि दे आर कॉन्फिडेंट कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट बन रही है, इंडिया गवर्नमेंट बन रही है.
Okay, great. Thanks, Anmol. We'll come back to you. There's no video. Okay. So West Bengal numbers, if we can have them up. TMC is leading in 30 seats. 46. In fact, stunningly, they've improved their vote share from 43% vote share in 2019. They've gone up to 46.
BJP's vote share has fallen by.
The numbers are on screen.
Yeah.
46.63.
And Bharatiya Janata Party is on 11. They've performed worse than last time. They've gone from 18 to 11. I mean, these are still leads, but still, this is quite different from what we were told.
एक अधीर रंजन कांग्रेस की एक सीट आ रही है बाय द वे, और अधीर रंजन हार रहे हैं. ये जो सीट एक कांग्रेस की लीड कर रही है वो है मालदा दक्षिण सीट, मालदा साउथ, जहाँ से कांग्रेस कैंडिडेट है ईशा
और लेफ्ट अभी
And
zero
only
है.
4 seats where they are leading with less than 10,000 votes, which is the Trinamool Congress. 4 seats they're leading with less than
4,000 votes?
10,000
votes.
But this is the election commission, so I'm sure the data has like gone ahead quite a bit. But what is the election commission's results now?
This is stunning.
Well, Mamta has always done this. And in the middle of this election, we were getting feedback. And again, I mean, the problem with any kind of feedback is that how much of it is fed by the BJP, and it continued till the exit polls. But there was a sense in which, towards the end, people were again saying that Mamta has managed to hold her own and manage some of the crises. Sandesh Khali was actually a perfect example in the sense of the counter video campaign of showing that the BJP had started. So what seemed like a disaster was managed in whatever way it was managed. And this party is good at doing that. And I think it also exposes the degree of manipulation of public opinion that continued with the public polls. I don't think the mistakes the exit polls were making on that day were genuine mistakes. I think these are instigated mistakes. It is a control of public opinion and machinery that starts from the media and goes on to the exit poll. I do not believe in the honesty of a single major exit poll person who carries the on today. I think they are succumbing to political pressure in the same way all our institutions are.
इसमें मैं एक चीज़ मुझे करना था हमेशा, जब मैं बंगाल घूम रहा था ना, ये एग्जिट पोल जो लोग भी कर रहे हैं और जो भी मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस इसको ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, सारे लोगों पर बहुत बड़ा सवाल हमेशा है कि बंगाल में घूमने के दौरान कहीं पर भी ऐसा नहीं दिख रहा था कि कोई, मतलब अगर जितनी सीटें दी जा रही थी एग्जिट पोल में बीजेपी को 28 से लेकर 32 तक लोगों ने दी थी सीटें, वो दिखने लायक वेव होगी अगर ऐसा कहीं दिख रहा था. पर हम लोग ग्राउंड पे जब तक मैं रहा, मुझे ये साफ दिख रहा था कि कमो बेस पिछला वाला परफॉर्मेंस जो था वो परफॉर्मेंस बीजेपी रिपीट कर सकती है ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, उससे आगे नहीं जा सकती है. मतलब लोग कहते हैं 1-2 सीट भी आगे नहीं आ सकती, मुझे लग रहा था कि 18 से 1 सीट आगे नहीं जाएगी। ये तो एक बात हुई कि वो ग्राउंड पर दिख नहीं देता, फिर भी एग्जिट पोल में इतना बढ़ा चढ़ा के नंबर दिखाना, तो ये बहुत सीरियस वो है कि जो लोग भी कर रहे हैं उनकी अपनी अब क्रेडिबिलिटी को दांव पर भी लगाकर अगर इस तरह की चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, और ये एक बार नहीं लगातार हो रहा है। अब बंगाल का पिछला इलेक्शन देखिए, हिमाचल प्रदेश का देखिए, सब बार बार हो रहा है, इसके बावजूद ये सब, तो इस पर एक मतलब सारे मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी ये अब नए सिरे से सोचने की जरूरत है कि ये क्या होगा। हमारे यहाँ एक तो एक चीज़ है कि एग्जिट पोल जैसी चीज़ें करना बड़ा मुश्किल काम है, क्योंकि मतलब इतना ज़्यादा लेयर्ड सोसाइटी है, इतनी फॉल्ट लाइन्स है, कास्ट है उसमें, रिलीजन है उसमें, बहुत सारी चीज़ें। वेस्ट की तरह से नहीं है कि बहुत एक मोनोलिथिक उस तरह का है कि आप बहुत सटीक अंदाज़ा दे देते हैं, वैसा नहीं होता है। लेकिन जितना बड़ा अंतर है उसके लिहाज से देखा जाए तो इसमें केवल और केवल साइंटिफिक डाटा की कमी नहीं है, और भी बहुत सारी चीजें मैनिपुलेटिव तरीके से इसको इन नंबर्स में आती हैं, इसलिए ये इतनी बड़ी दिक्कत हमेशा दिख रही है इसमें।
I think the basic dishonesty was to convert vote shares into seats. You know, there is no, I mean, CSDS, which is perhaps the most reputed polling agency, never converts vote shares into seats, right? And all of these guys were doing it and not disclosing their methodology and how they were doing that. And so I think that, you know, they must have then, I'm inclining towards what Hartosh is saying, that it cannot be that all of them massage their figures in the same direction and pretty much within the same dimension, with 3-4 of them going and saying 400 par, right? Utterly ridiculous. And so I think that there is a learning lesson in this, and I think that the opposition kept its cool, and I think many people privately would have been a little shell-shocked and demoralized. But the reports that we read in the media on you know, Newslaundry, Scroll, The Wire, Caravan, News Minute, plus other journalists who were in the field, lots of freelancers, there was palpable disenchantment and anger in states like Uttar Pradesh. And it just didn't make sense when they were predicting a, you know, vast improvement for BJP in UP. Rajasthan people were picking up the same thing. Yes, in Madhya Pradesh and in Gujarat, I would say reporters, what they saw is not all that out of whack with what the final result is or what the exit poll suggested. But Bengal is a little confounding, frankly, because I think there was disaffection.
There was anger.
Yeah, there was anger and disaffection. And I think that, you know, I find the Bengal result quite shocking. Even Trinamool people that I was speaking to.
Because an increase in vote share is quite something.
In fact, the Trinamool people that I spoke to at various points in the campaign veered from, oh, we will perhaps at worst lose about 3 or 4 seats, to we will perhaps gain 4 or 5. Nobody predicted that we will go from what is it, 22 to 31. I mean, that's a substantial increase in vote share.
I was just looking at the BJP's vote share just before we wrap up.
Let's give the final numbers actually before we wrap up.
Yeah,
and then
but
final comments.
BJP is 45.5% in Odisha as of now. And I think the big jumps have also been from southern states. Kerala, the BJP is now at 16% of the vote share. Tamil Nadu is not
big. 16%?
Up 3%.
Yeah, up 3%.
Oh, no, up 3%.
Yeah.
Okay.
BJP in Tamil Nadu was around 3, they are now at 11. In Andhra, they've gone to 13%. But in Telangana, from 20%, they've gone to 34% now.
Okay.
So there has been...
That's the collapse of BRS at work.
Yes, exactly.
बीजेपी की 2 सीटें जीत चुकी है बीजेपी, एक तो सूरत वाली होगी, एक और जीत चुकी
है। तो अभी तक वैसे फाइनल हमें सिर्फ
इंदौर भी जीता है शायद, तो इंदौर भी जीत लिया।
एक सूरत की है कंफर्म, एक अभी और आई है, अभी कौन सी सीट है अभी कंफर्म नहीं है, बट दे वांट टू।
लीड्स हैव कम आउट।
सबसे बड़ा मार्जिन इंदौर का, जहाँ पे
जयपुर
नोटा भी बहुत हुआ है इंदौर में।
जयपुर 33,000, 3,31,000 वोट से मंजू शर्मा जीती है।
So Dhanya, do we want to just give a final wrap of the numbers and then we can final comments and we close the show for today? No, there's one more session I've been.
We are not closing the show, Manisha.
I got somebody was shouting in my ear. No, one more.
There's plenty yet in terms of what is.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to go on for a while with the.
You know, I actually booked an extra day. I'm staying back in Delhi because I had this. Thought that perhaps I'll have to stay back, but so Bharatiya Janata Party is leading in 236 seats, 2 seats. TDP 16 seats, Janata Dal United 15 seats, Shiva Sena, which is the Shiv Sena with these guys 6 seats.
The Uddhav.
Yes. No. The other.
Sorry, the.
Patali Makalkachi, which is PMK, 1 seat, that is in Dharmapuri. Saumya Anbumani Ramadas is leading. LJP 5 and Janata Dal Secular 2 seats. There are lots of other 2 seats, 1 seats. In the India Alliance, the Congress is leading in 99 seats, Samajwadi Party in 37 seats, Trinamool Congress in 30, 31. RJD in 3, Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam DMK in 21, Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray 11 seats. 11. That also is a bit of a surprise, I guess.
NCP Sharad Pawar at
7
8 is
seats.
also quite something.
Stunning.
Aam Aadmi Party is 3, but that is all in Punjab.
Now is
okay.
Asli wala.
I think this election is kind of making that clear also. Asli Natli kya hai.
Yeah.
Great. So thank you guys for staying with us. We're going to have another set of panel that's going to join us in the next 10
RJD के लिए
minutes.
थोड़ा setback है ये.
We're going to have another set of panel that's going to join us in the next 5 minutes. Thank you for staying with us. Please remember that this is an ad-free endeavor. If you guys want to sponsor us, if you want to support us, if you want to put your faith in independent media, then please click on the link in the description. Wherever you're watching this show on our YouTube channels, you will have a link in the description. Click on it, support us, support this show. It's truly ad-free and it's sponsored by you guys. So do it.
We are in Hola Narsipura, a small town that has become famous because it is the birthplace of former Prime Minister H.D. Deve Gowda. Today, however, this small town has become infamous because of the allegations against Prajwal Revanna, Deve Gowda's grandson. Prajwal has been accused of sexually abusing many women in his home district, Hassan.
While some do acknowledge that Prajwal Revanna's videos are being circulated, they are hesitant to talk to us. We did manage to speak to a few residents.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಚೆಯಿಂದಲೂ 20 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಭಯ ಪಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದಾಗ್ತದೆ ನಮಗೂ ಭಯ ನಾವು ಅದು ಸುದ್ದಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಸುದ್ದಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
There's a great deal of respect for Deve Gowda, but there's now also a sense of disappointment that his name has been tarnished.
ಬಟ್ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲೀಸು ಗುಡ್ ಬಟ್ ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಳ ಅನಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಜಾರಾದ ಆಗಿರೋ ಅಂತಕ್ಕದ್ದು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
Why do people fear speaking about Revanna and his family so much?
ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದವ್ರು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರ ಸಂದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನೋ ವಿಚಾರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಬಾಗಿಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ನಾನಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ನಾನ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾರು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ ಇವನು ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಂದವನಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಹಿಂಬಾಲಕರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ ಬರೋಂಥ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಹೇಳಿದೆ.
ಬಟ್ ಒಂದೇನು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಪವರ್ ಇದಾದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಇಡೀ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿನೇ ಒಂಥರ ಫ್ಯೂಡಲ್ ಮೆಂಟಾಲಿಟಿ, ಚಳುವಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹೋಲ್ಡಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಬೇಕು.
There appears to be more focus on the videos than the women themselves. Many are now blaming the women, which the activists say is missing the point.
ಏನ್ ನಡೀತು, ನಿಜನ ಸುಳ್ಳ, ಯಾಕಾಯ್ತು, ಏನು ಕೇಳೋದ್ ಬೇಡ. ಒಂದೇ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ತಪ್ಪೇನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೊಳಗಡೆ. ನೀವು ಬಲಿಪಶುಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದೇನೋ ನೀವು ಬಲಿಪಶುಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಒಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪ್ರಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ಪ್ರಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಭಾವವನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಈ ರೀತಿ ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ.
What do voters in Kaisarganj think? Most women we tried to speak to were reluctant. Of the men, we came across only a handful of those critical of the charges against Singh.
ये जो उनके खिलाफ आरोप है, इसको आप गंभीर मानते हैं?
हाँ, बिल्कुल गंभीर है. हम तो गोंडा से होके भी हम गए थे धरना देखने वहाँ.
जहाँ उनका
हाँ
जो सारे रेसलर्स का
हाँ रेसलर का धरना देखे गए थे. मेरे पास वीडियोस हैं, फोटोज भी हैं. यहाँ के होके भी देखने गए थे.
अच्छा,
अशोका रोड गए थे, वहाँ भी देखने भी
गए थे आप?
हाँ बिल्कुल गए.
अच्छा अच्छा.
दिल्ली
देखो, ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह जी जो है हमारे बहुत सही है. उनके ऊपर जो आरोप लगाए गलत लगा है. जो पहलवान आरोप लगाए हैं, पहले उन्हीं के साथ में रहते थे, बढ़िया से मस्त थे, खाते पीते थे, खेलते थे. जब उनको कोई चीज मतलब नहीं दिया गया तो वो झूठा आरोप लगाने लगे. अगर जो ऐसा सही होता तो आज वो जेल में होते.
तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार चुनाव में, क्या सोचा आपने कुछ?
अरे भाई, अपने नेताजी को
ये हटाना है, ये फ्रेम में आ रहा है मेरा
बेटा. आप भी उनका तो टिकट.
मैं कहाँ बैठूं?
अरे तो क्या हुआ, उनके फैमिली मेंबर में तो है,
फैमिली मेंबर है, उन्हीं को देंगे. और जो इतने सारे आरोप लगे हैं,
अरे उससे क्या लेना देना, हमारे यहाँ काम हो रहा है, सब कुछ काम हुआ है, हम उन्हीं को देंगे वोट।
वो अगर किसी के घर न जाए फिर भी वो जीते, इतने जबरदस्त आदमी।
काम बोलता हूँ क्या?
काम बोलता, देखिए दबदबा है यार, क्या बात है।
देश की आर्थिक राजधानी मुंबई में स्थित एशिया के सबसे बड़े स्लम धारावी का अडानी ग्रुप पुनर्विकास करेगा। इस स्लम एरिया को संवारने के प्रोजेक्ट को महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने मंजूरी दे दी है।
रीडेवलपमेंट वाला जो प्लान है वो आपको कब से पता है और कैसे पता है?
ये पिछले 2 सालों से हो रहा था। अभी 6 महीना पहले नोटिस लगने के बाद पता चला कि कुछ होने वाला है। ये नोटिस में दिया गया है कि मीठी नदी बनने वाली है, तो इसकी वजह से इनको तोड़ेंगे, तो कहीं भी बाहर साइड में देंगे, ऐसी जगह पे देंगे जहाँ पे मतलब जैसे फैक्ट्रियाँ हैं, वहाँ पे जहाँ पे प्रदूषण है, जहाँ लोग नहीं रह सकते, वैसी जगह पे देने की बात हो रही है। यहाँ पे हर टाइप के लोग रहते हैं, रोज़ के 100 रुपये कमाने वाले लोग भी यहाँ रहते हैं। जैसे रेंट भी सस्ता है, 3-4 हज़ार 2,000, तो यहाँ पे हर इंसान का गुजारा हो जाता है। पैसे वाले लोग तो झोपड़े में रहने आएंगे नहीं।
धारावी, पहले स्लमडॉग मिलियनेयर और फिर गली बॉय ने इस जगह के बारे में आम आदमी को एक तस्वीर तो दिखा दी, लेकिन पिछले 1 साल से जब धारावी रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट को अडानी को सौंपा गया, उसके बाद से किसी ने भी धारावी करों के असली मुद्दों की बात तक नहीं की। धारावी, बांद्रा और सायन इन 2 पॉश इलाकों के बीच एक गरीब इलाका है और शायद यही वजह है कि शहर के पूंजीपतियों को ये प्राइम लोकेशन चाहिए होगा। लेकिन धारावी क्या हमेशा से मुंबई का एक प्राइम लोकेशन था? आइए समझते हैं।
सब बर्बाद, चमड़े से लेके गोडाउन, कांच की बाटलियाँ और फैक्ट्रियाँ और छोटे छोटे कारखाने, यहाँ बहुत सारे अलग अलग धंधे होते हैं, काम होता है, वो सब बर्बाद हो जाएंगे, उन बिखर जाएंगे। और जो यूपी बिहार के हमारे आदमी और भाई लोग हैं, उनको तो एकदम मतलब बेघर हो जाएंगे, उनको रोजी रोटी उनकी बंद हो जाएगी। वो पढ़े लिखे तो रहते नहीं कि चलो कोई ऑफिस में या कोई और अच्छा बिजनेस करे या कॉन्टेक्ट ले, वो एकदम अनपढ़ रहते हैं। तो उनको जहाँ से माल लाए, गिनती करके दिए, उतना पैसा लिए, वो 2-4 कारीगर रखे, वो अपने छोटे छोटे काम बिजनेस चला रहे थे। और अगर ये टूटेगा तो ये तो बहुत बुरा उन लोग के ऊपर असर जाएगा।
धारा 370
370 अयोध्या मंदिर, राम मंदिर है। राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ,
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है। रोडवेज है, रोड में काफी समृद्धि महामार्ग है,
रेलवेज है, पुल है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड द रेलवे नेटवर्क, द इम्प्रूवमेंट दैट आई थिंक इट्स इम्प्रूव्ड अ लॉट।
डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन, डिजिटलाइजेशन दैट इज गोइंग ऑन।
आज रात को 1 बजे किसी की जरूरत पड़ गई पैसे ही, ट्रांसपोर्ट में फोन किया था, उसी को ट्रांसपोर्ट कर दिया पैसे।
We have a good name all over the world.
एजुकेशन में थोड़ा अच्छे से सुधार हो रहा है। स्पोर्ट्स से प्रतिष्ठा जो है, स्पोर्ट्स से रिलेटेड जितना भी वर्क हुआ, द रिसर्च इन स्पेस।
हम लोग द्रौपदी मुर्मू, हम लोग राष्ट्रपति है, हम लोग आदिवासी के लिए कुछ किया है, वो भी अच्छा बात है।
हमारे लिए तो बस अग्निवीर खराब किया और सब कुछ अच्छा किया। बस
धर्म की राजनीति हुई है, हिंदू मुस्लिम की, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हुआ।
गंदा काम किया सभी ने सब।
I am disgusted with all these politicians.
गरीब जनता पहले भी गरीब थी और आज भी है, पहले भी मर रही थी और आज भी मर रही है।
4 रुपए नमक था तो 15 रुपए हो गया नमक, बताइए किसका पैसा है? बोलते हैं देंगे देंगे, मगर मिलता कहाँ है और बढ़ता जाता है।
अच्छा भैया, आप लोकतंत्र और संविधान का मतलब जानते हैं? सुना है कभी संविधान, लोकतंत्र, इन सब शब्दों को?
नहीं, ऐसे लोकतंत्र के बारे में मेरे को इतना अनुभव नहीं है।
संविधान, डेमोक्रेसी,
Democracy is the most important in the Indian country.
Democracy may have originated in India. Even from our epics also we see, even Sri Ram also elected by democratic system only.
डेमोक्रेसी के नाम पर कई विरोधी पार्टियां हो चाहे जो हों,
उम्मीद से ज़्यादा विरोध का वो करती हैं, बढ़ाती हैं, चीज़ों करती हैं।
मुस्लिम वगैरह इसी का फ़ायदा उठा के मतलब हमारे देश के अंदर रह के और हमारे देश के विरोध में वो लोग काम करते हैं।
इन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड बना रखा है, ये अपनी मर्जी का सारा खेल हो रहा है। आप इलेक्शन लड़ने, आप उसके अगेंस्ट जा नहीं सकते, कोर्ट में नहीं जा सकते, कहीं नहीं जा सकते। उन्होंने आकर यहाँ ट्रेन में रख दिया ना पाँव कि ट्रेन ये जगह हमारी होगी हमारी।
जैसे लोग बोलते हैं आजकल कि डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो रही है इंडिया में, मतलब
नहीं, उन लोग ऐसे बोलते तो डेमोक्रेटिक हम आदमी, हम नागरिक, आम आदमी बात ही नहीं कर सकते।
आज लोकतंत्र है तभी आप हमसे इस बात को पूछ रहे हैं।
Good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. If you're just tuning in, this is Elections Online. This is a coalition between, compact between 5 organizations invested in public interest journalism. I'm Smita Nair from Scroll. We also have The Wire, Newslaundry, The News Minute, and The Caravan that are part of this endeavor. Like I said, if you haven't been tracking the numbers and thought perhaps the exit poll had sort of directionally put you, given you a sense of what the results would be, it's not entirely turned out to be the case. In fact, the 3 states of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and West Bengal, cumulatively 160 seats where the exit polls have got it dramatically wrong. I'm going to introduce my panelists and we're going to try and decipher the results. Here in the studio with me is of course Sushant Singh and Shoaib Danial. I'll be joined by reporters a little later. Shabir Ahmed will be joining me from Tamil Nadu, and some of our other colleagues from these news organizations to give us a sense state-wise of what these results mean. But because we haven't focused very much over the last 2 to 3 hours on the various states in India's northeast and what these results could mean, I want to bring in Sushant here because we've been chatting about this, Sushant, in the breaks, and you tell me that there are quite a few surprises. Can you begin with Manipur and then lead us through the others?
Yeah, so Manipur is definitely a surprise, Smita, because in Manipur inner, which is where Congress is actually leading against the BJP. Manipur inner, as you know, is a Meitei stronghold. The polarization of the Meiteis against the Cookies has been led by the BJP, the government led by Biren Singh, the promotion of the Aram Gai Tengol, etc. We have been told that, you know, this is complete Meitei majoritarianism which is acting against Cookie community. But what we see in this election result is the Congress leading in Manipur inner, which clearly means that people are disgusted or very disappointed or angry with the way BJP has run the administration, that despite such heavy polarization, it is losing that seat. That is quite a slap for the BJP and its double engine idea, or the idea that they can polarize people and win the constituency. So Manipur is clearly not Gujarat. You cannot create a majoritarian agenda and win those seats. That is extremely significant. The second significant seat is Nagaland. I'm extremely surprised to see Congress actually leading in Nagaland. As you know, Congress has not done well in Nagaland for many years now. You know, in the assembly, I think it barely has a presence. It is leading in Nagaland. It is also leading in Meghalaya, which is again a big surprise to me. So at least in 3 or 4 states of the Northeast, and these are all states where the BJP has actively worked to keep the Congress out, particularly with Himanta Biswa Sarma running that NEDA alliance in the Northeast. It tells you something more than what has been reported. And of course, these are the states where Mr. Modi did not pay a visit during his extensive campaign. He did not go to Manipur. He did not go to Mizoram. He did not go to Meghalaya. You know, and he just avoided going to these states. The BJP has done well in Arunachal Pradesh, which is where they just won the assembly election. They are winning both the Lok Sabha seats, including the Kiran Rijiju seat. What is equally interesting is Assam. As you know, Assam, they had done the redistricting and created constituencies so that they could still continue to dominate the state. But Congress is winning on 4 seats, including Gaurav Gogoi, which is a big surprise.
So the attempts at gerrymandering not quite
working out.
Or one could imagine what would be the result without gerrymandering. Maybe there is an impact, but it's hidden right now, right? We don't know the potential.
But also the marginalization of AIDUF, as we were discussing, is a big story. The AIDUF is not winning a single seat. At one point in time, it used to have 3 to 4 Lok Sabha MPs. Now even the AIUDF chief himself is losing to the Congress candidate Roki Buz.
Right. So I think for Assam's Muslims, especially the Mia Muslims, the incredible emergency almost in their lives because of the BJP for the last decade has meant that they are looking to the Congress as more of a protector than Ajmal, who is at the end of the day a rather small regional party. You know, so that's the reason that I think a lot of Miyas are voting for Congress, and you can see this in this result during this time. So it's an interesting result. The Congress should, I think, be happy with Assam. They haven't done very well on an absolute, but relative to where they stood, the organization was decimated. You know, Himanto, whether you like him or not, is a very competent politician. So in spite of all these things, the Congress has managed to hold its ground, even done a little bit better.
But this, what he's saying of Assam is also true of places like UP or even Haryana, where Muslims see Congress as a savior, see at the national level that they need to vote for the Congress. You know, as you were pointing out earlier, Gurgaon, the Congress candidate Raj Babbar is leading against Rao Inderjeet. Rao Inderjeet, I believe, has won 4 or 5 Lok Sabha polls, 3 assembly elections. His father was Rao Birinder Singh. He has probably never lost election. His family has never lost election since independence. He is trailing Raj Babbar, even though by a small margin. And Gurgaon has the Mewat in it. Mewat is where the riots had taken place, where the Muslims had suffered heavily in the rioting that had taken place. So Gurgaon is a significant seat, and this is something which we have seen in UP, this is something which we are seeing in Assam, that the Muslims see at the national level Congress as a party they should choose over the regional parties. Many people say that parties like the Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Janata Dal in fact chose to go with the Congress in an alliance because they saw this. Because they saw this and they knew that if the Muslim vote has to come, they have to go with the Congress.
In fact, the Inderjeet Singh thing is very important. Sushant, a very good point, is that he actually made statements after the riots which went against the BJP's party stand. So in a way, his regard actually amongst the Mayo Muslims who knew is not terrible. But I think the calculation was that, you know, this is an existential election or fight almost, so that the earlier calculations of voting for a MP we like really go out the window, because the Congress is, you know, it's maybe an existential fight very often. I think maybe in UP that's happened.
And Smita, some of us in the Delhi NCR region see Gurgaon and Noida as an extension of Delhi in some way. So what you see in Delhi is 7 seats being swept by the BJP, or even Noida. But that is something which you do not see when you go to Gurgaon, which is a surprise in some sense.
Right. Since we're in Haryana, can we also pull up the Punjab numbers and get Sushant to talk about it before we go to UP, West Bengal and the other sort of battleground states as they turned out to be. Sushant, while they do that, the Punjab numbers, we broadly know the trend. Again, on expected lines, can you also speak of, you know, those of our viewers who may not follow the minutiae of the fact that this sort of foregrounding of this Panthic sort of, the 6 leads for the Congress, 2 for the Shiromani Akali Dal, 0 for the BJP, 3 leads for the Aam Aadmi Party here, and the 2 others. Can we talk about the 2 others here?
So the 2 others are the 2 Panthics, 2 independents. One of them is, of course, Amritpal Singh, who's in a jail in Assam. He's fighting from Khadur Sahib. Most of us expected him to win the seat because he was getting a lot of traction in the area. He was supported by the BJP and the Rashtriya Sikh Sangat, which is the RSS's wing for the Sikhs, and this has been extensively reported that his campaign has been supported by the Hindu right-wing organizations in Khadur Sahib. Khadur Sahib has always been a very Panthic kind of a constituency. It earlier used to be called Taran Taran, and to my mind, it's not a great thing that somebody like Amritpal Singh, who's behind bars, can contest and so easily get such a massive lead and win the seat. The other seat is where I think it's Sangrur, the other seat is where Beant Singh, who assassinated his son. His son is also leading, and I think his lead is also by now significant. I think more than 50,000-60,000 votes, and he also seems likely to win the seat. But Simranjit Singh Mann, who had won the by-poll a couple of years back and entered the parliament, he's not winning. The big losses are for BJP. BJP still had 2 seats in Punjab, and those 2 seats are no longer with the BJP. It is losing both the seats. One of the seats, as you remember, was with Sunny Deol. He had taken over Vinod Khanna's seat, and he was the sitting MP. He did not get the ticket, but BJP has lost both those seats. The Akalis are basically holding on to Bhatinda, which is Harsimrat Kaur Badal's seat, and the other seat is to and fro between Congress and them. Congress had 8. Congress is down to 7. the Aam Aadmi Party had 1, they are up to 3. It is the 2 independents which bother me a lot because they have serious internal security and national security implications. And the reason I'll give you is very simple, because many of us have argued that this bogey of Khalistan is a fake bogey because there is no support for Khalistan.
No groundswell of support for
Khalistan. But with this would allow the Hindu right wing or the BJP to say, look, we told you that there's a groundswell for Khalistan. People are voting for Khalistani leaders and separatists. Therefore, we need to do whatever we need to do. And we should not forget that whether it is Manipur, whether it is Punjab, whether it is Kashmir, whether it is Ladakh, the community which is suffering are all religious minorities.
Right.
Whether
Charanjit Singh Channi has been declared as the winner. We're getting the victories out now. Can I segue into, we have spoken about the Dalit vote in UP and to some extent in Bihar, but in Punjab, a substantial portion of voters are Dalits. They are how did the Dalits vote in this election? And do you think the fact that the Congress is able to retain and we drop 2 seats has to some measure?
Yeah, so I think the Dalit vote in Punjab has come towards the Congress because I think the Aam Aadmi Party has not delivered up to the expectations. The Aam Aadmi Party had swept the assembly election. Charanjit Singh Channi, as sitting chief minister, had lost both his assembly seats. And for him to now come back and win the Lok Sabha seats clearly tells us that the general electorate in Punjab has been disappointed with the Aam Aadmi Party, and therefore they have chosen to come back to the Indian National Congress. Akali Dal was always seen as a party of the Jat Sikhs, of the party of the Panth, and the Akali vote share, as we can see on the screen, is barely 13.5%. Their vote share, in fact, is lower than the BJP's vote share. And we should not forget that Punjab is a 40% Hindu state. It's not a 100% Sikh state. So 40% Hindus, 18% vote for the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party, Indian National Congress vote share is very close, but that only means that the seats that the Aam Aadmi Party is winning by a very high margin, whereas the Congress is doing evenly spread out.
True. We also have to look at the big picture here. And I intended to ask this question to you as we were coming in, Shoaib. India Fix is one of my favorite columns to read, and I suspect it is for many of you. When are you due to write it, and what's going to be the subject? I'm sure it's about the big takeaway from this election. So what are the ideas? Can you tell us?
Right. So, I mean, I still haven't fixed because I think it's going to be a long day. But one of the things that was going through my mind, and I think is something interesting to discuss, is where we stand right now. It looks like we're going to get an NDA government. That's possibly one strong possibility. Of course, it's not over till the fat lady sings, etc. But and that's, I mean, as just a future thing, it's going to be really interesting. Many of your viewers will not remember the golden era of coalition politics, and there was a lot of back and forth. The politics was very, very interesting, was very, very complex. And remember, India has also seen its best years under coalition governments, right? So it's well known statistically that India has grown under coalition governments, because maybe that sort of politics, that give and constant take, is what really powers India. Because remember, we're a very, very large country, right? So one man sort of pronouncing from top, no matter how good or bad that man we might think he is, that's not very efficient maybe. So these constant feedback loops are good. So that's something that we could maybe see, but I'll have to wait till, I think, late at that, because this is, interestingly, this is going to be a late call, because very often elections, it is what? It's quarter past 2, right?
Yes,
2:20. So we might already have got a result by now, but we haven't. So it's going to be interesting.
So, but two more things, Smita, before if I may intervene here. One is we must also pay attention to the Baramulla constituency, where Engineer Rashid, a separatist leader, 3-time MLA, has defeated Omar Abdullah and Sajjad Lone. Now, this, along with these two chaps winning in Punjab, the victory for Engineer Rashid, while he's imprisoned in Tihar jail by a big margin, I think 1.5 lakh votes is his lead, clearly points to the kind of dissatisfaction states with major religious minorities dominating them have against the BJP. A vote for Engineer Rashid is not a vote against Omar Abdullah or Sajjad Lone. A vote for Engineer Rashid is the vote for the kind of India that the BJP is trying to build, or the kind of policies BJP is trying to project.
the massive increase in Kashmiri vote is not a vote for better roads or better this thing. It is a vote against BJP's policies, and that means that extremist elements in these constituencies, or what people like me would consider extreme elements, are getting empowered because of the Hindu majoritarian policies that are being followed, and that's not a very very healthy thing. One more constituency, if you would allow me, is Ladakh, where I think is significant that an independent former NC member from Kargil has won, and the BJP, which had won the seat twice earlier in 2014 and 2019, is running third. The Congress candidate, who's also a Buddhist Ladakhi, is at the second position right now.
One thing I just wanted to
guys,
ask.
I have to go to our guest.
Right,
I'll come back.
Sorry.
I'll come back to you. Sushant, you're relentless.
No, Sushant's like encyclopedia, I wanted to know more.
Me too. And then I got caught up in the PC. I was like, come on, go on, get on with it.
Yeah.
Right. Shabir, I'm sorry you've been waiting patiently as also Ajoy. Shabir, I'll come to you first. You're there on the split screen now. Anything different from what you were speaking about in the last hour of broadcast? Anything interesting, Shabir, that's come to mind and I may have missed because we got lost in the conversation here. Anything interesting from any of the southern states, not just Tamil Nadu, that you're picking up?
This is Kerala, where Suresh Gopi has won from Thrissur constituency. Another close contest in Thiruvananthapuram against Sashi Tharoor. And apart from that, in Tamil Nadu, the NDA is leading in one constituency, that is Dharmapuri. The BJP's alliance partner, PMK, which is leading by 7,000 votes. So it's still a close contest. So back and forth, the numbers are changing by every minute. But the point here is that somehow the DMK has managed to retain almost all the seats. Like at least 38 seats, the DMK is comfortably leading, and in some seats, the results have been announced. So clearly, the DMK has ensured that they get all the numbers from Tamil Nadu, barring one or two, because they in fact had doubts because those are the swing seats. And also the DMK alliance has managed to somehow ensure that the BJP does not cross 10% of vote. That is something which was very important, and the AIADMK is also retaining its vote bank. AIADMK has crossed 20% of its vote share. So clearly, this was something that was very interesting. The revival of AIADMK as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. At least even if they don't win seats, they have to retain their vote share. They have to ensure that they are the second largest party in Tamil Nadu, because the BJP's plan after Jayalalitha's demise is to weaken AIADMK from within and to take over the AIADMK, or to take over the space of the AIADMK, like what they did in West Bengal. And that has not happened in this election in Tamil Nadu. Maybe they'll try to do it in 2026. So that's the plan that the BJP was having. If the BJP was in full majority at the center, probably the next stop would have been Tamil Nadu. But clearly, one thing that the DMK alliance has conveyed to the national parties is that as long as you stay together, you can fight BJP, and this is how a fight against BJP can be done. And one thing I want to recall, there were several attempts in the past to form a third front, like what they did in 2019. There were leaders from other political parties who reached out to the DMK, and they were mooting this idea of forming a third front. It was M.K. Stalin who made it categorically clear that an alliance without Congress is a sinking ship. And that seems to have paid off now. The India bloc has performed well. They have given a tough fight to the BJP at a national level, and a surprising one in Uttar Pradesh. So all these factors are the biggest takeaways from a state like Tamil Nadu.
Right. DMK, of course, is a big winner, as you can see there on your screens. The numbers of the parties in. Okay, this is just in Tamil Nadu. Correct. This is just in Tamil. Shabir, this is a question I wanted to ask you earlier in the broadcast, and we just couldn't get to you with it. I don't know how many people tracked the campaign in Tamil Nadu, and I know the News Minute did a wonderful series on Hindutva in Tamil Nadu, the attempts being made by the BJP and RSS. And I know that reaching double-digit figure vote share was one of the sort of tasks set for the party there. Could you tell our viewers who may not be familiar with what the BJP has been trying, its experiments in Tamil Nadu, and what your series was about?
See, BJP has been trying to gain inroads in Tamil Nadu for the longest time. Till the time Jayalalitha and Karnataka were alive, the two icons of Dravidian movement, the BJP was unable to gain foothold in Tamil Nadu. After the demise of Jayalalitha and after the demise of Kalaignar Karnataka, the BJP saw an opportunity to grow in Tamil Nadu. And that's when they started dictating terms to AIADMK, because the AIADMK leadership was in complete disarray. It was OPS who was launching a Dharma Yuddham against Sasikala, and a Dharma Yuddha in which was completely backed by the BJP. In fact, it was RSS ideologue Gurumurthy who was completely backing O Pannirselvam, who was operating O Pannirselvam, and in fact he has made it very open as well during the annual meet of Tughlaq. He said that I was the one who was guiding O Pannirselvam to launch that Dharma Yuddha against BK Sasikala to retain the AIADMK. But all the attempts that were made by the BJP politically, it backfired for them in 2019 elections. So now what the RSS and the BJP is doing is social engineering. They are reaching out to bigger caste. They are reaching out to dominant caste in various parts of Tamil Nadu. Particularly one segment that the BJP has been working, the BJP and RSS has been working, is in the western regions of Tamil Nadu, where the dominant Kongu Vellalar caste is dominant in those areas. And on the other side, they are also reaching out to the Devas, who are the AIADMK's traditional vote bank. So, in the absence of a strong leader for the AIADMK, the BJP and the RSS has been meticulously trying to make inroads into their areas. And there are villages where, there is one RSS Karyakarta now. And that has happened because, the BJP was in alliance with the AIADMK. So they literally got that kind of visibility. And because of the problems within the AIADMK, the BJP got some kind of media attention to. Adding to that, they brought a character like Annamalai, who is an IPS officer, former IPS officer. And he was someone who was trying to, portray himself as, a firebrand politician, taking on the Dravidian parties and the Dravidian movement. And all that culminated into one thing, that BJP got more visibility. Right. So the BJP has one working formula in Tamil Nadu, which is the Kanyakumari model, where the BJP and RSS are dominant. So that's their base. So they have been trying to expand that Kanyakumari model through various schemes and through various programs across the state, but they have not managed to do that. So a person like Annamalai, a leader like Annamalai for the BJP was something, it was like a shot in the arm for them. So they went all guns blazing against targeting the Dravidian movement, the Dravidian parties. But in turn, what has happened is the DMK was forced to go back to its roots. Right. The DMK was vociferously talking about state autonomy. They were talking about language imposition. They were talking about all the ideological things that DMK was banking on to build its movement. Galvanized so all that has now become a complete ideological battle in Tamil Nadu. Right. But despite that, the RSS is silently working in many places. The RSS has penetrated into educational institutions. The RSS has penetrated into social organizations. So there are many groups that are working in Tamil Nadu that want to create a fertile ground for Hindutva, or at least a support base for Hindutva. And that is something that they have been trying to do. But the back-to-back electoral defeats for the BJP or for the AIADMK alliance or for, it's kind of, it's kind of a setback one after another. Yes. So the BJP is not getting that morale booster in Tamil Nadu. Even if they win one seat, or even if they cross, 15% or 17% vote share, probably that's something that they are looking out for. But clearly in this election, they are not going to achieve that. Right. But going forward, I think BJP will try to intensify their gains in Tamil Nadu. And we'll be tracking your reporting for that. Shabir Ahmed, thanks so much from TNM there in Chennai. Ajoy, you've been waiting by patiently as well. I'm sorry for taking so long.
The big story, of course, of this election has been Uttar Pradesh. As I was telling my colleagues up there, you know, so many pieces were done in the lead up to Lok Sabha 2024, which are the battleground states, swing states, daring 12. In none of these lists, Uttar Pradesh featured as a state that will actually put up a fight. In fact, BJP said is bar to 80, 70, you know, and the numbers will only go up. Broadly, Ajay, can you take us through, let's begin with Uttar Pradesh.
So, hi Smita. So, Uttar Pradesh is on anticipated lines, although I didn't expect that the India Alliance would emerge as the bigger party than the NDA, a bigger alliance than the NDA, which seems to be happening right now. But what has happened, we all saw the resentment on ground, but we were very cautious also about the fact because in 2022 elections also we saw a lot of resentment on a range of issues, but yet it did not translate into a number of seats. So and similar resentment was also why I'm bringing in a little bit of Bihar also. Similar resentment almost at the same level was seen in Bihar also. So, but what I feel that the results in UP and Bihar are a little different. It is going in a different direction where the India bloc is performing better than 2019, but not as well as how it is doing in Uttar Pradesh. So what I think is the larger social alliance that the India bloc of what Samajwadi Party and Congress kind of stitched together in terms of caste-based equations, I think that worked really well in Uttar Pradesh, while the NDA alliance in terms of caste-based equations in Bihar was not kind of daunting enough for the formidable combination of Nitish Kumar and NDA, which represent a larger number of headcount. So what I feel is like after so many successive defeats of Mandal politics over the last 10 years, where Mandal kept trying to kind of muster up the Mandal parties, kind of tried to overpower the formidable social alliance that the BJP kind of represented in UP and Bihar, but it still could not do. And this time, SP did the trick. SP and Congress expanded that social coalition between Muslim and Yadav, which is the MAI combination, and focused on PDA, which is Pichhde, Dalit and Alpsankhyak, and gave away many tickets to non-Yadav OBCs, which seems to be doing the trick. And in Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav also did similarly, but I think Nitish is holding on to his own constituencies despite having kind of weakened quite a bit over the last 2 years. But I think Nitish is holding to its own social constituency, and while BJP seems to be kind of losing a little bit of its own upper caste votes.
Right. Ajay, we have heard in the run-up to this election cautiously reports that said that perhaps, as you pointed out here, Akhilesh Yadav's candidate selection may do the trick. One particular candidate, can you reflect on Faizabad, on Ayodhya? And I don't know what the latest numbers are.
I think Akhilesh Yadav experimented a lot. He gave two Dalit candidates. One is Avdesh Prasad in Faizabad, which is Ayodhya, and Meerut, where Sunita Verma, also the Dalit candidate, they both are kind of leading, or at least even if they eventually don't win, they are giving stiff fight to the both of these were seen as over the last 10 years BJP bastions, and they're giving very stiff fight, and that seems to have sent across a message to the Dalit community that yes, no, Samajwadi Party is genuinely looking to expand its social coalition, which is Muslims and Yadavs, and is looking to represent overall. And the larger political narrative that they ran around unemployment, there was a 10-year anti-incumbency against the BJP, a lot of anger against the incumbent BJP MPs. And there was this frustration, of course, in both Bihar and UP. But when it came to kind of looking for an alternative, credible platform to vote against the BJP, I think Samajwadi Party could do that trick much better than what RJD. But there also, if you look at what RJD has increased its vote share massively from 2019, and their alliance was also it has benefited a lot from say, an allying with the left, which holds great kind of sway over a large section of Dalits in many pockets of Bihar. So what I'm trying to kind of indicate is that in India, unless and until you get these social alliances right,
Correct.
it's very, very difficult to win or kind of perform well in elections despite widespread anger against an incumbent government.
Which is
So
why the
I
two
think it's a
differing
message
stories
for the
in UP
opposition
and
to
in
kind
Bihar.
of bring in as many communities and do not look like representing only a few communities. And that is what the BJP did in 2014 and reaped its benefits. And after 10 years, the opposition, especially in the North Indian states, they seem to be doing the same. And I think they are on the right course. And had it not been, say, Odisha or Andhra Pradesh, we could have easily seen a non-BJP government at the center.
True. Ajay, I look forward to reading your column in the days ahead. Thanks so much for the sport analysis for the moment. Can I cross over to Nandini in Karnataka now? Nandini, directionally, I think the exit polls got Karnataka largely right. What are the latest numbers, if you can tell us, and really can you reflect on what's happening in the state, and do we have the latest numbers from Hassan? Is Prajwal Revanna seem to be trailing some time ago?
Yeah, we do have Hassan numbers. Prajwal is trailing as of the moment. Last we could get from the ECI site was he was trailing by about 43,000 votes, and which is itself, we expected the margin to be close than this. So we still don't know the latest because in the last hour, we are not getting as many updates from the ECI website. It's kind of, it's a bit static right now. The latest figures we have is 16 for BJP, 10 for Congress, and the 2 JDS seats. Kumaraswamy has definitely won, although it's not been confirmed officially. He has a huge margin, more than 2.5 lakhs, and one of the earliest to kind of be certain that he's won. Now, there is a seat in Bangalore Central where the only Muslim candidate, Mansoor Ali Khan, is contesting against BJP's PC Mohan. He's the incumbent MP.
Yes.
Mansoor Ali Khan was leading by 50,000, but we are already seeing PC Mohan's people celebrating, bursting crackers, and I think even PC Mohan has thanked people for electing him. So we're still not sure about what has happened. Maybe the site has been very slow, so we don't know. But we think there is a victory for BJP. If that happens, that will come to 17 for BJP out of 28 seats.
All right. We'll have to leave it there for the moment, Nandini. Thanks so much. We're running out of time. A quick final word from the two of you. We haven't spoken about West Bengal. I wanted to begin with West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee is one of the big sort of standout figures of this election. Completely, again, exit polls got that completely wrong, West Bengal. So
see, this has happened now for the last, I think, 3 elections, where the media goes to town saying the Tribunal is going to get wiped out, the BJP is going to come, and it doesn't happen, right? So why is this happening? So the BJP depends a lot of its politics on West Bengal on 2 pillars. One is the media. Media is quite anti-Trinamool, even the local Bengali media, ironically enough. And the other is, in this election, the BJP has depended a lot on the actions of the law, by which I mean the High Court as well as ED and CBI. So Sandesh Khali was there. Then there was the SSC scam, which is a jobs recruitment scam. The High Court cancelled all jobs, the Supreme Court stayed, and then of course there was the Sandesh Khali thing, which was land grab. Then later on it became allegations of rape and sexual harassment. So the BJP depended a lot on this. Unfortunately, what the BJP did not have, and really that is the key for Bengal politics, is ground organization. So till now, it's very important in Bengal to have your ground organization to do something very mundane like take voters to the booth and so on and so forth, and which then escalates, of course, into what we see, unfortunately, into political violence. So that is the whole spectrum, what I mean by ground support, ground strength. So on that, Trinamool is unbeatable. Like, I mean, if you go around Calcutta city, most booths do not have BJP representatives, just to give a small example, right? So that thing is very important. In many parts of Calcutta, the BJP is little strong, but yet they do not have people to just sit at a booth and give our voter slips and so on and so forth. So that is really key, and that is one thing. Second thing is, a lot of people are comparing this to 2019 and thinking that the BJP got a big setback. Of course, that's technically true, but really the real benchmark, the real baseline that we need to be doing an analysis on is 2021, in which the BJP suffered a setback. Yet it remained by far the major opposition party, and compared to that, the BJP has kind of held its own. And overall, the BJP should actually be pleased with the result, because Bengal is a state that does not change quickly, and in spite of having no ground organizing, the BJP has held its own. So if you look at the exit polls, it will seem like, oh, the BJP's got a big setback, but the exit polls are not worth the paper they're written on.
I know you want to talk about Himachal, but I want to ask you the big picture stories.
Yeah, quick word, minor point, Himachal by-polls, because all four Congress is losing all 4 Lok Sabha seats there, but it is winning 4 out of 6 assembly by-polls, which means that it will continue to stay in power. The big picture is that this is the first time since 2001 that Mr. Modi has led a campaign and not gotten majority.
Right. And on that note, we have Abhinandan here in the studio.
I entered, you're going to wind up,
Yes.
but I'll just do the wind up because I have no other role in this. I was feeling left out. So I've come to give you a completely non-political view before you wind up, and thank our wonderful guests who have informed our audience and our viewers. This is a demonstration of a coalition that is in public interest, unlike political coalitions, which is in political interest. This is the coalition of the coming together of wonderful people at Scroll, at Caravan, at Scroll again. Our News Minute representatives are upstairs having lunch because they've been with you all day. Hartosh is left, he also has to have lunch. Wire, Seema's also upstairs, Siddharth Varadarajan had to go. But this is the coming together of the News Minute, Caravan, Scroll, The Wire and Newslaundry to bring you public interest journalism. And a very important part of this coalition is that it is ad-free and non-sponsored, which means we are supported by you. So there is a link below this window, and I urge you to click on that link, and if you can afford it, I strongly urge you to contribute and make sure that our show remains non-sponsored and ad-free. And you'll see another email flashing here. Now this email is Indian interest, that's capital I, at proton.me. This is an extension of our coalition to you, the public. Now, many of you work with corporations, you work with companies, you work everywhere. You may have reports or tips that no one has the guts to do. What we are proposing is we will put together an investigative team just like we did during the electoral bonds. And this team, and your tips will remain completely confidential, we assure you of that. We will have a team of the most cracker investigative journalists, and this coalition will ensure that your tip finds a logical conclusion, and we can revive public interest investigative journalism, which has all but died. And it can be revived through a coalition, not just us. We can't do jack. We need you. So send in your tips. Tell us where you see something fishy, where you smell a rat or even a fish or anything else that you smell, which can be investigated. Smita's shocked at my horrible metaphors, but you get the picture. So that's Indian interest at proton.me. And the link below this window is where you can contribute. That's all I had to say, Smita. I will let you wrap up. Thank everybody, and we can.
Thanks, Abhinandan. The question for what does this mean for what does this say for the Congress, which is not quite, it's still 98, 99, leads are between 98 and 99, may touch 100, we don't quite know. And for the opposition as a whole, because it wasn't a level playing field going into this election. We 2 chief ministers arrested, the surfeit of cases, central agencies let loose on leaders of these political parties. The Election Commission in my state of Maharashtra in particular, one would say, acting in a manner that favored parties that joined the BJP. So a kneecapped opposition and Congress in particular. How do you rate their showing?
I think that the real takeaway for the opposition, maybe India's also, this is in some ways Rahul Gandhi's moment. After a long gestation period, Rahul Gandhi, I think, really came into his own in this election, and he acted like a focus, a central point around which the Congress could gather, because Congress has, as you can see, it's an immense vote share. But in India, the way Indians like to vote, they like a face, they like a poster boy, poster girl, whatever it is, they like that. They like a Mamata Banerjee, they like a Modi, and the Congress found that in Rahul Gandhi. And obviously, the Congress has a long distance to go. But if it does hit the 3-figure mark, I think the Congress should be pleased and should get a cup of tea at the end of the day.
Is Shoaib being too generous, you think, or largely?
No, I think largely he's right. We must, as you rightly said, this was a very non-level playing field, and in this kind of an environment for the opposition, whether it is the Congress, whether it is the Samajwadi Party or the DMK, to do so well is an achievement. We should not decry that just because they haven't gotten the majority. We should recognize that it also shows signs of revival, signs of hope, signs of optimism, and tells you something about the Indian public and the Indian democracy as well.
I think we have last couple of minutes, Shoaib. We've been speaking about how a series of legislations were passed in the outgoing Lok Sabha without so much as a discussion. If these numbers stay as they are, we will at least not have a skewed parliament. So to that extent, the BJP's plans for a countrywide NRC or a UCC or one nation, one election, would it be safe to say that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for them to?
So I mean, this is really, there's something, a point that I make always, that in India, the only check is elections. It's not courts, it's not the parliament. Usually in a democracy, you're supposed to have many checks. But in India, better for us, elections are our only check. And this is really a big reaffirmation of that. The fact that a BJP with so much power, with the entire administration and the whole entire thing on its side, yet the Indian people have at least expressed their voice. And like you said, now when the next government comes into power, whoever it is, there will be a check on it because of the voting results. Of course, once they are in power, then we'll have to see how it goes.
Right.
But at least the Indian peoples have raised their voice and said, we're going to say this, and then let's hope it could. I mean, and like Sushant said, this is a reaffirmation of democracy. This is why I am a journalist, right? It's such an exciting and such a beautiful thing to watch almost.
And suddenly, with these votes, suddenly you might find court might regain their voice. Some of the media houses may regain their voice. Some of the other institutions may suddenly find their voice back again, and that may improve the quality of our governance, our democracy, and all these draconian laws that you mentioned that were being passed.
Right. We're going to wrap up here, but I want to go back to the campaign and that there's always a turning point in how a campaign, and Baswada, the Prime Minister's speech in Rajasthan, where he referred to the Muslim community as infiltrators and made all those remarks, that set the tone for the rest of the BJP's campaign, which I mean, hit rock bottom. Would it be correct to read these numbers as a repudiation of at least that kind of campaigning? I mean, that it's not that the politics they played in the last 5 years was any different.
Clearly, if you go by Banswara itself, BJP is losing very badly. So it didn't. The campaign did not work out in Banswara itself. Forget about the rest of the country. No, we should not lose sight of the fact that BJP still has around 40% vote in this country. It is the #1 party. We are talking about a party which still has 230, 240 seats in parliament. So to say that the campaign has been completely repudiated or completely pushed back by the people would be an exaggeration. But what we clearly see is that an overwhelming majority of people are not supporting that campaign. There is a significant point of opposition to that campaign, especially when it comes in the terms of the narrative around the constitution, around reservations, around political empowerment of lower caste, scheduled tribes. That is where we have seen a significant switch. Smita, most of us do not recognize that the India Alliance has done far better in reserved seats than the NDA this time. The last 2 times, the NDA had done much better nationally when it came to these reserved seats. So clearly, there's a pushback, but there's a pushback in a different narrative, in a different term, maybe not directly against the kind of communal or hyper-communal campaign that was run. Although I'm sure there was a section of people who were extremely uncomfortable with the kind of language, even amongst BJP supporters, that Mr. Modi had used against Indian Muslims. It was Islamophobic. It was slurred. It was full of slurs. It demonized them. It dehumanized them. It created an environment in which violence could be inflicted upon them. It was a very, very dangerous move. The Prime Minister leading from the front and doing what he did. And I'm glad that the BJP has not got an outright majority on its own. Mr. Modi's votes have fallen because that is, in some sense, a partial repudiation of his campaign, if not a complete rejection of what he stood for.
On that note, Sushant Singh, Sir Daniel, thanks so much. Thank you for our viewers as well for having stayed with us. Some of you hopefully all through this election broadcast from 7:30 this morning. We're signing off here on Elections Online, but do look out for all the pieces that we'll be writing and the videos that we'll be posting soon. Shoaib, I know his India fix is due. I'm sure Sushant has something up his sleeve as well. For the moment though, thanks so much for watching.
Excellent.